Chapter 3403. Don't worry about that, Master. Lord Mo's father was a super expert who controlled a huge territory. The corpse head continent was only a small part of it. Moreover, it was very far away and couldn't be detected at all. Moreover, when you completely refine the coiling dawn spear, you can change its appearance and aura at will. Even if Lord Mo's father comes personally, he won't be able to recognize you. It was difficult to completely refine a holy treasure. Even Fang Chen had only managed to refine a small portion of it over the years. If I can get a drop of termination spiritual liquid, I can refine the coiling dawn spear in minutes. Su Qi grinned as he spoke. Termination spiritual liquid. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the white bone trident seriously. This white bone trident contains the termination spiritual liquid. Can it be extracted? Su Qi shook his head. The termination spiritual liquid is a one-time consumable. Once used, it will completely merge with the weapon. If the weapon shatters, the termination spiritual liquid will also dissipate. Fang Chen was helpless. Master, let's leave the corpse head continent quickly. Once we're targeted by corpse head old ghost, we'll be in trouble. Su Qi was a little scared. There was a moment of silence. Fang Chen made a decision. Corpse head old ghost is only a Yang Essence realm expert. My current strength is comparable to Yang Essence realm. Other than corpse head old ghost, no one can threaten me. Fang Chen said, even if corpse head old ghost attacks, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Since that's the case, why not take the risk? Master, you want to steal the termination spiritual liquid? Su Qi's face was a little pale as he kept shaking his head to dissuade him. However, Fang Chen had already made a decision and no one could change it. What you need to do now is to provide me with as much information about the corpse head continent as possible and the termination spiritual liquid in detail, Fang Chen said. Su Qi smiled bitterly. He could only tell Fang Chen everything he knew. My understanding of the corpse head mainland is all from Lord Mo. I don't know much, Su Qi said. Lord Mo has mentioned the termination spiritual liquid before and he is very interested in it. According to Lord Mo, the corpse head ghost had at least 300 drops of termination spiritual liquid. 300 drops! Fang Chen licked his dry lips, his eyes shining with golden light. Where is the termination soldier spiritual liquid? Such a precious item, the old corpse head ghost must be carrying it with him. The possibility of stealing it is very small, unless the owner can kill the old corpse head ghost. Su Qi said solemnly. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar came from outside the valley. Not good, the zombie cavalry corps is here. Su Qi's expression changed drastically. Fang Chen remained calm and collected. He placed Su Qi into his spatial ring and coldly sneered, the termination soldier spiritual liquid, I'll make a breakthrough from your bodies. Dong! The white bone trident carried a boundless killing intent as it blasted open the array formation. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with surprise. As expected of a weapon that has absorbed the termination soldier spiritual liquid. Truly powerful. More than a dozen cavalry corps galloped over on their war horses. They held white bone tridents in their hands and their aura soared to the sky. Human, kill yourself, and we can bring your corpse to Lord Corpse Head Ghost to refine you into a zombie. If you resist, we will kill you directly. The leading zombie said viciously. Refine me into a zombie? Fang Chen shook his head. Sorry, I don't like to be in the same group as you ugly fellows. You're courting death. The remaining dozen or so zombie cavalry troops emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The white bone tridents in their hands emitted countless roars of resentment. Fang Chen did not choose to fight them head-on. Instead, he defeated them one by one. Whoosh! Using the heavenly star sword art, the coiling dawn spear pierced into the head of one of the zombies at an extremely tricky angle. Gotcha! The zombie's head shattered and its body exploded. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and swept the white bone trident away. Leave the white bone trident behind. The leading corpse man roared furiously. He used all his strength to try and kill Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's attainments in the spacetime Tao were too high. He cultivated the great rock movement technique of the rock race to the limits and even personally improved it. Whoosh! Shao Chen entered the void. Every time he attacked, he caught the zombies off guard. Not long after, more than 10 corpse cavalry legions were all dead. After putting away everyone's white bone tridents, Fang Chen quickly left the valley. In a black city on the corpse head continent, bang! The old corpse head ghost smashed the stone table beside him with one palm strike, scaring the many zombies into trembling. Who was it that destroyed my cavalry corps? Refining ordinary Yin essence stage zombies was relatively easy. If they died, so be it. However, even the old corpse head ghost had to expend a lot of effort to refine peak Yin essence stage zombies. It could be said that the old corpse head ghost had only 100 peak Yin essence stage zombies under his command in the vast corpse head continent. However, 20 of them died in an instant. This enraged the old corpse head ghost. Go and investigate. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to provoke me, the old corpse head ghost, will definitely die. Yes, my lord. The corpse head continent started trembling. Countless zombies searched every nook and cranny for the culprit. After the zombies left, a black-haired old man sitting across the old corpse head ghost said with a smile, "Brother corpse head ghost, for this person to be able to kill a cavalry corps of 20, his strength should be at the Yang Essence stage. There are not many Yang Essence stage experts in the surrounding regions. Could it be that Black Nose?" The old corpse head ghost shook his head. It should not be Black Nose. If it were him, he would definitely come and seek me out. Then, the black-haired old man wanted to say more. However, after thinking about it, he did not say anything in the end. This should be a small matter for Brother Corpse Head Ghost. There is no need for me to worry about it. The black-haired old man changed the topic. Brother Corpse Head Ghost, are you satisfied with my earlier suggestion? The old corpse head ghost was silent. If you are not satisfied, we can still negotiate. You know that I am currently refining a life weapon, and I am very eager to obtain the termination spiritual liquid. If you can give me a drop, not only will the previous conditions be fulfilled, I will also owe you, corpse head ghost, a favor. This was the highest price the black-haired old man could bear. It is not impossible to give you a drop, but I have a condition. What condition? For me to use you for 100 million years. Hearing this, the black-haired old man's face darkened, and he immediately refused. If that is the case, then I am sorry. After the old corpse head ghost sent the guest off, the black-haired old man flung his sleeve and left unhappily. Humph, you want the termination spiritual liquid, but you are not willing to pay the price. How can there be such a wonderful thing in the world? The old corpse head ghost sneered as he watched the black-haired old man leave. After I kill the culprit who killed my zombie cavalry corps, I will go to your territory. At that time, I hope you can withstand my zombie cavalry corps. Chapter 3404. Corpse Head Continent Core Mansion. An angry roar reverberated in the air above the mansion. Many of his subordinates were trembling. They knew better than anyone how terrifying old corpse head ghost was. Once he was angry, they would be affected. I wonder who dares to provoke, sir. That person has been attacking our zombie cavalry regiment. He seems to be afraid of sir. In the mansion, the zombie cavalry regiment was discussing this matter. In just a month, more than 30 members of the zombie cavalry regiment had died mysteriously. Their weapons had also disappeared. In front of the pavilion, old corpse head ghost's face was gloomy. He was furious. A bunch of trash. You can't even find one person? Beside him, the butler whispered, "Sir, I feel that something is wrong." Old corpse head ghost turned around and looked at him. Anyone who comes to my corpse head continent is basically here for the termination soldier spiritual liquid. This person has been hunting our zombie cavalry regiment members and doesn't dare to show up openly. This means that he is afraid of your strength. The butler continued to analyze. Every time he succeeds, he will take away the white bone tridents. I suspect that he wants to refine the termination liquid from the white bone trident. Humph, what a joke. Even a 5 elements Saint Realm elite might not be able to do it. Who does he think he is? It was certain that the person in the dark was at most at the yin-yang origin realm. If he was at the 5 elements Saint Realm, he wouldn't be afraid of old corpse head ghost. Looking at him, he should be here to collect the white bone trident. If that's the case, it will be much easier for us to force him out. Speaking of this, the butler chuckled. As long as we purposely spread the news and let the zombie cavalry regiment carry a large number of white bone tridents and walk on the corpse head continent, that guy will definitely appear. After pondering for a moment, old corpse head ghost nodded. Let's do as you say. A few days later, a piece of news spread. Old corpse head ghost had made a secret deal with the elite of the other continent. The zombie cavalry regiment would escort 100 white bone tridents to the elite's location. This news spread like wildfire on the corpse head continent. Naturally, it also reached Fang Chen's ears. 100 white bone tridents? When Fang Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. Master, this is most likely old corpse head ghost's scheme. He wants to force you to show up and then kill you, Su Qi reminded him. Fang Chen nodded. How could he not know that this was a conspiracy? But if the zombie cavalry regiment really, it was worth it for him to make a move. How can I not accept such a generous gift from old corpse head ghost? Fang Chen had already made his decision. However, if what the corpse cavalry regiment is escorting isn't the white bone trident, wouldn't you have been tricked? Su Qi said. Fang Chen shook his head, his gaze deep. With the corpse head ghost's arrogant personality, I don't think so. His goal is just to lure me out. As for the white bone fork, he's not worried that I can take it away under his nose. But Su Qi wanted to say something but was stopped by Fang Chen. Seeing the latter's confident look, Su Qi shook his head and prayed in his heart. Now, he was truly tied to Fang Chen. Once Fang Chen dies, old corpse head ghost will not let him go. A few days later, a 20-man zombie cavalry regiment set off from the core mansion of the continent. They crossed countless mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the area where Fang Chen was. They're here. Fang Chen hid in a towering tree as he watched the zombie cavalry regiment approaching from afar. It really is the white bone trident. On a horse carriage there was a huge wooden chest. Around the wooden chest, there was the aura of the termination spiritual liquid. Fang Chen's powerful divine sense instantly locked onto the wooden box. He sneered in his heart. In order to lure him out, old corpse head ghost really did everything he could. The white bone trident that could have been kept in the Sumer ring was placed on the carriage. Wasn't his intention too obvious? Old corpse head ghost, I'll accept your gift. On the wasteland, the zombie cavalry regiment was slowly moving forward. Their attention was also on the surrounding void. It's been a few days. Why hasn't there been any movement? Could it be that that person already knows this is a trap and doesn't dare to appear? I feel that Lord's plan has some flaws. As long as that person isn't retarded, he definitely won't appear. A few zombies discussed in a low voice. On the wooden box in the carriage, there was a flickering mark. This was old corpse head ghost's mark. As long as Fang Chen appeared, his true body would appear immediately. This was an open conspiracy. I'll place the white bone trident outside for you to discover. Even if you know this is a plan against you, so what? Unless you don't covet the white bone trident, you won't be able to resist such a great attraction. Sure enough, everything was going according to old corpse head ghost's plan. Fang Chen appeared. Xiao! Suddenly, a terrifying sword light slashed from afar. The terrifying sword energy formed a powerful sword energy storm in the void. Wherever the storm passed, it swept away everything. "It's here," the leading zombie shouted in a low voice. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist the terrifying sword energy storm. Boom, boom, boom. This sword energy storm was Fang Chen's strongest attack. The first level of the Heavenly Star sword art was extremely powerful. Coupled with the Saint Treasure Coiling Dawn spear, these zombies couldn't resist at all. Crack! Just as many zombies were struggling to hold on, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shattered the sword energy storm. Whoosh! The master was fearful and let out a sigh of relief. The mist dispersed, but no one could be seen. Just as the zombies were puzzled, a hearty laugh was heard. "Old corpse head ghost, thank you for your gift." As soon as the voice finished, the wooden box shattered. The white bone trident soared into the sky and was taken by Fang Chen. "You're courting death." In the void, a monstrous aura swept over. Old corpse head ghost had personally arrived. Heavenly Star sword art. Fang Chen performed the Heavenly Star sword art without hesitation. He slashed at Old Corpse Head Ghost's path of attack and blocked him. Just now, he knew that Old Corpse Head Ghost was nearby, but he still made a move. He used a diversion tactic and seized the white bone trident with lightning speed. Boom! Old Corpse Head Ghost roared angrily and smashed the sword light in front of him with a punch. He took a step forward and the void trembled. "Human, how dare you come to my corpse head continent to make trouble? I think you're tired of living." Old Corpse Head Ghost said eerily, "My zombie cavalry army was also killed by you, right?" Fang Chen nodded. There was no need to hide anything. "Good, very good. I've occupied the corpse head continent for so long, and no one has dared to make trouble like this." Old Corpse Head Ghost's robe swayed. Light shot out from his dark eyes. Chapter 3405. Boom! The Old Corpse Head Ghost radiated a wild, murderous aura. A terrifying light shot out of the Old Corpse Head Ghost's cold eyes. The Old Corpse Head Ghost's every action could cause changes in the world. The Old Corpse Head Ghost looked down at Fang Chen from above. Half-step in essence stage? When the Old Corpse Head Ghost sensed the aura coming from Fang Chen, his expression changed drastically. "What's going on?" The Old Corpse Head Ghost released his strong spiritual sense, trying to see through Fang Chen. However, the Old Corpse Head Ghost was horrified to discover that no matter how he checked, Xiao Chen's cultivation remained at the half-step in essence stage. There were only two possibilities for such a situation. First, this person was truly a half-step in essence stage cultivator. Second, this person had a strong concealment technique that hid his aura. Considering the deaths of the Corpse Head Ghost's cavalry, the Old Corpse Head Ghost believed that the second possibility was more likely. Trying to mystify me." After thinking for a while, the Old Corpse Head Ghost laughed mockingly. Even if Xiao Chen's true strength was not at the half-step in essence stage, he could not be that strong, either. If you truly possessed the strength of the Yang essence stage, you would have attacked me long ago. You would not have secretly killed my subordinate. At this thought, the Old Corpse Head Ghost laughed mockingly. Then, he opened his hand, and an extremely horrifying energy howled. "Essence Spirit Instant Kill!" the Old Corpse Head Ghost shouted. Then, a terrifying Soul Dao energy surged out above his head. Buzz! Fang Chen frowned. He felt his essence spirit tremble as if it was greatly suppressed. What kind of technique is this? In the blink of an eye, that horrifying Soul Dao energy charged over. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood. So, that is the case. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he leaped up. He instantly released his peak corporeal stage essence spirit. Wild Soul Dao energy formed a strong defense around him. Boom! The Old Corpse Head Ghost's Soul Dao energy contained a special kind of energy. When it came into contact with Fang Chen's Soul Dao energy, It quickly penetrated his soul Tao energy at an extremely tricky angle. Rip! Fang Chen's essence spirit trembled violently. He flicked his sleeve, and the two different types of soul power exploded with a boom. Instantly, Fang Chen felt his primordial spirit relax a lot. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he quickly retreated. What a terrifying technique! The power of the Soul Tao is actually able to silently infiltrate my Yuan spirit and kill me instantly. Fang Chen was shocked. After Xiao Chen came to the Deity Fall battlefield, he met a Yang Essence stage expert. Xiao Chen did not expect the Yang Essence stage expert to display such strong means. Although my full strength is comparable to a Yang Yuan stage expert, it will still be difficult to defeat the corpse head ghost. Fang Chen quickly pondered. After all, he was not a true yin-yang origin realm expert. Compared to the corpse head ghost, he had many other special techniques besides his comprehension of the supreme law. There were some methods that those without experience would not know how terrifying they were. Soon, Fang Chen came to the conclusion that he couldn't fight them head-on. Let's go. With a thought, Fang Chen unleashed the rock movement technique. A gust of wind arose as he quickly disappeared into the void. You want to leave? The corpse head ghost sneered. He stomped his foot and chased after Yi Shiwen. On my corpse head continent, if you dare to be my enemy, you must be prepared to die. The corpse head ghost was not worried at all that Fang Chen would escape under his nose. That was because this was his territory. The vast corpse head continent was filled with a biting cold murderous aura. This murderous aura contained the aura of the zombies. As an expert of the corpse refining branch, he was very familiar with the corpse chi in the air. Here. He gently pointed his finger, and the void shattered. Fang Chen's figure came into view. Go to hell. The corpse head ghost took out a white bone trident. This white bone trident was different from the one in the corpse cavalry regiment. This white bone trident was very large, and the aura it emitted was more powerful. You should be proud to die under my white bone poisonous dragon trident. As he spoke, the corpse head ghost waved his hand, and the white bone poisonous dragon trident danced. It carried an endless amount of corpse chi as it rushed towards Fang Chen. The white bone poisonous dragon trident was the corpse head ghost's natal weapon. For countless years, it had been soaked in termination spiritual liquid. Moreover, this white bone poisonous dragon trident had absorbed 30 drops of termination spiritual liquid. Its grade had long reached the pinnacle level. The coiling dawn spear was not worth mentioning in front of it. Pinnacle Saint Treasure? Fang Chen cursed in his heart and hurriedly took out the coiling dawn spear to block. Gotcha! The extremely powerful impact did not stop at all and instantly shattered the coiling dawn spear. Fang Chen felt his hand go numb, and then his body flew out like a cannonball. He felt his body was falling, and below him was an endless dark abyss. Damn it! He tried his best to return to the ground, but after being hit by the white bone poisonous dragon trident, the power in his body was destroyed. He wanted to, but he was powerless. Boom! At this moment, the corpse head ghost's white bone poisonous dragon trident attacked again. Die! The corpse head ghost shouted crazily. There was only one consequence for anyone who dared to cause trouble in his corpse head continent, and that was death. A saint treasure is useless. When the corpse head ghost saw the coiling dawn spear, he was slightly surprised, but soon he revealed a hideous smile. The white bone poisonous dragon trident exploded with shocking power and turned into an endless rainbow that hit Fang Chen, instantly sending him into the abyss. Thick smoke filled the air above the abyss. The corpse head ghost stood with his hands behind his back and put away the white bone poisonous dragon trident. His face was slightly solemn. I was careless, the corpse head ghost said eerily. He was very angry. Originally, everything was under his control, but he did not expect that Fang Chen's escape route would be the God Corpse abyss. That guy was hit by the white bone poisonous dragon trident and fell into the god corpse abyss. He will definitely die. The corpse head ghost pondered. What a pity for my Bai-Gu white bone trident. As the wind blew past, the corpse head ghost's black robe let out a rustling sound. His deep eyes looked at the bottom of the god corpse abyss and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, the corpse head ghost sighed and turned to leave. In the wilderness, the corpse cavalry army cheered when they saw the corpse head ghost return. My lord, is that guy dead? Can he still live after my lord took action? Everyone had reached the stage of blind confidence in the corpse head ghost. At this time, the steward seemed to have noticed that the corpse head ghost was not in a good mood. My lord, that guy was hit by my white bone poisonous dragon trident and fell into the god corpse abyss. After that, the corpse head ghost turned and left. The steward was taken aback and immediately said, God corpse abyss. Does that mean that the 100 white bone tridents are gone? He felt a pain in his heart. Those were 100 white bone tridents. They were priceless and they were gone just like that. However, thinking of how terrifying the god corpse abyss was, he kept shaking his head. Although my lord has complete control of the corpse head continent, there is only one place that even my lord does not dare to enter, the steward muttered to himself. The place that even the corpse head ghost was afraid of was naturally the god corpse abyss. It was rumored that the god corpse abyss had the corpses of powerful cultivators left behind from the ancient battle of gods. They were called god corpses. When the corpse head ghost had just unified the continent, he was a little arrogant and wanted to go in to check it out. However, before he could fall into the abyss, he was injured by the terrifying energy and almost died. After narrowly escaping, he did not dare to step into the god corpse abyss again. There were cliffs all around. Looking up, one could not see the sky. The entire space was in darkness, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. What is this place? Fang Chen looked around and felt that the aura was a little strange. At this time, Fang Chen had 2 terrifying wounds on his chest. His flesh was badly mangled, and his meridians were broken. He sat on the ground, his mind filled with curiosity. The corpse head ghost's top saint treasure hit my body. My internal organs were damaged, and I almost died. Fang Chen said, I was already on the verge of death, but after falling to a certain extent, some strange aura appeared around me and invaded my body. It was because of this strange aura that Fang Chen was able to remain conscious. The injuries on his body were also gradually healing. Did I step into a forbidden area? Fang Chen said. He described his previous battle to Su Qi. Su Qi was silent. Don't you know? Fang Chen asked. After a long time, Su Qi's heavy voice came from the Summer Ring. Master, if I'm not wrong, you should have fallen into the god corpse abyss. Fang Chen could hear that Su Qi's words were full of despair. What is the god corpse abyss? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. It is a forbidden area for humans. It is an extremely terrifying place. Even a peak yang essence realm cultivator will die without a doubt after entering. This sentence expressed how terrifying the god corpse abyss was. Fang Chen shrugged. Even a peak yang essence realm cultivator could not enter this place. However, how could he, a half-step in essence realm cultivator, enter? Moreover, his injuries, which were on the verge of death, were miraculously healing here. What was the reason for all of this? After saying this, Su Qi fell silent again. At this moment, he had given up on his final struggle and was waiting for death to come. The air is filled with a familiar aura. It is this aura that invaded my body and healed my injuries. Fang Chen frowned. His injuries were quite serious, and they healed relatively slowly. Let's recover first. If he really encountered danger, he would not be able to deal with it in his current condition. This continued for several days. Fang Chen's injuries had healed. His internal organs and meridians were refreshed. He even felt like he had been baptized. He slowly stood up, preparing to explore the legendary god corpse abyss. Buzz. At this moment, he felt a vibration coming from the Sumeru ring. Then, his eyes widened. The black broken sword? Chapter 3406. Fang Chun had obtained the broken black sword from the Gu family. At that time, he had studied it for a long time, but he hadn't discovered any secret. Later, he had obtained a piece of it after a fierce battle with Lord Mo in the crack in the void. The broken sword, which had been silent all this time, had actually made such a huge commotion. Combined with the familiar aura that had entered his body and healed him, Fang Chen was certain that the aura had something to do with the broken black sword. What's going on? Fang Chen's heartbeat sped up, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, the broken black sword struggled out of the Sumeru ring and floated in the air. At this moment, a vast amount of sword chi whizzed in from all directions and surrounded the black broken sword. What powerful sword chi! Fang Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Could it be that the expert who had died in the abyss of god corpses was a sword cultivator? Otherwise, why would there be such vast sword chi and be able to cause the broken black sword to resonate with it? That must be it. Under Fang Chen's gaze, the broken black sword suddenly swayed and slowly flew forward. Let's follow and see. Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he followed closely behind the broken black sword. In the blink of an eye, the broken black sword had arrived in front of the cliff. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light shot out from the broken black sword and bombarded the cliff. In the next moment, debris fell off the cliff, and a stone door appeared out of thin air. Creak! When the stone door appeared, Fang Chen's gaze also saw the scene inside the stone door. Should I go in? The pitch-black broken sword rushed into the stone door at an unparalleled speed, and then it disappeared. Fang Chen was hesitating whether to enter the stone door or not. He could imagine that there must be a great opportunity inside the stone door. However, the greater the opportunity, the greater the danger that accompanied it. Fang Chen was weighing whether this fortuitous opportunity was worth fighting for. According to Su Qi, the abyss of god corpses is a forbidden area for humans. Even experts at the peak of the Yang Yuan stage wouldn't dare to enter. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Even if the corpse head old ghost dominates the corpse head continent, he doesn't dare to touch the abyss of god corpses. This is enough to prove how dangerous the abyss of god corpses is. However, he was hit by old ghoul corpse's top-tier saint treasure and was heavily injured. Moreover, he was blasted into the abyss of god corpses. If it was an ordinary martial artist, even if they were not killed by the white bone poisonous dragon trident, they would still die from falling into the abyss. However, not only did Fang Chen survive, but his injuries were also healed by the pitch-black broken sword. In fact, he had even completely recovered. Therefore, Fang Chen was certain that the broken black sword was closely related to the abyss of god corpses. Since you're here, why not give it a try? After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen made an important decision. Thud thud thud. He slowly pushed open the stone door and entered. Boom. The moment he stepped through the stone door, it slammed shut and disappeared. Fang Chen turned around abruptly, and what entered his eyes was a complete cliff. Although he was full of doubts, Fang Chen forced himself to calm down. Thud thud thud. At this moment, Fang Chen felt the earth tremble and the mountains shake. A loud tremor came from the pitch-black tunnel that seemed to have no end. What's that sound? Fang Chen's keen sense of smell immediately detected the danger. However, by the time he reacted, it was already too late. In the dark tunnel not far away, a huge black bear appeared. It's very strong. Fang Chen could feel the terrifying aura coming from the black bear. It was not much weaker than old ghoul corpses. Roar. The black bear roared at the sky, and the sound of a sword came out of its mouth. Fang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. His eyes were like lightning as he carefully sized up the black bear. Only then did he notice that there was a long sword connected to flesh on the black bear's back. Could it be? Fang Chen exclaimed. A legendary sword beast? As a sword cultivator, he naturally knew what a sword beast was. Sword beasts, as the name suggested, were demonic beasts born from sword principle. The world was big and full of strange things. As the times changed and the environment changed, generation after generation of experts were born. In an era so long ago that it was impossible to investigate, a sword principle genius used his own sword principle to breed a demonic beast. When the demonic beast completely absorbed the sword principle aura, the sword principle bloodline would flow in its blood, and its own blood essence would condense into a long sword. This kind of demonic beast, like humans, could cultivate sword principle, so it was called a sword beast. Once it became a sword beast, it would undergo a fundamental transformation. Before this, Fang Chen had only seen records of sword beasts in unofficial history. He did not expect to encounter one at this moment. This sword beast's strength is probably at the early stage of Yang Essence stage. Fang Chen murmured. Human. The sword beast suddenly spoke. You dare to break into my master's tomb. Only death awaits you. However, since you have the broken sword, I can give you a chance. The sword beast stretched out its big paw and pointed at itself. Defeat me and you can pass through this passage. You only have 3 chances. If you fail, I will kill you with my own hand. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. He must seize the 3 chances. Take this. The sword beast growled. Its huge body was like an arrow released from a bow. Its speed was extremely fast, and it rushed to Fang Chen in the blink of an eye. Boom! Its big paw directly grabbed at Fang Chen's head. It was simple and violent, without any fancy move. Heavenly Star Sword Principle. Feeling the strong pressure, Fang Chen performed the Heavenly Star Sword Principle. Whoosh! The star-hidden sword shook, and a violent sword light quickly rushed out, colliding with the sword beast's big paw. Dong! The two collided, and an incredible force erupted, causing the whole passage to tremble. Human, your sword skills are good. The sword beast's voice rang out. Before you, there were others who came here, wanting to obtain my master's inheritance. However, their foundations in the sword Tao were too weak, and their sword skills were full of flaws. They could not even block one of my attacks. After saying this, the sword beast looked at Fang Chen with a smile. You obtained the 2 broken swords, but your cultivation is only at the half-step in essence stage. Hence, I lowered the standard. The sword beast said, as long as you can receive my next move, you pass. The standard for passing through the passage was based on the cultivator's cultivation. Fang Chen's true cultivation was only at the half-step in essence stage. Hence, he gained a significant advantage. Fang Chen stared at the black bear. It truly lives up to being a sword beast. Its understanding of the sword Tao is so strong. If it were in the ancient primal chaos, it could be considered the top sword cultivator. Fang Chen muttered. Chapter 3407. Normally, those who could come to the God Corp's abyss were at least Yang Essence stage experts. However, a half-step in essence stage cultivator came. This surprised the sword beast. Although you are only a half-step in essence stage cultivator, you are stronger than an ordinary Yang Essence stage cultivator. This shows your potential. In the sword beast's heart, its master was the strongest existence. Naturally, only experts were qualified to obtain the inheritance that its master left behind. Fang Chen's potential surprised the sword beast as well. Hence, the sword beast lowered its standards. I comprehended this move after watching Master casually swing his sword from afar. This move is strong enough to kill a peak in essence stage expert. You have to be careful, the sword beast warned. Be careful. Fang Chen nodded and stared at the sword beast. The sword beast's big claws grabbed the long sword on its back. Rip! The sword beast exerted force and pulled the sword out of its flesh. Drops of blood dripped to the ground. Boom! Under the control of the sword beast, the sword swung out gently. Fang Chen could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. What sword technique is this? Fang Chen's lips twitched. This sword technique did not pose any threat to him. The third sword of the Apocalypse sword technique. Xiao Chen even felt that he could block it if he executed the Apocalypse sword technique. However, when the hidden star sword appeared in front of this long sword, it was actually imprisoned. Huh! At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized that something was wrong. He quickly swung his sword again. Heavenly Star Sword Technique. This was a sword technique that was even stronger than the Apocalypse sword technique. With just one strike, it caused layers of sword waves to appear in the air. Rumble! The sword chi waves surged in the air, firmly entangling the sword beast's sword. Crack! However, just as Fang Chen relaxed, the vast and mighty sword chi waves suddenly shattered. The longsword attacked with an unimaginable speed. How can this be? Fang Chen exclaimed as his figure instantly flickered. However, the sword beast had already locked onto him. He had nowhere to run. What should I do? Fang Chen panicked, not knowing how to deal with this. Boom! The 9th level of the Ancient Annihilation secret technique was executed, and the power of the 9 layers was applied to the hidden star sword. The Heavenly Star Sword art was executed once more. In midair, a majestic sword chi that seemed to have existed for a long time instantly condensed. Under the control of Fang Chen, its aura skyrocketed and blocked the sword beast's long sword. With the superposition of the Ancient Extermination secret technique, the might of the Heavenly Star Sword art had more than doubled. Did you block it? In the air, the hidden star sword and the sword beast's long sword collided with each other, and the void was momentarily still. However, before he could finish speaking, Fang Chen was shocked to find that the star-hidden sword was actually broken. Crack! The hidden star sword couldn't bear the heavy pressure and broke into 2 pieces. Hoo! A terrifying sword chi was released from the wound, drowning the sword beast's sword. A deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire tunnel. After a long while, the passageway gradually came to a stop. Is it over? Fang Chen murmured. Clang! The broken hidden star sword fell to the ground. The fog dissipated, and the sword beast remained motionless, staring at Fang Chen with its gong-sized eyes. There was a long sword on its back that was connected to its flesh. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost exhausted all of his strength to barely block that sword attack. This was only the first hurdle that he had encountered. He didn't dare to imagine how many dangers were waiting for him in the future. Clap, clap, clap. The sword beast clapped its hands and praised Fang Chen. I used my origin sword, and its power is comparable to the full force of a peak yang essence stage expert, but you blocked it. You're really amazing. After the exchange, the sword beast had a whole new level of respect for Fang Chen. You've only cultivated for a short period of time, but you have such heaven-defying achievements in the sword Dao. It's no wonder that you can obtain 2 pieces of the broken sword. The sword beast continued, since you can pass this hurdle, you won't return empty-handed. I hope you'll be lucky enough to obtain my master's inheritance. As the sword beast finished speaking, it slowly disappeared into the dark passage. The sword beast's words echoed in Fang Chen's mind. Continue forward? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows, adjusted his body slightly, and continued forward. The battle with the sword beast also made Fang Chen deeply aware of his shortcomings. The sword technique that I comprehended after watching from afar has such tyrannical power? Fang Chen was speechless. How strong was the sword beast's master? It was too terrifying. The sword attack just now seemed simple, but it actually contained the strongest sword Dao. That sword attack could affect the surrounding time and space, and it could also suppress people with its power. Most importantly, I was able to sense a terrifying sword Dao that was superior to all sword Daos in that sword move. It seems that I still have a long way to go. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. The invincible sword Tao that he created was considered a super sword Tao in the primordial chaos. But compared to the sword beast's sword Tao, it was not worth mentioning. Although the invincible sword Tao is still very weak at the moment, it has the advantage of being malleable. As my strength increases, the invincible sword Tao will also continue to upgrade. I believe that one day, the invincible sword Tao will reach an extremely terrifying level. At that time, he would be a true sword Tao Grandmaster. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen put aside the image in his mind and continued forward. After a long while, he came to the end of the passage. It was bright outside, and in contrast, the passage was even darker. A chessboard was placed alone at the exit. To Fang Chen's surprise, the order of the chess pieces on the chessboard was exactly the same as the Tao chessboard he had seen in the Thousand Pagoda. Tao chessboard? He had completely deciphered the 108 moves of the Tao chessboard a long time ago. Before he left the primordial chaos, he had copied the Tao chessboard into the sacred palace to test the potential of many sword cultivators. Why is the Tao chessboard here? Fang Chen frowned and pondered. That's not right. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found something different. Although the Tao gathering chessboard here has 108 chess pieces, the positions of all 3 chess pieces overlap with one another. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the Tao chessboard emitted a gentle light. Then, all the information about the Tao chessboard appeared in Fang Chen's mind. After reading it, Fang Chen was enlightened. I see. The Tao chessboard originated from the battlefield of Godfall. The Tao chessboard in the Thousand Pagoda was the small Tao chessboard. The Tao chessboard in front of him was the great Tao chessboard. The great and small Tao chessboards were used to test the potential of martial artists in ancient times. The small Tao chessboard had a total of 108 moves, and each move contained the mysterious supreme law. The great Tao chessboard had a total of 36 moves, but they were more quintessential and contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. I have to decipher the first 6 moves of the Tao chessboard to leave the passage? Chapter 3408. The great Tao chessboard was mysterious. Slowly walking to the chessboard, Fang Chen closed his eyes slightly. He could sense the aura of supreme rules emanating from the great Tao chessboard. The supreme order. Fang Chen murmured. The supreme order was everywhere. This kind of order was above the wind, fire, thunder and lightning order. It was a kind of order that controlled heaven and earth. If an emperor-to-be wanted to enter the emperor realm, he had to fully comprehend the supreme order. When he entered the God-Fall battlefield, Fang Chen had already deciphered the 108 moves of the small Tao chessboard. Now, he encountered the great Tao chessboard again, but this time it was the great Tao chessboard. Let me see what kind of mystery is contained in the great Tao chessboard. Fang Chen sat cross-legged in front of the great Tao chessboard. His powerful consciousness instantly penetrated into the chessboard space. Buzz. As soon as he entered, he sensed a terrifying aura surging toward him. Tao Luo's sword. The terrifying aura in the chessboard space quickly condensed into a long sword. Fang Chen recognized the sword at first glance. Crack! Seeing the Tao Luo sword coming toward him, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. The Tianqian sword principle was his most powerful sword principle so far. When the Tao Luo sword collided with the red glass sword, there was a crisp crack. Then, a violent aura spread in all directions. Buzz! Fang Chen instantly understood. The first move of the great Tao chessboard deciphered. Although the first move of the great Tao chessboard is mysterious, it is at most comparable to the 18 moves of the small Tao chessboard. Fang Chen grinned. After the short contact, he had basically understood the mystery of the great Tao chessboard. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the following time, he continued to brandish the red glass sword. Streaks of terrifying sword radiance whizzed out. The second move, deciphered. The third move deciphered. The fourth move deciphered. In just 1 hour, Fang Chen had easily deciphered the first 5 moves of the great Tao chessboard. At this moment, his entire body was enveloped by sword light, and his mind was filled with the profound mysteries of the supreme laws. In his eyes, the supreme ancestral eye was faintly discernible, ready to burst out at any moment. It was also at this moment that he continued to decipher the 6th step. The great Tao chessboard had a total of 36 moves. Every 6 steps was a small step. The 6th step was the first hurdle Fang Chen encountered. If he could not solve it, he would stop here. He would have no hope of obtaining the powerful inheritance in the abyss of the godly corpses. Paramount laws, Fang Chen murmured. In his mind, the scene of him deciphering the small Tao chessboard suddenly flashed. Every image represented every step he had taken to deciphering it. 1. As time went by, Fang Chen's body radiated multicolored light in all directions. The dark tunnel was illuminated by the dazzling light emitted from his body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 7th day, Fang Chen's body finally showed some changes. I see. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand. A faint wisp of aura floated in the center of his palm. Break for me. His eyes were like lightning as he instantly shot out a terrifying sword light, shattering the Dao Luo sword at the 6th step with an unstoppable force. Boom! At this moment, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The great Dao chessboard in front of Fang Chen suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen took a step forward and arrived outside the dark tunnel. He looked up. At this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Lightning dragons flickered and roared. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen had been dormant in the quasi-emperor realm for a long time. Now, he was finally going to break through. 1. In his eyes, the supreme ancestral eye that he had absorbed before emerged one after another. The ancestral eyes emitted a gentle glow as they merged with the supreme power of the heavens and earth. At the same time, Fang Chen released his powerful primordial spirit and condensed Dao Luo sword. Boom! Under his control, the Dao Luo swords and the ancestral eye collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. Break and rebuild. Break for me! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. Lightning danced wildly in the sky. A terrifying lightning dragon with boundless power swooped down and bombarded Fang Chen's body. However, Fang Chen did not show any fear on his face. He stood upright with his hands behind his back and raised his head. His pitch-black eyes stared at the descending lightning dragons with a faint smile. Dong! 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 In the time it took for a spark to fly, countless lightning dragons filled the sky and struck Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen looked like a 30,000-meter-tall demonic god bathed in lightning and absorbed the energy of the ancestral eye and Dao Luo swords. What's going on? Is someone breaking through to the Yin Essence stage? Why would a half-step Yin Essence stage cultivator come to the God Corpse abyss? Outside the dark tunnel was a quiet valley. Just at this moment, countless voices came from the valley. Old undying existences appeared in the air, one after another. These old undying existences looked at Fang Chen with stunned expressions. Indeed, he is a half-step Yin Essence stage cultivator. These old undying existences were shocked. They could not imagine how a half-step Yin Essence stage cultivator came to the God Corpse abyss. Interesting. This old Taoist has lived for 30 billion years. But I have never seen anyone undergo a tribulation in the God Corpse abyss. When a quasi-emperor advanced to martial emperor, one needed to undergo a tribulation. However, Fang Chen's strength already rivaled that of a Yang Essence stage cultivator. Hence, the lightning tribulation did not pose much of a threat to him. Seeing Fang Chen bathed in lightning, these old undying existences sighed. Rumble! Amidst the thunderbolts, Fang Chen could feel his body getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, the supreme power of law in the surrounding void was gushing into his body. When Xiao Chen looked down, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in his abdomen. The whirlpool was filled with dense supreme law energy. This is, Fang Chen showed a grave expression. The clearest sign of advancing from the half-step Yin essence stage to the Yin essence stage was the condensing of primordial Yin in the body. I wonder how large my primordial Yin can be? When one advanced to the Yin essence stage and condensed a large amount of primordial Yin, it meant that one's combat prowess and potential were stronger. While Fang Chen condensed his primordial Yin, the old undying existences discussed with each other. I feel that this fellow is not simple. The primordial Yin he condensed should not be less than 30 meters, one of them said. Primordial Yin could be measured in meters. Since ancient times, there had been experts whose primordial Yin reached more than 300 meters, but there were also some whose primordial Yin only reached several dozen meters. However, after the age of Dharma ending, those who could condense 30 meters of primordial Yin were already outstanding talent. Practically no one could condense 150 meters of primordial Yin. As for the legendary 300-meter primordial Yin, it had never appeared before. Chapter 3409. The old monsters looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. They had already spent countless years in this God Corpse abyss. Time no longer held any meaning to them. Loneliness was the enemy that troubled them the most. Now, someone finally made it here. Naturally, they were very happy. They hoped that this person could remain in the God Corpse abyss for a few more days, so that they could have some fun. Boom, boom, boom. A strong whirlpool appeared around Fang Chen. This whirlpool was formed entirely by the supreme law energy. Fang Chen stood in the center of the whirlpool. The Yin essence energy in his body also rapidly gathered. Crack! The Yin essence energy gathered extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached 3 meters wide. Boom! The Yin essence energy broke out of Fang Chen's body and appeared above him. From the outside, the Yin essence energy looked like a sword. It looked very strange and gave off a shocking feeling. This was the most important thing for a Yin-Yang essence stage cultivator, the source of their energy, the Yin essence energy. Whoosh! The Yin essence energy that broke out of Xiao Chen's body frantically absorbed the supreme law energy in the whirlpool around him. As a result, it grew increasingly faster. In the blink of an eye, the Yin essence energy grew to 25 meters. At this moment, the growth did not slow down, continuing to rise. Boom! Under the gazes of the old men, Fang Chen's primordial Yin easily broke through 30 meters. The growth rate did not slow down. Could it be that his Yin essence energy can reach 60 meters? A look of astonishment appeared in their eyes. It had been a long time since they saw an outstanding talent with such potential. No wonder he could make it here with his half-step Yin essence stage cultivation. He can be considered the first person of this era to break through to the Yin essence stage in the God Corpse abyss. As the old monsters chatted, the Yin essence energy above Fang Chen's head grew explosively again. 10 meters, 120 meters, 120 meters. When Xiao Chen's Yin essence energy broke through 60 meters, the old monsters' expressions gradually turned grave. As they looked at Fang Chen, their eyes turned exceptionally bright. It is already 60 meters, and it is still growing? Heavens! What kind of monster is this? If this were the ancient times, the three of them would not be so surprised. After all, that was the era when the primal chaos realm was at its most prosperous. There were even Yin elemental cultivators who were over 1,000 feet tall. A mere 20 feet was nothing at all. However, this was the age of chaos. To be able to reach this step was truly rare. Fang Chen could feel that as his Yin essence grew, his strength also soared. So strong. He clenched his fists slightly, and the power in his body vibrated rapidly. I wonder what level my Yin essence can reach? Fang Chen was also very curious. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. At this time, Fang Chen's primordial Yin had already broken through the 500-foot barrier. But what was most shocking was that his speed hadn't decreased at all. Instead, it was still rising. The old bastards in the valley were already dumbfounded. Even they felt ashamed of their inferiority when facing Fang Chen. Impressive. Back then, I was already considered a genius, but I only managed to condense 100 meters. We haven't come out for a long time. Could it be that a great change has occurred in the God's Fall battlefield, and many amazing geniuses have appeared? I wonder if this fellow can break through 1,000 feet. 3 days later, a terrifying primordial essence stood above Fang Chen's head. It seemed to have existed since ancient times, exuding a terrifying aura. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back under that primordial essence. Has it finally stopped? Fang Chen muttered. In 3 days, Xiao Chen had condensed 110 feet of primordial essence. The old bastards in the valley were already so shocked that they couldn't speak. 1,000 feet of primordial essence. Even in the ancient era, no one could compare to it. 1,010 feet. Fang Chen curled his lips, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. If not for cracking the great Tao chessboard and accumulating energy in my body for a while, the primordial essence might have been larger, Fang Chen said. Brat, be content. Suddenly, a red-haired old man glared at Fang Chen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following that, several sonic booms rang out. The old bastards who had been watching in secret all appeared. To be able to condense 1,000 feet of primordial essence at such a young age, your potential can be said to be unparalleled throughout history. The black-clad old man said, even in the ancient era, when experts were everywhere, no one could compare to you. Are you still not satisfied? In the age of Dharma's end, those who could condense 100 feet of primordial essence were already peak experts. You condensed 1,000 feet of primordial essence. Is it not good enough? The old bastards were somewhat speechless. Indeed, comparisons were odious. Seeing the old men suddenly appear, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. He cupped his fists and said, Junior Fang Chen greets seniors. As if sensing Fang Chen's confusion, the red-haired old man explained, We are Master's servants. Back when Master was still alive, we were responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in this valley for Master. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard that. He shook his head in disbelief. They were responsible for taking care of the flowers and plants in the valley. Simply put, weren't they janitors? Even such people were peak Yang essence stage cultivators. In that case, how strong was the master of the God Corpse abyss when he was alive? Brat, you just broke through to the essence stage. Your horizons are too shallow. How could you know how powerful Master was? Back when Master was still alive, he had countless disciples. Any random guard was a yin-yang essence stage cultivator. As for us, although we were responsible for the flowers and plants in the valley, our cultivations also reached the 5-element sage realm. Unfortunately, the red-haired old man sighed and continued, when Master fell, our cultivations fell as well. Whoosh! Fang Chen's heart trembled, stirring up great waves in his heart. 5-element sage realm. These old fellows before Xiao Chen were actually 5-element sage realm experts at their peak. That was an existence second only to primal chaos primes. You are the first half-step essence stage cultivator to come here in countless years, the black-clad old man said with a smile. You can condense 300-meter-long essence. Your potential is unparalleled. It is very likely that you will obtain the inheritance that Master left behind. As the black-clad old man spoke, he gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder. Seniors, may I ask? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen did his best to suppress the shock in his heart. Then, he cupped his fists and asked, I already solved the first 6 moves of the great Tao chessboard and passed the test. What other tests are there? Xiao Chen's goal was to obtain the inheritance of the God Corpse Abyss's master. Do you see that place? The red-haired old man pointed to the depths of the valley. Fang Chen looked over and suddenly discovered a pool in the depths of the valley. Above the pool were two broken black swords. A broken black sword! Fang Chen exclaimed. Chapter 34:10. The quiet valley was filled with lush greenery. Several old men stood in front of Fang Chen. Judging from their attire, they looked like beggars. However, even Fang Chen did not dare to underestimate them. After all, they were at the peak of the Yang Essence stage. Most importantly, they used to be super experts of the Five Elements Saint stage. Following the red-haired old man's gaze, Fang Chen saw a strange scene. In the depths of the valley there was a pool. Above the pool, two black broken swords were hovering. The aura of sword principle escaped and rushed into the pool. Ripples appeared on the surface of the quiet pool. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Sword principle? He could clearly feel that the ripples on the surface of the pool contained a complicated sword principle. It's not easy for you to come here. We congratulate you for passing the preliminary test left by our master. What you need to do next is to enter the Chaos Origin Sword Pool, absorb the Chaos Origin Sword Chi, and condense the Chaos Origin Sword Seed. Chaos Origin Sword Pool? Hearing this, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. The sword principle that the Master of the God's Corpse Abyss cultivated should be the Chaos Origin Sword principle that the red-haired old man mentioned. The Chaos Origin Sword Pool must be the work of the Master of the God's Corpse Abyss. Fang Chen was very clear about the process of condensing a sword seed. Boy, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must seize it. The red-haired old man said in a deep voice. The more sword seeds you condense, the easier it will be for you to comprehend our Master's Chaos Origin Sword principle. What you need to do is to try your best to condense sword seed. The black-robed old man added, You only have 1 month. If you can't condense a sword seed during this time, you will be eliminated. Which one of the people present wasn't a proud and arrogant person? In their opinion, if one could not condense a sword seed in a month, he was not qualified to receive their master's inheritance. Okay, you can begin. The red-haired old man waved his hand. Immediately, Fang Chen found himself above the Chaos Origin Sword Pool. 1. The two black broken swords seemed to have sensed Fang Chen's arrival and let out a cheerful sound. Rip. Just as Fang Chen came into contact with the primordial sword pool, the speed at which the two black broken swords spun suddenly increased. They attracted the power in the surrounding void and formed a vortex that enveloped Fang Chen. With the help of the two black broken swords, Fang Chen's entire body sank into the primordial chaos sword pool. This is Chaos Elemental Sword Chi? Fang Chen could feel that the stream was filled with a terrifying sword chi. This sword chi was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut open the sky. Begin absorbing. Fang Chen did not waste any time. He closed his eyes and began to absorb the primordial chaos sword chi. 1. Traces of primordial chaos sword chi drilled into Fang Chen's body. Under Fang Chen's control, it began to condense into a sword seed. A sword seed contained the power of the sword principle. Almost every sword cultivator knew how to condense a sword seed. In order to condense a sword seed, one must have a certain understanding of the sword principle. It was Fang Chen's first time coming into contact with the primordial chaos sword principle. He was very unfamiliar with it, so it was slightly difficult for him to condense it. Boom! When the first ray of primordial chaos sword chi poured into his mind, Fang Chen's body trembled. An earth-shattering scene appeared in his mind. In that scene, a man in golden armor held a long sword and looked down on the world. A mighty wind blew past, and he suddenly slashed out with his sword. A sword suddenly appeared in the void without any warning. Wherever the sword light passed, circles of ripples would appear. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The sword light pierced through his enemy at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, what shocked Fang Chen the most was that when the sword light pierced into his enemy's body, it immediately destroyed the yin-yang essence in his body. His yin-yang essence has shattered. Fang Chen exclaimed. When the yin-yang essence shattered, the enemy died instantly. Whoosh! Just as Fang Chen was shocked, the scene in his mind disappeared. Fang Chen was dumbfounded and did not recover for a long time. Yin Essence Realm martial artists condensed Yin Essence in their body. After reaching the Yang Essence Realm, another ray of Yang Essence would condense in their body. Finally, Yin Essence and Yang Essence would combine and split into two. This would be the peak of the Yin-Yang Essence Realm. The enemy just now was the peak of Yin-Yang Essence Realm. However, he could not even block a single sword strike from the man in golden armor. That sword strike just now seemed simple, but it actually contained the terrifying primordial chaos sword principle. It pierced through the enemy's body and shattered his yin-yang essence. Amazing! After a long time, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The primordial chaos sword principle was too powerful. It could actually shatter a martial artist's yin-yang essence in one strike. This was extremely fatal in a battle. At this moment, with a thought, Fang Chen closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. His potential in the Sword Dao was number one in all of history. He created the unrivaled Sword Dao and cultivated the Massacre Sword Dao, Armageddon Sword Dao, Heavenly Star Sword Dao, and many other Sword Daos. His understanding of the Sword Dao had already reached a terrifying level. Even a peak yin-yang essence realm martial artist might not be a match for him. Just now, he saw the man in golden armor execute the primordial chaos sword principle and comprehended it. Several days later, in the valley, a few old men were puzzled. What is this fellow doing? Why isn't he making use of the time to condense a sword seed? He is trying to comprehend the primordial chaos sword principle. The red-haired old man curled his lips. What a joke! The primordial chaos sword principle is Master's strongest sword Dao. Although he only left behind the first stage of the primordial chaos sword principle, it is not something a Yin Essence realm martial artist can comprehend. Stupid. This is too stupid. It is simply a waste of time. The black-clad old man said with a gloomy expression. There was only 1 month. Instead of making use of the time to condense a sword seed, he was trying to comprehend the primordial chaos sword principle. The red-clad old man shook his head and sighed. He originally thought that with this fellow's great potential, he should be able to understand this point. In the end, his cultivation level is still too low. His vision is also incomparable to ours. The few old men felt that it was a pity. They also concluded that it was impossible for Fang Chen to condense a sword seed in a month. In that case, he would be eliminated in a month. After waiting for so long, we rejoiced for nothing. Forget it. How can Master's inheritance be obtained so easily? To obtain Master's inheritance, one must be an unparalleled genius. After that, the few old men stopped paying attention to Fang Chen. They would occasionally appear to check the situation in the primordial chaos sword pool, and then hide again. Time passed slowly. Soon, the 1-month deadline was up. In the primordial chaos sword pool, Fang Chen still had not condensed a sword seed. He was still in a state of epiphany and had yet to wake up. Chapter 34:11. Time's up. The red-haired old man muttered. The others were expressionless. Let him come out. The black-robed old man flicked his sleeve, and the 2 black broken swords above the primordial chaos sword pool were instantly imprisoned. The vortex in the primordial chaos sword pool also collapsed. Fang Chen suddenly woke up from his epiphany. Phew! Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In his mind, he recalled his epiphany in the past month. Primordial chaos sword Dao. Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, Fang Chen felt a strong repulsive force. His body slowly dived and left the primordial chaos sword pool. When the old men looked at Fang Chen, their expressions were somewhat indifferent. They had high hopes for Fang Chen, but the latter disappointed them. Seniors. Fang Chen cupped his fists and came to the front of the old men. You can go. The red-haired old man shook his head. You're too ambitious. How can you succeed in one go? Fang Chen was stunned and hurriedly asked, Senior. There's no need to say any more. A month has passed and you haven't condensed a sword seed. You've been eliminated. Don't worry, even if you're eliminated, we'll send you out of the abyss of immortal corpses safely. However, you can't tell the outside world what you've seen and heard in the abyss of immortal corpses. Otherwise, we won't let you go. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the few old men. Then he said, Senior, why is the primordial chaos sword pool's test to condense a sword seed? Condensing a sword seed is naturally to test the potential of the sword Tao. It's also the initial contact with the primordial chaos sword Tao to facilitate future comprehension. The red-haired old man explained. Fang Chen nodded. Absorbing the primordial chaos sword qi and condensing a sword seed is to pave the way for comprehending the primordial chaos sword Tao. Fang Chen shrugged and said, I haven't condensed a sword seed, but, at this point, a terrifying sword light shot out of Fang Chen's eyes. With a thought, a majestic sword qi emerged from his body. This is... The old men didn't plan on continuing their conversation with Fang Chen, but when they sensed the sword qi, their expressions changed drastically. How is this possible? Several people cried out involuntarily. They widened their eyes and stared at Fang Chen. That's right, that's absolutely right. Primordial Chaos Sword Tao. How could he comprehend the Primordial Chaos Sword Tao in such a short time? The red-haired old man suddenly flipped his palm and slapped it towards Fang Chen. The latter instinctively gathered his sword to block the red-haired old man's attack. Hiss hiss hiss. The sword qi collided with the red-haired old man's palm and was caught by the latter. After carefully sensing it, the red-haired old man's body trembled, and his face was filled with excitement. How is it? Several people asked. Crack. The sword light in the red-haired old man's hand shattered, and he nodded heavily. It's the primordial chaos sword Tao. There's no mistaking it. Hearing this, the hearts of the few people were filled with shock. Their gazes towards Fang Chen became extremely heated. You comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao? The red-haired old man's breathing was a little rapid. Fang Chen nodded and didn't hide it. This, unbelievable, it was simply unbelievable. Even the super geniuses of ancient times could condense a few sword seeds in a month, which was already considered not bad. However, this guy in front of them actually comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao. After a brief shock, several people tried hard to suppress the excitement in their hearts. Senior, may I ask if I passed? Fang Chen asked. The red-haired old man hurriedly nodded. What a joke. If he couldn't pass even after comprehending the primordial chaos sword Tao, then no one in the world could pass unless his master was reborn. Little brother, previously. The red-haired old man was a little embarrassed. Fang Chen waved his hand. Seniors, you have high expectations of me. Seeing that I didn't condense a sword seed, you're naturally disappointed. I can understand. Ha ha ha, it's good that you understand. You really gave us a big surprise. Too strong. In just a month, you comprehended the first stage of the primordial chaos sword Tao. This is a miracle. The old men were full of praise for Fang Chen. After a long while, they calmed down. Little brother, although you've cultivated the primordial chaos sword Tao, I'm afraid you still have a lot of questions about this sword Tao, right? The red-haired old man took out a scroll from his arms and handed it to Fang Chen. This is the experience of a disciple of my master who comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao. Back then, I inadvertently helped that disciple, so he gave this scroll to me. Now, I'm giving it to you, hoping that it can help you. Since you've comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao, you've passed this round and are qualified to be my master's successor. The black-robed old man smiled and said, Next, there's one last round. If you can get my master's approval, you can get the primordial chaos sword Dao and also the many treasures left behind by my master. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows and his face was full of smiles. Seniors, if I may ask, is your master the legendary primordial chaos supremacy? Hearing the words primordial chaos supremacy, all of them were moved. Primordial chaos supremacy is an expert who stands at the peak of martial arts. With a thought, he can break the chaos. Such an expert can be called the god of creation. The red-haired old man shook his head. Even in the ancient times, primordial chaos supremacy was a mythical existence. I once heard from my master that a primordial chaos supremacy was born in the ancient times, but I've never heard of him. Primordial chaos supremacy was the pinnacle of this world. Our master is a super expert of the 5 elements sacred realm. Although he looked down on the ancient times, there's still a big gap between him and primordial chaos supremacy. Through their narration, Fang Chen's heart was even more shaken, and he became more aware of how terrifying primordial chaos supremacy was. Such a powerful master of the God's Corpse Abyss was only a super expert of the 5 elements sacred realm. One could imagine how strong primordial chaos supremacy was. In Fang Chen's understanding, primordial chaos supremacy should be similar to the Emperor Realm masters of the primordial chaos in the Age of Chaos. He shook his head hard to get rid of these thoughts. Primordial chaos supremacy was too far away for him. On the path of martial arts, one can't bite off more than they can chew. One must be down to earth. Fang Chen murmured, "Little brother, come with us." The red-haired old man smiled. His attitude towards Fang Chen was incomparably warm, and he even called him little brother. Whoosh! Following the group, Zhang Xian left the valley and soon arrived at a square. In the center of the square, there were 3 stone pillars, and each stone pillar had a carving of a man practicing swordsmanship. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 3 stone pillars and saw the carvings. The carvings on the stone pillars were simplified and complicated. At first, they were very simple and easy to see, but later, they became more and more profound, and even Fang Chen didn't know what they were. Fang Chen guessed that the carvings on the stone pillars should be the process of a sword cultivator's cultivation. Chapter 34:12. Pieces of white jade were laid out on the square. Upon closer inspection, they looked like the shape of a giant sword. And each piece of white jade had complex sword-shaped runes. The entire white jade square was filled with the aura of the Chaos Origin Sword principle. Especially the 3 stone pillars in the center of the square, which contained extremely majestic Chaos Origin Sword Qi. Even Fang Chen could not help but exclaim after sensing this sword Qi. "It's too pure," Fang Chen exclaimed. Perhaps only the master of the abyss of the god's corpse could have such pure sword Qi. Starting from the leftmost stone pillars, the carvings on each stone pillar went from simple to complex. After looking carefully, Fang Chen guessed that the sword principle carvings on the stone pillars should be the process of the master of the abyss of the god's corpse's sword principle since childhood. Fang Chen could easily understand the carvings on the first stone pillar. He could barely understand the second stone pillar. The third stone pillar was even more dazed. Too powerful. Fang Chen was shocked. He did not know how powerful the master of the abyss of the god's corpse's sword principle was. He only glanced at the carvings on the third stone pillar and felt a strong visual impact. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and tried to suppress his emotions. "These 3 stone pillars are the essence of the master's inheritance," the red-haired old man said. "The 3 stone pillars contain the master's remnant consciousness. What you need to do now is to penetrate the stone pillars with your divine sense to stimulate the master's remnant consciousness and gain his approval. Only by gaining the master's approval can you comprehend the Chaos Origin Sword principle in the 3 stone pillars." Now, Fang Chen had only begun to comprehend the Chaos Origin Sword principle and had not yet cultivated the Chaos Origin Sword principle. One must know that no matter how powerful a sword technique was, it also needed a suitable sword principle. Otherwise, its power would be greatly reduced. Before that, I have to remind you, the restriction left by the master is very powerful. You must follow the step. Without the master's approval, do not try to comprehend the chaos origin sword principle. Otherwise, your life will be in danger, the black-robed old man warned. Fang Chen nodded. He adjusted his body and walked straight to the center of the square. 1. With a thought, Zhang Xian spread out his spiritual sense and swiftly enveloped the 3 stone pillars. Then, Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the remnant will left behind by the master of the god corpse abyss in the 3 stone pillars. Where is it? Fang Chen murmured. His divine sense searched seriously. Say, do you think he'll be able to get master's approval? The red-haired old man asked thoughtfully. It shouldn't be a problem, the black-clothed old man said. Another person shook his head. Not necessarily. You should know that master once had many disciples. Which one of them didn't have peerless potential? They easily comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud explosion. When the 3 of them raised their heads and looked at the center of the square, they suddenly discovered that there was an illusory remnant thought in the air above the square. It was connected to the sword qi released by the 3 stone pillars, forming a terrifying space of sword qi. They were all dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Fang Chen would be able to obtain his master's approval so easily. Buzz. Fang Chen could feel that the remnant thought in the air contained an extremely strong sword qi. It seemed to be sending him a message, but Fang Chen couldn't sense it no matter how hard he tried. Hiss. Even Fang Chen didn't notice that when he tried to sense it, an illusory fluctuation quietly entered his primordial spirit. At this moment, Fang Chen felt comfortable all over. The rejection of the 3 stone pillars disappeared instantly. A smile appeared on his face. The master of the god corpse abyss had approved of him. Rip. When the rejection of the 3 stone pillars disappeared, the remnant thought also gradually dissipated. It turned into a gust of wind and entered the stone pillars. Fang Chen bowed to the 3 stone pillars. Thank you for your kindness, senior. Then, he walked to the first stone pillar and began to comprehend the primordial chaos sword Tao. The primordial chaos sword Tao had a total of 3 stages. If one mastered the first stage, they would be invincible in the yin-yang origin realm. Naturally, the corresponding primordial chaos sword Tao also had 3 stages. Each stage had 3 moves. The first stage of the primordial chaos sword Tao was hidden in the first stone pillar. Time passed. In the process of comprehending, Fang Chen saw the cultivation process of the master of the god corpse abyss through the stone pillar. It took Fang Chen 3 months to barely master the first move of the first stage of the primordial chaos sword Tao. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. How is it? Seeing that Fang Chen had finished cultivating, the old guys quickly walked over and looked at Fang Chen curiously. I'm stupid. I only mastered the first move of the first stage. Fang Chen blushed with shame. He was originally confident that he could master the first 3 moves of the first stage of the primordial chaos sword Tao in one go. However, after actually cultivating it, he realized that he had overestimated his strength. This primordial chaos sword Tao was much stronger than the heavenly star sword Tao. If one wanted to master the first 3 stages of the primordial chaos sword Tao, one would need to be at least in the middle or late yin origin realm. Stupid? The old guys exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. If Xiao Chen was stupid, then was there anyone in the world who was smart? Congratulations on obtaining master's inheritance, the red-haired old man said. The red-haired old man said, the wealth that master left behind in the abyss of god corpses is too great. It's comparable to the total wealth of a 5 elements saint realm expert, or even greater. You only mastered the first stage of the primordial chaos sword Tao and are not considered master's inheritor. Naturally, you cannot obtain all the wealth. Of course, you will not return empty-handed. Master left some wealth for the inheritor who comprehended the primordial chaos sword Tao. After saying that, the old men led Fang Chen around the plaza and to a residence. You mastered the first move of the primordial chaos sword Tao's first stage. You can obtain 3 things. The red-haired old man took out a spatial ring from the treasury. The first is a Soul Tao secret technique called the Heavenly Soul Scripture. After cultivating it, you can temper your primordial spirit and increase its strength. The red-haired old man said, "Don't underestimate this Heavenly Soul Scripture. If it was in the outside world, even 5 elements sage realm experts would fight over it." Fang Chen was stunned. "Do you know what is the most attractive part of this Heavenly Soul Scripture?" the black-clad old man asked with a chuckle. Fang Chen shook his head. "Senior, please enlighten me." The Heavenly Soul Scripture is a very special Soul Tao secret technique. According to Master, the primordial spirit of a yin-yang origin realm cultivator can easily break through as long as they accumulate enough energy. In other words, the primordial spirit of a yin-yang origin realm cultivator who cultivated the Heavenly Soul Scripture would have no bottleneck. No bottleneck? Fang Chen's pupils shrank. That's right. There is no bottleneck. This is the most attractive part of the Heavenly Soul Scripture. When Master was at his peak, there were countless super experts who came to get the Heavenly Soul Scripture for their disciples, the red-haired old man said proudly. The Heavenly Soul Scripture was a special scripture of heaven and earth. However, although there is no bottleneck, you need enough energy. The black-clad old man added, "As for how much energy you need, you'll know after you cultivate it." The energy needed was nothing more than Soul Tao spiritual herbs, pills, and so on. After giving the Heavenly Soul Scripture to Fang Chen, the red-haired old man took out the second item. This is the yin-yang pill. As the name suggested, the yin-yang pill was a pill refined from the yin-yang origin realm expert's yin-yang origin realm energy after his death. This kind of elixir was not very attractive to 5 elements Saint Stage Elite. However, it was fatally attractive to yin-yang origin realm experts. As everyone knew, the yin-yang origin realm experts' yin-yang origin realm and yang origin realm experts would increase as their strength increased. The more yin-yang origin realm and yang origin realm experts had, the stronger they would be. The yin-yang pill could increase the yin origin realm and yang origin realm experts' strength. There are 10,000 yin-yang pills here. Fang Chen took the yin-yang pills and was a little stunned. He did not expect to get so many yin-yang pills. Alright, don't be stunned. This wealth is not worth mentioning compared to Master's true wealth. As Master's successor candidate, you will have many opportunities to obtain wealth in the future. The red-haired old man said. Then, he took out the last item. It was a token. This is Master's token. After you leave, the abyss of God corpses will be completely sealed and isolated from the world. The abyss of God corpses will only appear when you die in cultivation. Of course, if you can cultivate the first 3 moves of the origin sword art and activate the token, you will be transported to the abyss of God corpses. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. He made a mental note and put away the token. Alright, I've given you what you need. You will have to work hard for the rest of the journey. The red-haired old man said, Do you have anything else to say? Fang Chen thought for a moment. Seniors, I wonder if there are many sword beasts in the abyss of God corpses? Kid, you're actually thinking about the sword beasts. The black-robed old man saw through Fang Chen's thoughts and said with a smile, There are many sword beasts, but I can't give them to you. If you want them, you must at least cultivate the first level of the origin sword art. Fang Chen curled his lips and shook his head helplessly. Alright, I'll send you off. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Looking at Fang Chen's back, They did not speak for a long time. Their faces were filled with complicated expressions. "I wonder if this kid can survive," the red-haired old man said. "The danger in the battlefield of god corpses is far from what ordinary people can imagine. Even someone as strong as Master was killed. I really hope he can obtain all of Master's inheritance and lead us to avenge Master." The old men muttered to themselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew wildly. The edge of the abyss of god corpses was covered in fog and visibility was less than 10 meters. Rip. Suddenly, the void was torn apart and a figure slowly walked out. Finally out. Chapter 34:13. Above the god corpse abyss, Fang Chen bathed in the storm as he slowly walked out. Shao Qin gave off a terrifying aura. The moment he appeared, he stirred up the winds and clouds. Corpse Head Continent. Fang Chen muttered to himself as he raised his head and looked at the Corpse Head Continent before him with his pitch-black eyes. Back then, the Corpse Head Old Ghost had forced Shao Qin into the God Corpse abyss and nearly killed him. Now, he had turned from a cocoon into a butterfly, returning strongly. With Shao Qin's current strength, he would definitely defeat the Corpse Head Old Ghost if he met it again. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen's figure flashed as he entered the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several days later, Fang Chen stopped. A group of corpse cavalry soldiers chased after a cultivator in the desolate plain. The in-essence stage? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Then, his lips curled up in a smile. The person being chased was a in-essence stage human cultivator. His entire body was covered in blood, and his complexion was pale. His aura was weak, and it looked like he could not last much longer. "Kill him for me!" the leading corpse cavalry soldier shouted as he held up his white bone trident. In the next instant, the corpse cavalry soldiers surrounded this person. "Humph! How dare you barge into my corpse head continent? You will definitely die." After speaking, the many corpse cavalry soldiers raised their white bone tridents and attacked with all their might. When the human cultivator saw the situation, he smiled bitterly and shook his head gently as if he had already given up on struggling. "It's over." As the leading corpse cavalry soldier roared, a terrifying force erupted from the white bone trident and smashed it at the human cultivator. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. Dust flew up in the desolate plain, and a berserk aura spread out. Crack! The leading corpse cavalry soldier's body suddenly shattered. The white bone trident in his hand also flew into the air. What's going on? The sudden change caused the other zombies to be clearly stunned. Immediately after, they saw a figure appear in front of the dying human ancient martial art practitioners. This person was looking at them with a mocking expression. "It's you." The corpse cavalry soldiers recognized Fang Chen. Their pupils constricted in disbelief. "You are actually still alive?" "No, that's impossible. Milord threw you into the God Corpse abyss. You can't come out alive." The other zombies shook their heads as well. "Even the corpse head ghost isn't dead, how can I die?" Fang Chen shrugged and ignored the shock of the many zombies. He turned around and helped the human martial artist up. A scorching hot energy was injected into this person's body, nourishing his meridians and preventing him from dying. The man opened his mouth, but Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "You wait on the side. Leave this to me." Arrogant. The zombie cavalry regiment sneered. "Maybe you had a fortuitous encounter in the abyss of god corpses and survived, but so what? If you encounter us, you will still die." As soon as he said that, many zombie cavalry armies surrounded Fang Chen. Kill. Many of the corpses attacked together, and white bone tridents containing immense power blasted towards Fang Chen. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head. These zombies were nothing in his eyes. "Be careful." Not far away, the human martial artist shouted. Boom. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw an unbelievable scene. Under the encirclement of many zombies, Fang Chen's expression did not change, and he did not even move his body. One finger. With just one finger, he sent many zombies flying. The human martial artist's eyes widened, and he was tongue-tied. Too strong. His heart was filled with great shock. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura released by Fang Chen's finger after it evolved into sword light. Quickly send a message to Lord. More than a dozen zombies were defeated by Fang Chen in one move. They were terrified and sent a message to the corpse head ghost as quickly as possible. Die. Brother Fang pointed out with his finger once more. A terrifying finger beam containing boundless power pierced through his master's head. Crack. More than a dozen zombies were all dead. Whoosh. Fang Chen waved his sleeves and collected all the white bone tridents into his pouch. In the void, thick smoke filled the air, and many white bones were scattered on the wasteland. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, like a god of war. At this moment, the human martial artist was completely conquered by Fang Chen. In his heart, Fang Chen was the only god. The corpse head continent is the lair of the corpse head ghost. It is very dangerous for you to come here alone. Fang Chen's voice suddenly sounded. The human martial artist recovered from his shock and hurriedly cupped his fist. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. I Chen Su will never forget this great kindness. I already have a grudge with the corpse head ghost. Besides, you are a fellow human. I will not leave you in the lurch, Fang Chen said. Senior, you have killed so many zombies. The corpse head ghost must already know. Should we? Chen Su was a little afraid. After all, the corpse head ghost's reputation was extremely well known. If you are afraid, then leave first. I will wait here for the corpse head ghost to come. I can settle the grudge between us, Fang Chen said, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had just arrived, but the corpse head ghost had killed him and thrown him into the god corpse abyss. How could he not take revenge? My life was given to me by Senior. If Senior does not leave, how can I leave alone? Chen Su said. Fang Chen nodded and ignored Chen Su. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the white bone trident. Before falling into the god corpse abyss, Fang Chen had obtained hundreds of white bone tridents, but he did not have time to refine the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. According to his calculations, the corpse head ghost would need at least 3 days to come here from the core mansion. 3 days is enough for me to refine it. Fang Chen thought to himself and then started to refine the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. The half-perfect bloodline could evolve into the Termination Soldier bloodline. The speed of refining the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid was extremely fast. Drip. When the last white bone trident shattered, Fang Chen looked at the 130 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. 130 drops should be enough for the Hidden Star Sword to absorb. Fang Chen muttered. The Hidden Star Sword was broken by the white bone poisonous dragon trident. After dealing with the corpse head ghost, Fang Chen would look for a weapon-refining grandmaster to refine the Hidden Star Sword. By then, he would be able to let it absorb the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. This much Termination Soldier spiritual liquid is enough for the Hidden Star Sword to evolve into a saint treasure. Tempestuous waves arose in Chen Su's heart when he saw this. That is the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid? He widened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. He must be a super expert from a top force. Otherwise, how could he refine the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid from the white bone trident? Even an ordinary 5 elements Saint Realm expert might not be able to do it. At this moment, Chen Su was full of confidence in Fang Chen. With such a heaven-defying method, the corpse head ghost was nothing. No wonder Senior is so confident. Turns out that you have concealed your strength. Chapter 34:14. 3 days ago, in the core residence of the corpse head continent, a black-armored man stood in the residence with a cold expression. Opposite him was old corpse head ghost. Divine General Blackdrum, please excuse me for not going out to meet you, old corpse head ghost said with a smile. This person was Divine General Black Drum under Lord Immortal and had a high status. Even Old Corpse Head Ghost had to greet him with a smile. Lord Immortal is forging a weapon and needs a lot of termination spiritual liquid, so he sent me here to bring some back. Divine General Black Drum said coldly. His words were filled with coldness. Quickly prepare 1,000 drops of termination spiritual liquid. If Lord Immortal successfully forges this weapon, he will give you 2 continents. Hearing this, the corpse head ghost's eyes shone with a golden light. Although every continent in the battlefield of the gods was broken, after the battle of the gods, every broken continent was filled with endless wealth. He was only occupying 1 corpse head continent, but his cultivation speed was so fast. If he was given 2 more continents, he would be even more powerful, and he would have more authority in front of Lord Immortal. I'll go prepare now. Please wait a moment, Divine General Black Drum. Old Corpse Head Ghost smiled. However, just as he was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there's a problem on the Corpse Head continent, and I need to deal with it. Please wait for me here. Divine General Black Drum nodded. It shouldn't be a big deal, and he should be able to return soon. Whoosh, whoosh. In the void, the old corpse head ghost flew at an extremely fast speed. In just 3 days, he arrived at the location of the incident. According to the address sent by the Corpse Cavalry Legion, it should be up ahead. Old corpse head ghost's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I don't care what you experienced in the abyss of the god corpse, but you must die today. In the wilderness, Fang Chun got up and put away the termination spiritual liquid. He's here. He sensed Old Corpse Head Ghost's aura. Rumble. Suddenly, the clear sky became gloomy and dark clouds covered the sky. The entire world was dark. As for the Corpse Head Ghost, it walked out from the darkness with unparalleled power. Brat, it really is you. Old Corpse Head Ghost said angrily when he saw Fang Chun. You took 3 days to arrive? You're really slow. Fang Chun stretched and said indifferently. You know you can't escape, so you're pretending to be calm? From his point of view, Fang Chun knew that he couldn't escape from the Corpse Head continent, so he chose to risk his life against him. You dared to provoke me, the Corpse Head Old Ghost. I will let you taste the cruelest punishment in this world. The Corpse Head Ghost saw the white bones on the wasteland, and his face turned gloomy. Coincidentally, I'm also preparing to settle my grudge with you. Fang Chun shrugged. You are courting death. The Corpse Head Ghost's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chun. At the same time, the white-bone poisonous dragon trident appeared in his hand. Die for me. The power of the white-boned poisonous dragon trident was extremely strong. Even the hidden star sword was shattered. One could imagine how strong it was. However, this time, Fang Chun didn't dodge. Get lost. Fang Chun clenched his fist and punched out. The vast and mighty power formed a powerful fist radiance in the void. The terrifying power rippled out in circles. I only need 1 move to kill you. Fang Chun's ice-cold and incomparably confident voice resounded in the void. Hearing this, the Corpse Head Ghost was completely enraged. You're courting death. The white-boned poisonous dragon trident in the Old Corpse Head Ghost's hand smashed the fist radiance in the void and attacked Fang Chun's side. Senior, let me help you. Not far away, Chen Su saw this and gritted his teeth. He used the last bit of strength in his body to block the white-boned poisonous dragon trident and buy time for Fang Chun. The Corpse Head Ghost's white-boned poisonous dragon trident is extremely powerful. Countless Yin-Yang Origin Realm experts have died under his trident. Chen Su thought to himself. However, before he could get close to the Corpse Head Ghost, he was blown away by the terrifying aura released from the white-boned poisonous dragon trident. Crack! His body fell to the ground. His bones were broken and blood flowed. He was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Trash! The Corpse Head Ghost said coldly. It's a good time to use your white-boned poisonous dragon trident to test my Hunyuan's sword art. Looking at the white-boned poisonous dragon trident in front of him, Fang Chen muttered to himself. The Hunyuan sword art was derived from the Hunyuan sword doctrine. It was an extremely powerful sword art. This sword art was much more powerful than the destroyer sword art. After all, it was created by an expert at the peak of the five elements Saint Realm. Hunyuan sword doctrine. Buzz. A mighty sword chi surged out of Fang Chen's body. Then, the red glass sword appeared in his palm. The first move of the first level of the Hunyuan sword art was instantly performed. One move. It was incredibly fast. Within the red glass sword, an unimaginable sword light was emitted, fiercely colliding with the white-boned poisonous dragon trident. Crack! The white-boned poisonous dragon trident was hit by a terrifying force and fell to the ground. The terrifying sword light did not stop and pierced through the corpse head ghost's body. What sword art is this? The corpse head ghost was horrified. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Get lost! The corpse head ghost roared. He tried to refine the sword light with all his strength. However, he was shocked to find that the moment the sword light entered his body, a crack appeared in his yin-yang origin energy. No! The corpse head ghost seemed to have thought of something. His pupils constricted and he roared furiously. Ah! A miserable scream came from his mouth. The yin-yang origin energy in his body cracked. Boom! After struggling for 3 seconds, the yin-yang origin energy of the corpse head ghost completely shattered. His body shook a few times and fell to the ground. He's dead. In the distance, Chen Su's eyes widened. He killed the corpse head ghost with just one move? The corpse head ghost was a top expert in the yang origin stage with his white-boned poisonous dragon trident. However, he was killed by a yin origin stage expert. Too strong. Chen Su was certain in his heart that Fang Chen was definitely a hidden expert. That sword strike actually made me feel like my yin-yang essence was trembling. Fang Chen played with the white-boned poisonous dragon trident in his hand. He could feel the dense aura of the termination spiritual liquid. This fellow is really generous. Fang Chen was flabbergasted. The white-boned poisonous dragon trident was stronger than an ordinary white-boned poisonous dragon trident because the corpse head ghost had used the termination spiritual liquid to create it. After putting away the white-boned poisonous dragon trident, Fang Chen looked in the direction of the core residence in the distance. He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with the God's Fall battlefield. Now that the corpse head ghost is dead, the corpse head continent no longer has a master. I'll stay here and recuperate. I'll learn more about the God's Fall battlefield and search for the termination spiritual liquid. Fang Chen's true goal was the termination spiritual liquid. However, what he did not know was that the moment he killed the corpse head ghost. Chapter 34:15. Corpse head ghost is dead? Divine General Black Drum was furious. He stood up with a ferocious expression, his eyes filled with cold light. I was ordered by Lord Immortal to ask for the termination spiritual liquid. Not only did I not get it, but the corpse head ghost was killed? Creak. Divine General Black Drum clenched his fists, his veins popping out. He was furious. Although the corpse head ghost is dead and I can get the termination spiritual liquid, it is more troublesome. Moreover, no matter what, that old corpse head ghost is under Lord Immortal's protection. Thinking of this, Divine General Black Drum's body flashed and entered the void. Whoosh, whoosh. We will reach the place where the corpse head ghost died in a day. Divine General Black Drum said gloomily. However, right at that moment, a figure appeared in the sky and approached from afar. A human martial artist? Divine General Black Drum's consciousness locked onto Fang Chen. He sensed the murderous aura on the latter and quickly discovered the remnant aura of the corpse head ghost on him. It's you! Divine General Black Drum was furious and threw out a punch. Crack! The void was torn apart as Fang Chen's body came to a stop. He threw out a punch to block the divine General Black Drum's attack. "Who are you?" Fang Chen was shocked. He did not expect there to be another expert on the corpse head continent besides the corpse head ghost. "You killed the corpse head ghost?" Divine General Black Drum said coldly. "You want to avenge him?" Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. "Humph. I am Divine General Black Drum Underlord Immortal. You killed the corpse head ghost and committed a capital offense. Today I will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Drum General's figure flashed and charged in front of Fang Chen. A dark aura surged from his body. He opened his palm and a war hammer appeared in his palm. Kill. The corpse head ghost's cultivation was at the advanced Yang Yuan realm, but with the white bone poisonous dragon trident, his strength was comparable to an expert at the peak Yang Yuan realm. As for the Black Drum General in front of him, his cultivation was clearly stronger than the corpse head ghost. Peak Yang Yuan realm? Fang Chen grinned. He might be afraid of an expert at the complete realm who had Yin Yang Yuan realm. Unfortunately, he was not. Heavenly Star Sword Art. Fang Chen held the white bone poisonous dragon trident and used it to execute the Heavenly Star Sword Art. Whoosh! A terrifying sword light whizzed through the air. Divine General Black Drum sneered when he saw this. "Humph! You think you're invincible in Yin Yang Yuan realm? Kid, you're too naive with that." Divine General Black Drum swung his hammer with boundless power at the sword light. Crack! The head ghost's ghost head. Head Black Drum God. Chaos Sword Art. Fang Chen's figure flickered as streaks of sword light filled the void. Boom! Divine General Black Drum's sledgehammer missed its target and smashed into the ground, instantly causing the ground to crack. At that moment, Divine General Black Drum was shocked to discover that he couldn't find any traces of Fang Chen. "Humph! I don't believe you can be a coward forever." Divine General Black Drum continued to use his strongest attack to force Fang Chen to show himself. Although Divine General Black Drum is strong, his attacks have too many flaws. Fang Chen said secretly. He saw several flaws in Divine General Black Drum's attacks after only one exchange. His hammer should be at the same level as the white bone poisonous dragon trident. It's a top true treasure. It's still far from a holy treasure. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen came up with a plan. He suddenly appeared behind the Divine General Black Drum and continuously used the Origin Sword technique. The exquisite primordial chaos sword technique quickly formed a sword net in the void and enveloped the Divine General Black Drum. Break! Divine General Black Drum was too confident in his strength. He underestimated his opponent, causing him to be enveloped by the sword net. He struck out with his hammer, trying to break the sword net with brute force. However, when his sledgehammer came into contact with the net of swords, his expression changed greatly. Oh no! He felt that the sword chi in the sword net was eroding his yin and yang essence. Retreat. Without thinking, Divine General Black Drum chose to retreat. Eroding yin and yang essence was something even he couldn't do. It's his sword art. Only then did Divine General Black Drum react. Whoosh! But it was too late. Fang Chen secretly set up a powerful sword formation. Using it as a foundation, he continued to use the Chaos Sword Art. Terrifying sword light rippled in the void. The void was filled with terrifying Chaos Sword Chi. Damn it! Divine General Black Drum tried his best to resist, but to no avail. Whoosh! He gritted his teeth, took out a small drum the size of a palm, and used his strength to activate it. Boom! Boom! A terrifying aura was released from the small drum, and 7 shining stars appeared in the sky above it. Kid, you forced me to do this. Divine General Black Drum's face was ferocious. 7 stars sky drum, suppress. Divine General Black Drum roared. Holding the small drum, he controlled the 7 shining stars and charged at Fang Chen. Fang Chen exclaimed softly. He sensed that the black drum was extraordinary. What the hell is this? Fong Chen frowned. Senior, be careful. This is Divine General Black Drum's 7 Stars Sky Drum. It contains an ancient formation. Once activated, it will condense 7 stars and form a formation. In the distance, Chen Su warned. Once trapped by the formation, even a perfected yin-yang origin realm expert will find it difficult to escape. Divine General Black Drum's strength was originally at the bottom of the Divine General's under Lord Mo Tao's command. However, the 7 Stars Sky Drum made Divine General Black Drum's status among the Divine Generals soar. With the 7 Stars Sky Drum, his battle strength could be ranked among the upper echelons of the Divine Generals. Even the first Divine General was rather wary of the 7 Stars Sky Drum. In other words, only those old monsters who had reached an extremely terrifying level in the Tao of Formations could break this formation. Could it be a relic from the ancient era? After hearing Su Qi's reminder, Fong Chen thought to himself, "Buzz." While Fong Chen was thinking, the 7 Stars Sky Drum floated in the air. 7 shining stars quickly fell and scattered in 7 different places on the ground. Following this, a terrifying aura of the Tao of Formations spread across the place, connecting the 7 stars together and forming an enormous formation. The formation is complete. Divine General Black Drum stared at the 7 Stars Sky Drum and roared. He poured his strength into the small black drum. Humph, no matter how strong you are, you can't resist the power of my 7 Stars formation. Chapter 34:16. Ha ha ha! Divine General Black Drum laughed heartily. So what if your swordsmanship is strong? In the end, you are still trapped by my 7-star ritual array. Seeing Fong Chen racking his brains to break the ritual array, Divine General Black Drum said disdainfully, "It's useless. Only a consummation yin-yang origin stage expert can block it. As for breaking it, that's impossible. You are just a yin origin stage cultivator. You are dreaming if you think you can break it." Inside the 7-star ritual array, Fong Chen could feel powerful auras coming from all directions. They were constantly pressuring him and weakening the power in his body. This 7-star ritual array is rather profound. Fong Chen was flabbergasted. After probing for a while, he could sense the extraordinariness of the 7-star ritual array. This ritual array already surpassed the level of an emperor-level ritual array. Even Fong Chen would find it difficult to break it in a short time. An invisible energy entered Fong Chen's body and quickly shrouded his yin origin energy. Binding yin origin energy? Fong Chen frowned. The core of the 7-star ritual array was the 7-star heavenly drum. The base of the ritual array was the 7 shining stars. After the ritual array formed, the energy it released actually tried to lock down Xiao Chen's yin origin energy. Once the yin origin energy is locked down, it will suffer a destructive blow. Fong Chen understood. No wonder even a consummation yin-yang origin stage expert can barely block it and not break the ritual array. The energy attacking the ritual array would rebound back to him. In other words, the stronger he attacked the array formation, the stronger the binding force on his yin essence would be. Trapped in such a ritual array, ordinary yin-yang origin stage cultivators would panic and not think about such things. Furthermore, their attainments in the array Tao were very low. Even if they thought about it, they would find it hard to discover its mysteries. Fong Chen did not act rashly. Instead, he stood quietly and dissected the 7-star ritual array. Humph! Putting on an act. Divine General Black Drum sneered. He stomped his foot and entered the 7-star ritual array. Then, he threw a punch at Fong Chen. In the distance, Chen Su continuously shook his head with a gloomy expression. It's over, it's over. Senior is trapped by the 7 stars heavenly drum. He's dead for sure. There were several times when Chen Su wanted to rush forward to help, but his rationality told him that doing so would only lead to death. Senior, if you die, I, Chen Su, will definitely do everything in my power to avenge you. Chen Su swore to himself. Inside the 7 stars array, the Black Drum General was connected to the 7-star heavenly drum and could appear in any corner of the array formation at will. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying fist radiance appeared behind Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen was already prepared. The white bone poisonous dragon trident was placed horizontally behind him. Crack! The fist glow shattered and a faint scar also appeared on the white bone poison dragon trident. You! Upon seeing this, Divine General Black Drum was somewhat astonished. However, his face quickly turned gloomy. I have the support of the 7-star Great Array, so my power will only grow stronger. However, you are restricted by the 7-star Great Array, so your Yin Yuan is getting weaker and weaker. I want to see how long you can last. Divine General Black Drum sneered. He once again disappeared into the void and launched sneak attacks on Fang Chen from time to time. Divine General Black Drum's attacks are not much of a threat to me. What I really need to pay attention to is the 7-star heavenly drum. Fang Chen muttered. Sensing that the Yin Yuan's range of movement had shrunk, Fang Chen's expression turned somewhat grave. He had to break the 7-star Great Array in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Buzz! Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Immediately, he sat cross-legged on the ground and gently waved his hand. Immediately, powerful sword radiances intertwined, forming a perfect sword net. The sword net slowly descended and enveloped Fang Chen. Boom! At this moment, Divine General Black Drum's attack landed on the sword net. Dong! The sword net trembled. Divine General Black Drum's sledgehammer felt a powerful recoil and was constantly pushed back. Damn it, it's this move again! Divine General Black Drum said angrily. Hiding in the sword net, Fang Chen took out the white-boned poisonous dragon trident. His half-perfect bloodline circulated and instantly evolved the baleful soldier bloodline. A layer of blood-red aura spread throughout his body. He gripped the white-boned poisonous dragon trident with both hands, and in the blink of an eye, drops of baleful soldier spiritual liquid appeared in front of him. This is, Divine General Black Drum, who was attacking, was completely stunned. Refining baleful soldier spiritual liquid from the white-boned poisonous dragon trident? How is this possible? He rubbed his eyes hard and stared at Fang Chen. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Divine General Black Drum controlled the 7-star heavenly drum to wildly attack Fang Chen. However, the latter's sword net continued to hold firm. Boom! Finally, after a bombardment, cracks appeared on the sword net and it was on the verge of shattering. Let's see how you're going to block this. Divine General Black Drum frenziedly attacked the sword net in one go. Crack! When the sword net shattered, Fang Chen's body suddenly bounced up and hovered in the air. Divine General Black Drum. Fang Chen said, "Do you really think that I can't do anything to your 7-star heavenly drum? You're still putting on airs at this time?" Divine General Black Drum said fiercely. Fang Chen shook his head and shrugged. That's right, in your eyes, the 7-star Great Array is invincible. Fang Chen grinned and said, but in my eyes it's full of loopholes. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen took out nearly 200 drops of baleful soldier spiritual liquid. His terrifying sword chi was released from his body. There was invincible sword chi, massacre sword chi, heavenly star sword chi, and the most terrifying chaos origin sword chi. The 4 sword chi intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying sword light. The most shocking thing was that this sword light actually merged with Fang Chen's body, forming a human-shaped weapon. Absorb! Fang Chen shouted. He opened his mouth and frantically absorbed the baleful soldier spiritual liquid. Nearly 200 drops of baleful soldier spiritual liquid were absorbed in an instant. After the baleful soldier spiritual liquid entered his body, it quickly spread throughout his body under the guidance of the baleful soldier bloodline. What is this? Divine General Black Drum was at a loss, not knowing what Fong Chen was doing. However, the murderous intent in his eyes surged. Go to hell. This attack contained his strongest power, and he was determined to kill Fong Chen. Turning my body into a sword, piercing through heaven and earth. The baleful soldier's spiritual liquid rapidly increased the strength of Fong Chen's physical body. When Divine General Black Drum attacked, the human-shaped long sword soared into the sky and pierced towards the top of the 7-star Great Array. Boom! The human-shaped long sword cleverly pierced through Divine General Black Drum's attack and pierced the top of the 7-star Great Array. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. A crack appeared in the 7-star Great Array. Buzz! Layers of mighty sword chi rippled out. In the sky, the 7-star heavenly drum shook incessantly, and the 7-star Great Array swayed, as if it could shatter at any time. Crash! The human-shaped long sword reverted to its original form, and Fong Chen appeared. Whoosh! Chapter 34:17. Crack! The energy within the 7-star array receded, and the crack grew larger and larger until it finally shattered. The entire process happened so quickly that Divine General Black Drum did not even have time to remedy the situation. Boom! Boom! After the 7 stars array shattered, 7 beams of starlight burst out of the ground and shattered. After the array shattered, a terrifying power spread out in all directions. Divine General Black Drum suffered a powerful backlash and was sent flying. This? His eyes widened in disbelief. He can actually break the 7-star array? Divine General Black Drum's face turned gloomy, madness in his eyes. He must have used some sort of sacred treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break the 7-star array. Whoosh! The 7-star sky drum swayed as it returned to Divine General Black Drum's hand. At this moment, the 7-star sky drum had already dimmed. It was clear that Fong Chen breaking the 7-star array had damaged it to a certain extent. He used all his strength to break the 7-star array. His body should be extremely weak. Divine General Black Drum thought for a moment, then he charged at Fong Chen with the 7-star sky drum in his hand. Die for me. Divine General Black Drum was certain that this person had a shocking secret to be able to break the 7-star array at the Essence realm. After I kill you, everything of yours will be mine, Divine General Black Drum coldly said. Divine General Black Drum coldly said. He thought about how Fong Chen could refine Termination Soldier's spiritual liquid from weapons and how he could transform his body into a sword and absorb the Termination Soldier's spiritual liquid. All of these actions made Divine General Black Drum's heart tremble. If he could obtain these secret methods, his ranking among the immortal generals under Lord Emotao's command would definitely rise again. He might even become the third protector. In this territory, Lord Emotao was like an invincible existence. Apart from the 9 divine generals, he also had 2 protectors who were above the divine generals. These 2 protectors could be said to be Lord Emotao's right-hand men, as well as his stewards. Under normal circumstances, it was the 9 divine generals who took action. The 2 protectors rarely took action. However, Divine General Black Drum knew that the 2 protectors had a much higher status than the first divine general. They were Lord Emotao's true subordinates. As for the divine generals, they were at most high-level experts. Die. With this in mind, Divine General Black Drum circulated all his strength in an attempt to activate the 7 stars heavenly drum once again. However, Fong Chen did not give him the chance. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. Upon seeing the Black Drum general attack, Fong Chen immediately used the Primordial Chaos Sword Art. A terrifying sword light floated out from the red glass sword. The moment the sword was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed colors. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the sword struck the 7-star heavenly drum. Dong dong dong! The palm-sized 7 stars heavenly drum let out a drumming sound that shook the heavens. Crack! The defense around the 7-star heavenly drum was instantly shattered as a dazzling sword light pierced through it. Pucci! The terrifying sword chi blasted the 7-star heavenly drum away and surged into Divine General Black Drum's body, corroding his Yang Yuan. Not good. Divine General Black Drum, who had just stabilized himself, cried out in shock. With a thought, he absorbed the 7 stars heavenly drum into his body to help block the Chaos Origin sword chi. At the same time, he leaped and fled in the direction of the core residence of the corpse head continent. This person's sword technique is too strange. I can't fight him head-on. As long as he fled to the core residence, he should be able to block this person's attack with the help of the many restrictions and the corpse head ghost's foundation over the years. At that time, he would have enough time to call for reinforcement. Humph, I'll let you be smug for a while. Divine General Black Drum said viciously as he fled. You can't escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen used the rock movement technique and his speed soared to the extreme. His body was filled with rich space-time power, changing the flow of time in a small area around him. Transforming into a sword consumes too much energy. Fang Chen grinned. If he was in his peak state, he would have caught up with Divine General Black Drum. But now, he had just used transforming into a sword and had absorbed nearly 200 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. He had consumed a lot of energy, so his speed was naturally much slower. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked ahead coldly. Although his speed had decreased, everything was under his control. I should try not to use it in the future. Transforming into a sword came from the Chaos Origin sword principle. This technique was created by the Master of the God's Corpse Abyss. It was Fang Chen's first time using it. He combined the Chaos Origin sword principle and the Chaos sword body to transform his body into a giant sword and absorb the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. Of course, it was difficult for ordinary sword cultivators to absorb the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid even if they could transform into a sword. However, Fang Chen had a half-perfect bloodline and could only succeed if he evolved the Termination Soldier bloodline. While moving, Fang Chen looked inside his body. He suddenly realized that dense amounts of Terminating Soldier spiritual liquid were gathering from his limbs and bones. Seeing this, Fang Chen shook his head. He was not a real weapon, so he could not absorb the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. Even if he transformed himself into a sword, it was only a temporary absorption to increase his strength. Rip! With a thought, he took the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid out of his body and put it into his bag. He then turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the void. The core mansion was located at the center of the corpse head continent. This was the lair of the corpse head ghost. Without permission, no one was allowed to enter. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a black ray of light shot out from the sky. Who are you? The 2 guards shouted angrily. However, the black ray of light did not stop and continued to shoot toward them. Seeing this, the 2 guards were enraged and attacked at lightning speed. Scram! Divine General Black Drum attacked in anger. A terrifying fist light bombarded the 2 of them. Crack! One of the guards died on the spot. The other guard was seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. That is Divine General Black Drum? The guard was terrified when he saw the black ray of light clearly. He seems to be running away? Divine General Black Drum entered the core mansion in a sorry state. The guard's eyes widened. Who dares to chase after Divine General Black Drum on the corpse head continent? Even his master, the corpse head ghost, would not dare to do so. Divine General Black Drum, you can't escape. Just as he was in shock, a voice came from afar. Whoosh! Fang Chen followed closely behind Divine General Black Drum and arrived at the core residence. He killed the corpse head ghost. Kill him for me. Divine General Black Drum panicked and ordered. Hearing this, the zombie cavalry army was in an uproar. What? Master is dead? Kill him and take revenge for Master. These zombies were all made by the corpse head ghost and were extremely loyal to him. Even if they could not defeat him, they had to take revenge. Whoosh! Sword light whizzed past one after another. Any zombies that got close to Fang Chen were all killed. Fang Chen held the red glass sword in his hand. Like a killing god, he stepped on the white bones and walked toward the core mansion. Activate the restriction. Divine General Black Drum grabbed the corpse head ghost's butler and threatened. The latter nodded and activated the restriction in a hurry. At the same time, Divine General Black Drum took out a token to send a message. A moment later, his face darkened. I can't send a message? Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the corpse head ghost had accidentally obtained this restriction when he was exploring the ancient ruins. Those below the 5 elements Saint Realm could not send a message. You want to stop me with a mere restriction? Fang Chen used the first level of the Origin Sword art again. A terrifying sword radiance descended from the sky and heavily bombarded the seal. Crack! The restriction shook, and the butler who was controlling the restriction was sent flying. Trash! Divine General Black Drum personally controlled the restriction. His eyes were full of viciousness. Kid, I am Divine General Black Drum, Underlord Immortal. Are you really going to kill me? Divine General Black Drum threatened. If you kill me, Lord Immortal will never let you go. You will definitely die then. Offending Lord Immortal was not a choice he knew. If you turn around and leave now, I can let bygones be bygones. Haha! Fang Chen looked at Divine General Black Drum with a mocking smile. The latter's eyes betrayed him. Fang Chen believed that if he turned around and left now, he would be hunted down by Lord Immortal's subordinates soon. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate the source of trouble. If we were in each other's shoes, would you let me go? Fang Chen asked in return. Divine General Black Drum was stunned and fell silent. Indeed, if they were in each other's shoes, he would definitely kill him without hesitation. However, even with that being the case, he still tried everything he could to survive. Humph, I admit that you are very strong, but you will have to pay a heavy price if you want to kill me. Divine General Black Drum raised his hand, and the 7-star heavenly drum floated in the air. The 7-star heavenly drum in exchange for my life and a favor from me. What do you think? Fang Chen shook his head. He had already made up his mind that Divine General Black Drum must die. Why bother? Divine General Black Drum said with a gloomy face. If you force me into a corner and detonate the 7-star heavenly drum, you will die too. It was better to each take a step back than suffer losses. That was what Divine General Black Drum thought. He believed that under the threat of Lord Immortal and the 7-star heavenly drum, Divine General Black Drum would give in. Fang Chen shrugged. You can try to detonate the 7-star heavenly drum and see if you die or I die. As he spoke, Fang Chen strolled over and arrived in front of the restriction. Swoosh! Without another word, he slashed out with his sword. The first move of the first level of the Chaos Origin sword technique was perfectly executed. The restrictions around the core of the mansion shattered with a loud boom. Fang Chen stepped into the core residence and came to Divine General Black Drum's side. Divine General Black Drum gritted his teeth and clenched his fist, wanting to detonate the 7-star heavenly drum. If you want to die, let's die together. Divine General Black Drum fell into a frenzied state. Poochie! However, before he could detonate the 7-star heavenly drum, a sword light shot out of his body. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen swung his sword and cut off Divine General Black Drum's arms. With a suction force, he pulled the 7-star heavenly drum away. Divine General Black Drum screamed miserably. His vitality quickly disappeared and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Lord! Immortal won't let you off. Seeing Immortal die, Fang Chen pursed his lip. Chapter 34:18 Divine General Black Drum was dead? At this moment, in the core mansion, many zombie cavalry troops under Old Corpse Head were holding white bone tridents and preparing to encircle Fang Chun. However, when they saw Divine General Black Drum's body on the ground, their bodies froze and they did not move. Their hearts were surging with waves of shock. The feeling of death shrouded their hearts. They had never felt such a strong aura of death. Their bodies were trembling. Devil, it's a devil. Finally, some of the zombies could not help but attack. Whoosh! Dense white bone tridents floated in the air and released a terrifying power that quickly blasted towards Fang Chun. Dong! Even Divine General Black Drum was no match for Fang Chun, let alone a few zombies. Whoosh! She waved the red glass sword, and one terrifying sword light after another burst out. Poochie! Any zombie that was pierced by the red glass sword died on the spot. Just one strike. The zombie cavalry troops in the core mansion were completely annihilated. Too strong. The butler trembled and hid in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to escape. A terrifying aura descended, and the butler's body knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Sir, spare me, spare me. Fang Chun put away the red glass sword, and a cold sword aura surrounded his body. Your Old Corpse Head's butler? Fang Chun asked. The butler hurriedly nodded. His life was in danger, and it was naturally more important to stay alive. The zombies were refined by the Corpse Head Ogre using a special method. They were extremely loyal to the Corpse Head Ogre. However, the butler in front of him was different. He was transformed from a Yao, not a zombie. Therefore, Fang Chun did not kill him. After all, as Old Corpse Head's butler, he should know all of Old Corpse Head's secrets. How many zombies are there on this Corpse Head continent? Fang Chun asked. Most of them are in the core mansion. They have just died under Sir's sword. There are still a few zombies who are carrying out missions outside, the butler said. Fang Chun frowned. He did not want the news of Old Corpse Head's death to spread. Call them back immediately. Yes, sir. In the following period of time, Fang Chun repaired and strengthened the restrictions around the core mansion with his powerful array Dao technique. Right now, Yin-Yang Origin Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break through the array. After that, Fang Chun disposed of the corpses in the core mansion. A few days later, Fang Chun had completely eliminated the zombies that were carrying out missions outside. From this moment onwards, Fang Chun entered the core mansion and became the absolute overlord of the Corpse Head continent. My lord. The butler called out in a low voice. So, even you don't know where the termination soldier concoction is? Fang Chun frowned. The most important reason why he occupied the corpse continent was because of the termination spiritual liquid. However, even the housekeeper didn't know about it. That corpse head ghost really hid it well. Master, the corpse head ghost is very suspicious. Even to me, he won't be honest. The termination soldier's spiritual liquid is his trump card. He won't tell anyone. Only with the termination soldier's spiritual liquid would he have the qualifications to negotiate with Lord Mo Tao. But, suddenly, the butler recalled something. I remember that the corpse head ghost cultivated in seclusion for the longest time on the mountain behind the core mansion. I wonder, Fang Chun understood what the butler meant. He nodded slowly and said, during this period of time, you'll help me manage the corpse head continent. As for your subordinates, you can secretly recruit them from the other continents around. My only request is that you can't let others know that Old Corpse Head is dead. Don't worry, my lord. I will complete the task, the butler said. He left the core mansion and went to the peak of the mountain behind. The reason why he trusted the butler was that the latter had made a martial oath. If he violated it, he would be punished by the heavens. Fang Chun's gaze swept across the peak of the mountain behind. There's nothing. Fang Chun raised his eyebrows and murmured. He walked slowly on the mountain peak, feeling the cool breeze blowing against his face. Buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden change in the baleful soldier's bloodline. as expected. Seeing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed. If the Termination Soldier bloodline moved, it meant that there must be Termination Soldier spiritual liquid here. Where is it? Fang Chen's eyes were like lightning as he searched quickly. Dong dong dong. The aura of the Termination Soldier bloodline in his body suddenly surged and condensed into a ray of light in front of him. Then, it flew toward a certain void. Guide. Fang Chen followed the ray of light and came to the west side of the peak. Crack. When his feet stepped on the ground, the soil suddenly loosened and he accidentally fell into the ground. Buzz. Soon, Fang Chen adjusted himself. In the mountain? There was a secret chamber in the mountain. When he came here, the Termination Soldier bloodline moved even more violently. Fang Chen placed his hands on the stone door of the secret chamber and pushed hard. Creak. The stone door opened and the Termination Soldier bloodline circled around Fang Chen's palms. After the stone door opened, the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid entered his sight. Termination Soldier spiritual liquid. Fang Chen was extremely excited. Although there was only half a pool of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid in front of him, there were at least 1,000,000 drops. No wonder this guy gave Lord Immortal such a large amount of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid without any hesitation. Fang Chen was speechless. It turned out that the rumors outside were not correct. The corpse head ghost did give a large amount of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid to Lord Immortal in exchange for his protection. However, what the world did not know was that he still had 1,000,000 drops of Termination Soldier spiritual liquid in his hands. That's right. Fang Chen nodded. If not for my half-perfect bloodline and the Termination Soldier bloodline, it would be difficult for me to find the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, let alone others. Without the Termination Soldier bloodline, even a 5 elements sacred realm expert would not be able to find it. Ha ha! Fang Chen was overjoyed. With so much Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, it was a great deal for him. How do I keep it? Hiss hiss hiss. Just as he was thinking, the Termination Soldier bloodline in his body suddenly changed. It controlled his body and jumped into the pool. What's going on? Fang Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to resist, he saw a shocking scene. The Termination Soldier spiritual liquid in the pool entered his body drop by drop. He was completely stunned. I did not transform my body into a sword. Why would the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid enter my body? Fang Chen was stunned. Could it be the Termination Soldier bloodline? In just a few minutes, all the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid in the pool entered his body. No, to be exact, it entered the Termination Soldier bloodline. 1,000,000 drops. Fang Chen was speechless. If this spread out, even a 5 elements sacred realm expert would go crazy. The Termination Soldier bloodline can store the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid? Fang Chen guessed. Other than that, there was no other reasonable explanation. Looking at the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid lying quietly in the Termination Soldier bloodline, Fang Chen shook his head. Forget it. At least this solves a big problem for me. With so much Termination Soldier spiritual liquid, it was indeed a very troublesome matter to store. But now, the Termination Soldier bloodline had solved the problem for him. I wonder if the Termination Soldier bloodline can evolve into the Termination Soldier bloodline under the nourishment of the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. However, this thought quickly dissipated. Now that the Termination Soldier spiritual liquid has been collected, I'll go into seclusion. Fang Chen had gained something from the battle with Divine General Blackdrum. He wanted to use this opportunity to increase his strength in seclusion. After all, once the surrounding continents and Lord Immortal knew about the death of the corpse head ghost, they would definitely make a move on the corpse head continent. After handing over everything on the corpse head continent to the butler, Fang Chen went into seclusion in the secret chamber. There were a total of 3 broken continents around the corpse head continent. Among them, the most prosperous one was the ancient Immortal continent. It was said that an ancient Immortal had fallen on the ancient Immortal continent. The one who occupied the ancient Immortal continent was a peak Yang Yuan realm expert, only one step away from the perfected Yang Yuan realm. At the border between the ancient Immortal continent and the corpse head continent. Chase. That guy can't run away. Two men were chasing after a demonic beast. One of the men stabbed the beast's abdomen with his sword. Roar. The beast roared at the sky and dragged its injured body to the corpse head continent. The sword-wielding man turned into a beam of light and chased after it. Big brother, come back! The black-armored man shouted. The sword-wielding man was confused and stopped. That beast has been severely injured by us and is about to die. Why did you stop me at this time? The black-armored man looked serious. Big brother, the corpse head continent is in front. Hearing the words corpse head continent, the sword-wielding man's body trembled involuntarily. But, however, after pondering for a moment, he said somewhat unwillingly, "You also know what that demonic beast means to us. Although everyone says that the corpse continent is extremely dangerous and that we'll definitely die if we encounter the corpse cavalry regiment, but the corpse head continent is so big. We just need to be careful and leave after killing that beast. We should be fine." The black-armored man hesitated. Chase. It will be too late if we don't. As soon as he said that, the two brothers plunged into the corpse head continent. Whoosh. Whoosh. A few days later, the two brothers were traveling in a wasteland. "Damn it, that demonic beast escaped," the black-armored man said with a gloomy face. The sword-wielding man frowned. "Second brother, did you notice?" "What?" "We haven't encountered any corpse cavalry army in the past few days. Even the smell of blood in the air is gradually fading." The sword-wielding man pondered. "The corpse head ghost has absolute control over the corpse head continent. The corpse cavalry army is patrolling everywhere, but we haven't encountered any of them yet." "Big brother, what do you mean?" "There's a situation on the corpse head continent." The sword-wielding man took out a communication jade pendant and sent the news back. Chapter 34:19. The corpse head continent was as quiet as ever. Due to the deterrence of the corpse head ghost, few people from the surrounding continents dared to come here. However, in the past few days, there were many figures moving around at the edge of the corpse head continent. Sha sha sha. Footsteps could be heard in the forest. The sword-wielding man and the black-armored man's expressions changed slightly as they looked up. When they saw the person coming, they were overjoyed. Lord Bai. The person who came was wearing a white robe. He was Lord Black's life and death brother, and also Lord Black's right-hand man. His status was as high as Lord Black's. "Big brother has something important to do and can't come in person. I brought him here to have a look." The two nodded and immediately told Lord Bai about the abnormality they found. The latter nodded and said, "Now, what we need to do is to capture a zombie and ask about the situation of the corpse head continent from it." The three of them lurked in the wilderness, looking for zombies. However, after half a month, they did not find any movement of zombies. The aura of zombies in the air is getting fainter and fainter, and we haven't found any traces of zombies for half a month. This is absolutely abnormal. Lord Bai could already be sure that the corpse head continent was in danger. "Let's go." Lord Bai got up and led the two of them quickly. 3 months later. There was a hidden island thousands of miles away from the core mansion. Huff, the sword-wielding man and the black-armored man panted as they rushed from outside the island. "Lord Bai, we've found out the news," the sword-wielding man said. "We've done everything possible and got the news that a few months ago there was a shocking battle on the corpse head continent. After that battle, the corpse head ghost never appeared again, and even the zombie cavalry army mysteriously disappeared," the black-armored man said. "A shocking battle?" Hearing this, Lord Bai's eyes flickered. Could it be that the corpse head ghost was killed? Thinking of this, A trace of excitement flashed in Lord Bai's eyes. At the same time, a bold idea appeared in his mind. The core mansion. Stop right there. At the entrance of the mansion, there were 2 guards staring at Lord Bai and the other 2 with fierce eyes. Ancient Immortal Continents by Wuyun is here to visit the corpse head ghost, Lord Bai said with a smile. His lordship is currently in seclusion. You should all return, the guard said. Master Bai had been observing the guard's expression. Although the guard's expression changed very slightly, Master Bai still caught it. What? Is this how the corpse continent treats its guests? Master Bai said in a deep voice. A friend has come from afar, but the corpse head ghost doesn't come out to receive him. How laughable. You, hearing this, the guard immediately attacked. Scram. Lord Bai purposely angered the guards, and then took the opportunity to attack. Boom. Lord Bai suddenly punched the 2 guards and sent them flying. The commotion here alarmed the butler. What happened? The butler's body was filled with a powerful pressure as he stared at Lord Bai. I was wondering who it was. So it's Bai Wuyun from the ancient Immortal Continent's Black Cloud Mansion. The steward said, the 2 of them are right. Master is currently in seclusion, so it's not convenient for him to receive guests. Please leave quickly. Bai Wuyun didn't leave. He looked at the steward mockingly. The more he said this, the more he felt guilty. I represent the ancient Immortal Continent's Black Cloud Mansion to personally visit the corpse head ghost. If I don't see him, how can I report back? Bai Wuyun said. What? Using the Black Cloud Mansion to threaten me? The steward frowned. A mere Black Cloud Mansion dares to be arrogant in the corpse continent? I'll give you 3 breath. If you don't scram, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although the Black Cloud Mansion was one of the strongest mansions in the ancient Immortal Continent, it was only a mansion. How could it compare to the corpse continent? If that's the case, before he could finish, Bai Wuyun attacked. Skyblade. Bai Wuyun shouted in a low voice, and a battle saber appeared in his hand. He activated all the strength in his body and slashed out. Bang! 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 In the void, the saber flashed, and a terrifying aura tore the sky. The steward's defense was instantly shattered, and his body flew backward. However, just as he was about to fall to the ground, he was caught by a pair of hands. Humph, the corpse continent is just so. Bai Wuyun sneered. The steward was furious. He was about to fight with all his might, but he was stopped. Master, the steward turned around and was overjoyed when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Bai Wuyun. He's right. How can a mere Black Cloud Mansion compare to the corpse continent? Even if the Black Cloud Mansion's mansion master comes, he won't be able to do anything, let alone you. Kid, who are you? Bai Wuyun frowned and asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that I'm the one who killed you. Whoosh! A sword light shot out from Fang Chen's body at lightning speed. Bai Wuyun didn't even have time to dodge before he was hit by the sword light. Crack! His body suddenly exploded, and the yang essence in his body was directly shattered by the sword light. The sudden change stunned the sword-wielding man and the black-armored man. After a short moment of being stunned, they trembled. It's too powerful. The power of that sword is even stronger than Master Black's. The sword-wielding man sensed the powerful sword chi fluctuation, and his heart was filled with despair. Poochie! Fang Chen waved his sleeve and blasted the 2 into pieces. Master, aren't you in seclusion? The steward asked, his heart trembling. Just like that, a Yang Yuan realm martial artist was casually killed. Fang Chen didn't answer the steward's question. Instead, he asked, give me all the information about the ancient Immortal Continent. The steward took out a booklet and handed it to Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen closed the booklet. He had a rough understanding of the ancient Immortal Continent. The Black Cloud Mansion's mansion master will definitely know that I killed the people of the Black Cloud Mansion. Instead of letting him come to the corpse continent to find trouble with me, I'd better go and meet him first. During this time, Fang Chen's cultivation had reached a new level. He had cultivated the heavenly star sword art to the 3rd level, and its power had increased. He had also comprehended the 2nd level of the Apocalypse painting scroll. He felt that he would comprehend the 4th sword soon. He just needed an opportunity. In fact, there was another reason why Fang Chen wanted to go to the ancient Immortal continent. It was the Immortal Refinement Master. He was one of the 2 giants of the ancient Immortal continent, a perfected yin-yang essence realm powerhouse. In addition, he was also a blacksmith who could refine holy treasures. The hidden star sword was broken and hadn't been repaired. If he could get the help of the Immortal Refinement Master to repair the hidden star sword and let it absorb the termination spiritual liquid, it would become a holy treasure. Master. The steward still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Fang Chen. After I leave, you'll be in charge of everything on the corpse continent, Fang Chen said. Ancient Immortal Continent, Black Cloud Mansion. Bang. In the quiet study, a heavy voice came out. The mansion master in black had a ferocious face, and his eyes were filled with blood-red killing intent. "Second brother," he said through gritted teeth. "Humph, corpse head ghost, how dare you kill my second brother? I'll never forgive you." He wanted to go now to avenge his second brother. However, his rationality told him that now was not the time. Thump, thump. At this moment, a servant walked in. The Black Cloud Mansion Master asked, "How's it going over there?" "Palace Master, the ancient Immortal Continent has completely explored the place where the primeval sovereign fell. Many reclusive powerhouses have also entered the place to search for opportunities," the servant said in a low voice. "It's said that the Immortal Refinement Master has also entered." The Black Cloud Mansion Master nodded. "What about the Julan King? We haven't found his whereabouts." The Black Cloud Mansion Master raised his eyebrows, but he soon calmed down. "Get ready. We'll leave in 3 days." "Yes, Lord." After the servant left, the Black Cloud Mansion Master's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Corpse head ghost, I'll let you live a little longer. When I return from the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died, I'll definitely avenge my second brother. On a mountain peak. You should be familiar with the ancient Immortal Continent. Do you know where the Black Cloud Mansion is?" Fang Chen asked. Chen Su nodded. "Although I'm not from the ancient Immortal Continent, I followed my grandfather here a long time ago and trained for 100 years. I'm quite familiar with the place. The Black Cloud Mansion is very famous in the ancient Immortal Continent. Of course I know where it is." Chen Su said. "However, the Black Cloud Mansion Master is very powerful." Chen Su shook his head and smiled. Fang Chen was even more powerful. "Senior, although you're very powerful and don't fear the Black Cloud Mansion Master, you still have to be careful. It's said that the Black Cloud Mansion Master is a descendant of an Almighty who survived the Battle of the Gods in the ancient times." Chen Su reminded him. "I know what to do." Under Chen Su's lead, they finally arrived at the Black Cloud Mansion's territory after traveling day and night. "The Black Cloud Mansion is not far ahead," Chen Su said. Fang Chen frowned. His divine sense was very powerful, so he could hear some of the discussions around him. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died? This news had spread throughout the ancient Immortal Continent. Almost everyone knew about it. After stopping for a while, Fang Chen walked toward the Black Cloud Mansion. Inside the Black Cloud Mansion. Bang! Fang Chen charged into the Black Cloud Mansion in a barbaric and violent manner. "Kill him for me!" Many martial artists surrounded Fang Chen, but their efforts were in vain. In the end, they were all killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen grabbed a servant and asked coldly, "Where's the Black Cloud Mansion Master?" "Spare my life, my lord." The Mansion Master went to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died not long ago. Fang Chen said, Hand over all the wealth in the Black Cloud Mansion. My lord, we're only servants. We can't do it. Only the mansion master can open the treasury, the servant said, trembling. Take me to the treasury. After entering the in-essence stage, he needed a lot of resources to cultivate. It was a good opportunity to rob the Black Cloud Mansion. The servant trembled as he led Fong Chen to the treasury. Just as Fong Chen was about to break open the treasury with brute force, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 34:20. A white-clothed figure came over with a sword in his hand. He glared at Fong Chen, wishing he could kill him with his gaze. Kid, do you know what you are doing? The white-clothed man leaped and landed on the ground. The flying sword under his feet fell into his hand. A terrifying sword aura emerged from his body, suppressing Fong Chen with a powerful aura. Of course I know. Fong Chen's expression was indifferent. He ignored the white-clothed man and continued to bombard the door of the treasury. Dong! The continuous fist lights hit the door of the treasury, causing it to shake. You're courting death. The white-clothed man was instantly enraged. His figure flashed and he swung the sword in his hand. A terrifying sword light whistled out and stabbed towards Fong Chen at lightning speed. Lord Jian Tianhou is here. You're dead. The housekeeper suppressed by Fong Chen looked at the white-clothed man with schadenfreude. Fong Chen exclaimed softly when he sensed the sword principle contained within the sword light. This sword technique is not bad. Fong Chen saw through the trajectory of Jian Tianhou's sword technique at a glance. As expected of the God-Fall battlefield, any random sword cultivator can have such exquisite sword technique. Rip. Seeing the sword light shoot towards him, Fong Chen didn't choose to dodge. He even closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jian Tianhou sneered. What? Are you afraid? Jian Tianhou thought that Fong Chen had sensed the power of his sword technique and gave up resisting. He was ready to welcome death. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange scene occurred. When the sword ray that was capable of destroying everything in its path collided with Fong Chen's body, it actually only caused his defense to sway slightly before shattering with a loud bang. What? Jian Tianhou exclaimed. His sword technique couldn't break through Jian Tianhou's defense. Something's not right. After the shock, Jian Tianhou's sharp eyes discovered the faint sword Dao aura on Fong Chen's body. What kind of sword qi is this? Why have I never seen it before? Although the sword qi on Fong Chen's body was obscure, it contained an extremely powerful force. The more he sensed, the more shocked Jian Tianhou became. Too powerful! What kind of sword Dao is this? As a sword cultivator, Jian Tianhou naturally knew that there were tens of thousands of sword Daos in the world, and some were strong and some were weak. His Vajra sword Dao was so sharp that it could tear apart anything in the world. The other sword Daos were also different. If my guess is correct, this should be the Vajra sword Dao, right? Fong Chen grinned. What a pretentious act. Jian Tianhou's expression gradually returned to normal as he coldly said. Then, he swung his sword again. This sword strike was mixed with a golden luster, accumulating all the power in his body. I don't believe that you can withstand my fatal blow. Jian Tianhou's strength was roughly on par with Bai Wen. His Vajra sword Dao was quite sharp, but it was almost impossible for him to break through Fong Chen's defense. Vajra heaven extinguishing! Jian Tianhou roared as the long sword in his hand shot out. It was accompanied by a vast sword light mixed with an incomparably sharp aura as it pierced towards Fong Chen. Looking at the incoming sword light, Fong Chen shook his head. When the sword light neared his chest, he made a crazy move. He gently stretched out his finger and caught the sword light at an unimaginably tricky angle. You're courting death. Jian Tianhou crazily circulated the power in his body and injected it into the sword light. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake his opponent. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was the move that made him famous, and it was also his strongest trump card. With this move, he was famous in the ancient Immortal continent and was even as famous as the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. Your understanding of Sword Dao is too shallow. Fang Chen gently exerted force with his finger, and the sword light shattered with a crack. The void shook and the sword qi dissipated. Jian Tianhou also suffered a powerful backlash and retreated. Impossible. I went deep into the core of the Godfall battlefield and fought with many ancient descendants. I tempered myself in life and death battles. How can you compare to me? Jian Tianhou shook his head, unwilling to believe the truth. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes flickered. This was the first time he had heard of the core of the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen's eyelids drooped as he pondered about the core of the God's Fall battlefield. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Tianhou slashed out with his sword. Dense sword light filled the air. Seizing this opportunity, he burned his essence blood and fled into the distance. Crack! Fang Chen flipped his hand and shattered the dense sword light in the void. He didn't chase after Jian Tianhou. In his opinion, this person was too weak to be a threat. Fang Chen glanced at the trembling steward beside him. The steward knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Sir, please spare my life. Please spare my life." He learned from the steward that the white-robed man was called Jian Tianhou and was a young essence expert. He was quite famous in the ancient Immortal continent. Jian Tianhou is a close friend of the Mansion Lord. He probably came here to take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen didn't think too much and continued to attack. Crack! After countless punches, the door of the treasury finally opened. After entering the treasury, Fang Chen was also somewhat astonished. He didn't expect the Black Cloud Mansion Lord to have more wealth than the ancient Chaos Sacred Palace. He roughly looked at the weapons, rare materials, pills, spirit herbs, and of course, some secret techniques. Fang Chen frowned. The things in the treasury were good in the outside world, but they weren't attractive to him. It seems that the real treasures are all carried with them. After a while, Fang Chen cleaned out the treasury and left. On a mountain in the territory of the Black Cloud Mansion. "These are for you." Fang Chen took out some pills and spirit herbs and handed them to Chen Su. "Senior." Chen Su didn't take them but hesitated. "What is it? Just say it." Plop. Chen Su knelt on the ground and said, "Senior, please accept this junior as your disciple." "Get up." An invisible force helped Chen Su up. "I already have 2 disciples and don't plan to take any for now. Moreover, I have some enemies in the God's Fall battlefield and don't want to involve you." Not to mention the Black Cloud Mansion Lord, just Lord Mo Tao was enough to give Fang Chen a headache. "Senior gave me my life. As long as I can cultivate with you, I'm not afraid of anything," Chen Su said. Fang Chen shook his head and slowly got up, looking into the distance. "I'm going to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell. You go back first." The place where a powerhouse fell was bound to attract many people. Chen Su would be courting death if he went there. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell was on the War Demon continent. It was said that the War Demon continent used to be a very powerful continent in ancient times. However, it was one of the main battlefields during the God's Fall War. It was obvious that the War Demon continent was much more dilapidated than the ancient Immortal continent. At a glance, the entire War Demon continent was like an abandoned desert. It was desolate and uninhabited, not even a single building could be seen. The sky was filled with endless smoke. Inside, Fang Chen could feel that he was dreaming of the ancient battlefield. Because of the appearance of the God's Fall battlefield, more and more powerhouses came to the originally desolate War Demon continent. However, the weakest of these people was at the Yang Essence realm. There were even 5 elements Saint realm powerhouses. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light streaked across the sky as Jian Tianhou arrived with his sword. He met up with the Black Cloud Mansion Lord in front of a mountain stream. "Jian Tianhou." The Black Cloud Mansion Lord smiled. What's the situation? Jian Tianho asked. He was most concerned about the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell. The situation isn't optimistic. The top powerhouses of the surrounding continents have all come. There are no less than 20 peak Yin-Yang Essence Realm powerhouses. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord said in a deep voice. Even 3 of Lord Emmotao's generals have come. I heard from some people who have a good relationship with the divine generals that the appearance of the ancient ruins has even alarmed Lord Emmotao. Jian Tianho's expression changed greatly when he heard the words, Lord Emmotao. What? Lord Emmotao was the absolute ruler of this territory. He was also a 5 elements Saint Realm powerhouse that surpassed the Yin-Yang Essence Realm. If he came, who could compete with him? Didn't this mean that they had no chance of obtaining the inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign? Lord Emmotao isn't the only one who has come. It's said that that person will come as well. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord whispered in Jian Tianho's ear. Jian Tianho's eyes widened. After a long time, he gradually recovered from the shock. What do we do now? What chance do we have now that those 2 powerhouses have come? You can't say that. There must be some shocking secret in the ancient ruins. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted Lord Emmotao. Powerhouses like them will take the strongest items and leave the rest for us to fight for, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. After chatting for a while, Jian Tianho finally understood the current situation of the Battle Demon continent. Many Yin-Yang Essence Realm cultivators were hiding in groups of 3 to 5. No one was willing to approach the Fallen Land for fear of offending Lord Emmotao. The Fallen Land will probably open soon. We'll enter after Lord Emmotao enters, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. Jian Tianho nodded. His expression changed as he looked at the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. What's going on? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord noticed Jian Tianho's abnormality. I passed by your Black Cloud Mansion before coming here, said Jian Tianho. Someone started a massacre in your Black Cloud Mansion and looted your treasury. What? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was furious. I showed myself and wanted to kill him, but he was too strong. If I hadn't escaped in time, I might have died there. His heart was filled with fear as he recalled his battle with Fong Qin. Who was it? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord frowned as his eyes flickered. I don't know him either. He's a young cultivator with profound attainments in the Sword Dao, said Jian Tianho. He's only at the Yin Essence Realm, but his combat strength is stronger than mine. I suspect that he has some secret. Humph, no matter who he is, he should be prepared to die if he dares to invade my Black Cloud Mansion, said the Black Cloud Mansion Lord coldly. Don't be rash, Jian Tianho stopped him. Chapter 34:21. Dong, dong, dong. Standing on the wasteland, Fong Qin could vaguely hear the sound of war drums in the void. It was like the sound of a war horn, making one's heart tremble. Is this the War Demon continent? According to the information that Fong Qin received, the War Demon continent was one of the main battlefields of the Battle of Gods. It was not comparable to the peripheral battlefields like the Corpse continent. Looking at the ruins of the War Demon continent, Fong Qin sighed in his heart. He could imagine how prosperous the War Demon continent was back then. However, it could not withstand the erosion of time. On the ground, sections of bones turned into ashes and merged into the soil. Looking around, broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere. Buzz. Suddenly, his primordial spirit trembled in his mind. After that, he was suddenly stunned, and then his figure flashed as he found a damaged little hill and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Rip! A formless aura gathered around him, forming a powerful barrier. At this moment, the power of the soul path surged in his mind. His primordial spirit flickered with a bright light. Almost at the same time, he activated the Heavenly Soul Scripture. A moment later, the Heavenly Soul Scripture had completed one cycle in his mind. At this moment, a weak light only lasted for a moment before it gradually brightened. Buzz. Fang Chun could feel that the power of the heavenly soul scripture was condensed into this light. In his mind, a clear trajectory appeared. This light followed the trajectory of the heavenly soul scripture and swam in Fang Chen's mind. Wherever the light passed, the power of the soul path underwent a qualitative leap. After the light had completed one cycle, Fang Chen's primordial spirit finally underwent a change. "Am I going to break through?" Fang Chen murmured. His primordial spirit had already stepped into the corporeal realm. However, it was very difficult to improve it again. Now, with the heavenly soul scripture, he only needed enough energy to improve the strength of his primordial spirit. Moreover, when he first came to the war demon continent, he felt the ancient roar coming from the void and fell into an epiphany. His mind was suddenly enlightened. Therefore, his primordial spirit began to transform. At this time, the power of the heavenly soul scripture was finally revealed. Energy! Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Without thinking, he took out all the soul path materials that he had prepared in advance and wildly swallowed them. In a moment, the medicinal effects of these materials gathered in his mind, forming a terrifying vortex that drowned his primordial spirit. Condense. As the heavenly soul scripture, Fang Chen's primordial spirit continuously grew stronger. His body exuded a terrifying soul Tao power. 10,000 miles away, a terrifying demonic beast suddenly stopped. He opened his eyes that were as big as gongs and looked to the side. He sensed an extremely terrifying soul power. "What's going?" The three-legged demonic beast dragged its huge body and hurried towards the source of the soul Tao energy. It soon discovered Fang Chen. A human, the demonic dong beast demonic soul demonic soul demonic of the demonic soul the demonic beast. A mere origin realm, a demonic realm martial a mere dems a realm. The three-legged demonic beast rolled its eyes, as if it had thought of something. He licked his dry lips and said sinisterly, "No matter what secrets you have, I'll know them once I kill you." After it finished speaking, the three-legged demonic beast suddenly moved, causing the ground to tremble. Its huge body charged straight for the small hill. As it approached Fang Chen, it clenched its claws into a fist and punched at Fang Chen. Rip! However, at this critical moment, Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a terrifying light burst out, causing the world to lose its color. "Get lost!" Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. A layer of frightening soul Tao fluctuation was released from his mind. It instantly hit the three-legged demonic beast. Bang! The latter didn't even have time to defend itself before its huge body was blasted away. Roar! The three-legged demonic beast on the ground roared angrily. It got up and continued to attack. "You are seeking death." Fang Chen's murderous intent surged. His eyes flickered as he circulated the heavenly soul scripture. The terrifying soul Tao energy formed the strongest attack on the three-legged demonic beast. The latter's body trembled when Fang Chen's soul Tao energy struck it. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen swung his sword. Crack! The red glass sword carried boundless energy as it chopped off one of the three-legged demonic beast's legs. The three-legged demonic beast let out a miserable shriek. It looked at Fang Chen in horror, its entire body turning cold. "Human, this is a misunderstanding." The three-legged demonic beast begged for mercy in the human language. Clearly, the three-legged demonic beast knew how terrifying Fang Chen was. No matter what, the three-legged demonic beast was a peak expert in the yang essence stage. However, this human cultivator before it sent it flying with just a glance. Furthermore, the sword strike that followed was a stroke of genius, making its heart tremble. "I'm just passing by. I didn't mean to disturb you." Feeling Fang Chen's murderous intent, the three-legged demonic beast hurriedly said. Fang Chen ignored the three-legged demonic beast. Holding the red glass sword, he continued forward. Seeing this, the three-legged demonic beast finally felt the threat of death looming over it. It hurriedly took out a jade pendant and threw it to Fang Chen. Human, I got this jade pendant from an ancient relic. It contains a technique. Take it as my apology. Let's stop here. What do you think? At this critical moment, the three-legged demonic beast couldn't care less. Fang Chen took the jade pendant, glanced at it, and put it into his pocket. Swoosh! The red glass sword danced and slashed out. The three-legged demonic beast's body instantly exploded. Human, you lied to me. The three-legged demonic beast's angry roar echoed in the terrifying torrent, as well as its unwilling voice. The God's Fall battlefield was extremely dangerous. Those who could survive in such a harsh illusion were basically vicious and merciless people. If Fang Chen had been weak, the three-legged demonic beast definitely wouldn't have let him go. Thus, Fang Chen killed him without the slightest hesitation. This jade pendant is quite strange. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness penetrated the inside of the jade pendant, but he didn't find anything. My primordial spirit is infinitely close to the saint realm after cultivating the heavenly soul scripture. Why can't I check it? Fang Chen frowned. Although cultivating the heavenly soul scripture had improved his primordial spirit a lot, it was still some distance away from the saint realm. As long as I can find soul path treasures, it's only a matter of time before I enter the saint realm. Now, his primordial spirit was much stronger than the peak of the corporeal realm. It could be called the half-saint realm. There was a lot of noise just now. Let's leave first. Fang Chen leaped and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, there were several whooshing sounds. Several warriors appeared on the small hill. I clearly felt a terrifying soul path power fluctuation just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? That's the body of a three-legged demonic beast. There was a fierce battle here. The three-legged demonic beast should have been killed by a human warrior. Several people discussed spiritedly. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. He stared dumbfoundedly at the three-legged demonic beast's body. Hearing his voice, everyone's eyes fell on the three-legged demonic beast's body. The three-legged demonic beast's body was pierced by a sword. Look at the damage. It's very neat. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Could it be Sword Tianhou? After leaving the small hill, Fang Chen headed west. The place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell should be in front, right? Fang Chen murmured. Along the way, he encountered many human warriors, but he didn't fight with them and just hurriedly passed by. After all, the ancient ruins were about to open. Everyone was preparing for battle and didn't want to cause trouble. Whoosh! Fang Chen leaned against a broken stone pillar and sat down to rest. Little friend. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Fang Chen instantly looked around vigilantly. He suddenly discovered that a white-haired old man had appeared behind the stone pillar at an unknown time. Strangely, the white-haired old man was clearly behind him, but he couldn't sense the slightest aura. This set off stormy waves in Fang Chen's heart. A five-elements saint realm expert? Fang Chen murmured. The white-haired old man looked at Fang Chen with a smile. I didn't know Senior was here. Junior has disturbed you. Farewell. Fang Chen cupped his fists and prepared to leave. I've followed you all the way and wanted to talk to you. You won't even give this old man face? The white-haired old man said gently. Fang Chen was startled. He stared at the white-haired old man in disbelief. Thinking about it, it was probably because the battle with the three-legged demonic beast was too great that it attracted the white-haired old man's attention. Being stared at by the white-haired old man, Fang Chen's scalp went numb, as if all his secrets were seen through. After a long while, the white-haired old man withdrew his burning gaze and sat beside Fang Chen. You're at the Yin Essence stage, but you have the battle strength of the Yang Essence stage, and your battle strength is extremely strong. Most importantly, your primordial spirit is stronger than an ordinary warrior at the peak of the Yang Essence stage. Even an ordinary warrior at the peak of the yin-yang essence stage might not necessarily be stronger than you. The white-haired old man said slowly. Moreover, I sensed a special aura on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be from the ancient chaos, right? What? Fang Chen trembled and stared at the white-haired old man, dumbfounded. He actually knew about the ancient chaos. Was he an expert in the history of the sacred palace? Senior, may I ask if you're an ancestor of the human race in the ancient chaos? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The white-haired old man shook his head gently. I'm not. Then, I once met a person who came from the primordial chaos. He had the same aura as you, an incomplete supreme law. Hearing this, Fang Chen was even more puzzled. Senior, may I know who you met? I don't know him either. I only caught a glimpse of him back then. The white-haired old man said. Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. Did the white-haired old man follow him all the way just to tell him this? Senior, may I know why you're looking for me? The white-haired old man stroked his beard and said with a smile, It's nothing. I just want to form a good relationship with you. Fang Chen was stunned. Chapter 34:22. On a broken mountain. A golden-robed old man stood with his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. Mr. Long, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord, stood respectfully behind him. Not long ago, a mysterious cultivator came to my Black Cloud Mansion and started a massacre. My good brother, Jian Tianhou, passed by and tried to stop him, but he couldn't. In the end, he paid a heavy price and burned his essence blood to escape. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord said in a deep voice. That person's strength is at least at the peak of the Yang origin stage, and he might even be at the peak of the Yin-Yang origin stage. That's why I asked Mr. Long to kill him. The Black Cloud Mansion was his route. Since this person dared to start a massacre in the Black Cloud Mansion, there was an irreconcilable enmity between them. A cool breeze blew by, and Mr. Long's golden robe fluttered in the wind. However, he didn't say anything and remained silent. Mr. Long, do you remember 100 years ago? At this point, Mr. Long's expression finally changed. He turned around and looked at the Black Cloud Mansion Lord. After thinking for a while, he said, I did owe you a favor. His thoughts were pulled back to 100 years ago. After a long while, Mr. Long sighed and nodded. Do you know anything about him? The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was secretly happy. Mr. Long had agreed to his request. With Mr. Long's help, that person would definitely die. I've never seen him before. According to my good friend, Jian Tianhou, this person's cultivation is only at the Yin origin stage, but his combat strength is extremely strong. Jian Tianhou, who's also a sword cultivator, couldn't even block a single strike from him, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said. Mr. Long frowned and fell into deep thought. He knew Jian Tianhou's strength. He was barely at the late stage of the Yang origin stage, and there was still a gap between him and the peak of the Yang origin stage. That person was able to force Jian Tianhou back with a single strike, so he was at least at the peak of the Yang origin stage. He's only at the Yin origin stage, but he can unleash the combat strength of a peak Yang origin stage cultivator or even half a step into the peak of the Yang origin stage. Mr. Long fell into deep thought. There were only 3 possibilities for such a thing. First, this person had a secret and hid his aura. Second, this person's sword technique was passed down from a 5-elemental Saint Realm expert. Third, this person's sword was a Saint treasure. Other than that, Mr. Long couldn't think of anything else. His eyes flickered. No matter what the situation was, as long as he could kill him, he would definitely reap great reward. My current cultivation base has reached the great perfection level, but I've been unable to make any progress. If I can get my hands on the secret cultivation technique, I might be able to reach the peak of the great perfection level. Mr. Long, I'm guessing that guy will definitely come to the Battle Demon continent. We just need to wait for him to show up, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said with a smile. Mr. Long nodded. You and Jian Tianho go and investigate his whereabouts. Once you've finished your investigation, inform me. Who is this white-haired old man? Fang Chen was very puzzled. A mysterious expert that he had never met followed him all the way just to form a good relationship with him? Fang Chen was puzzled. Walking on the wasteland, they approached the ancient ruins. Whoosh! At a certain moment, in the silent sky, terrifying lightning suddenly appeared. In the blink of an eye, lightning filled the entire battle demon continent. At the same time, everyone raised their heads and stared at the void. In the sky, there was a terrifying lightning vortex. Whoosh! 5 figures flashed and disappeared. The phenomenon only lasted for a quarter of an hour before it disappeared. Soon after, a shocking piece of news spread. Lord Mo Tao and his subordinates had entered the place where the World Extermination Prime Sovereign fell. This piece of news was like a bomb that exploded on the battle demon continent. Countless cultivators went crazy over this news. Fang Chen stopped and licked his dry lips. The ancient ruins have finally opened? Just as Fang Chen was about to leave, he saw 2 figures shooting towards him from the corner of his eye. One of them was Jian Tianho. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jian Tianho and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord had surrounded Fang Chen. At the same time, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord secretly sent a message to Mr. Long. The latter was already on his way. Brat, we meet again. Jian Tianho sneered. Damn guy, you dare to invade my Black Cloud Mansion? You're courting death, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord said fiercely. Fang Chen shrugged and said disdainfully, If you hadn't burned your essence blood to escape, would you still be standing in front of me? It seems like I should have been more ruthless and killed you with one sword. You, thinking back to the battle in the Black Cloud Mansion, Jian Tianho's heart trembled. He looked at Fang Chen's cold face and involuntarily took a few steps back. Attack together and kill him! The Black Cloud Mansion Lord roared. Then, a black light exploded around him as he charged at Fang Chen. Jian Tianho was stunned for a moment before he also attacked. You guys are too weak. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho's strength wasn't enough for Fang Chen to use his full strength. Boom! One punch, just one punch. A vast and boundless fist radiance smashed into the bodies of the 2 people who were in the middle of attacking. Dong! 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 A deafening sound echoed through the sky. Cracks appeared on the ground as the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho's bodies smashed into the ground. The sound of bones breaking came from their bodies. Poochie! The 2 spat out blood and their faces turned pale. Too strong. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord shook his head in disbelief. Although he had heard about Fang Chen's strength from Jian Tianho, he only knew that this person was much stronger than what Jian Tianho had said. I can't fight him head-on. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord instantly made a decision. He and Jian Tianho looked at each other before looking at Fang Chen. Brat, don't be so smug. Since you dare to invade my Black Cloud Mansion, the Battle Demon Continent will be your burial ground. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord stood up and said with a ferocious expression, I've already sent a message to Mr. Long. He's on his way. Once he arrives, you'll die without a doubt. Mr. Long? So you've called for help? No wonder you dare to stop me. Fang Chen sneered and extended his hand. Before he comes, hand over all of your spatial rings. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho naturally refused. However, under Fang Chen's strong coercion, they had no choice but to hand over their spatial rings. Fang Chen scanned the 2 spatial rings with his divine sense and found a large amount of yin and yang pills. He put away the spatial rings and looked at the 2 with a smile. Now you can die. He could see the cold killing intent in Jian Tianho and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord's eyes. Leaving them alive would be a problem in the future, so he might as well kill them. You. Mr. Long won't let you go. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord was furious. Boom. Fang Chen punched out again. A terrifying fist aura swept across the land. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho were horrified. They frantically tried to escape, but they were about to be engulfed by the terrifying fist aura. Gotcha! A cold light shot from afar and smashed into the fist aura, shattering it. Whoosh! Seeing this, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho were overjoyed. Mr. Long had finally arrived. Mr. Long is here. Brat, you're dead. In front of Mr. Long, you're less than an ant. The two of them had forgotten their fear and mocked Long Chen. Whoosh! A golden-robed figure arrived with the wind and landed in front of the two. Mr. Long, it's him. The Black Cloud Mansion Lord pointed at Fong Chen. Mr. Long stood calmly with his hands behind his back. It was as if the whole world was under his control. He had the look of a superior. You're pretty strong, Mr. Long said. This was his evaluation of Fong Chen. To be able to force Jian Tianho and the Black Cloud Mansion Lord into such a state with one punch, he was indeed strong. At least, it would be hard to find a match for him in the same realm. If I didn't come, the two of them would have died. Mr. Long continued, but now that I'm here, you're the one who will die. Mr. Long looked at Fong Chen with a golden light in his eyes. He felt that Fong Chen wasn't simple, so he was even more eager to kill him. If the helper they found is you, then clasp your fists and all three of you will die, Fong Chen said fearlessly. Humph, how pretentious. If Mr. Long wants to, you can easily become Lord Mo Tao's divine general. You're just a essence stage cultivator, yet you dare to judge yourself? What a joke. Among the many cultivators who came to Lord War Demon, there weren't many who had the ability to kill Mr. Long, so what if I'm a divine general? Fong Chen said. I once killed a divine general. Oh right. I think he was called Divine General Haigu. Hearing this, even Mr. Long frowned. Nonsense. Divine General Haigu was a peak expert among the divine generals. You killed him? What a big joke. Mr. Long, why are you wasting words with him? Just kill him. Mr. Long stepped forward and waved his sleeve, sending out a palm strike. Insignificant skill. Fong Chen punched out, blocking Mr. Long's attack. Mr. Long's eyes lit up. I can let you live. Be my servant. Fong Chen shook his head. Since that's the case, I can only kill you with my own hands. After saying this, golden light burst out from Mr. Long's body. His body floated in the air as he waved his hand. A terrifying golden light rippled out. Why don't you believe what I said? Fong Chen drew the red glass sword and used the heavenly star sword technique. Whoosh! A dazzling sword light whizzed out. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Idiot. If I were him, I would run away as soon as I saw Mr. Long, the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho mock. However, as soon as they finished speaking, the sword light easily pierced through Mr. Long's golden light defense. At this moment, even Mr. Long's expression turned grave. No. In the next second, Mr. Long roared in shock and anger. However, it was too late. With a crack, the sword light pierced through his chest. Bang! Mr. Long fell to the ground with a strong sense of unwillingness and anger. The sudden change stunned the Black Cloud Mansion Lord and Jian Tianho. What did I just see? Mr. Long, he dong, dong, dong. The ground shook. Fong Chen held the red glass sword and looked at the two coldly. It's your turn now. Whoosh. Chapter 34-23. As time passed, more and more martial artists came to the broken battle demon continent. There were descendants of ancient powerhouses and also monster race experts. The quiet battle demon continent instantly became lively. Battle Demon Mountain. The core of the battle demon continent. It was said that in ancient times, the battle of the gods had started on Battle Demon Mountain and spread to the entire Battle Demon continent. At the foot of Battle Demon Mountain, a dense crowd of martial artists frantically rushed up the mountain. Fong Chen's gaze fell on Battle Demon Mountain. A void gate had appeared on the peak of the mountain. Fang Chen could feel a terrifying aura coming from Battle Demon Mountain. What a terrifying evil aura! Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Even though countless years had passed, the evil aura left behind by the Battle of the Gods still existed. Dong! Fang Chen's mind shook and his yuan spirit swayed. His body also swayed slightly. Buzz! Sword Qi appeared around him, forming a layer of Sword Qi halo that blocked the invasion of the murderous aura. That void gate should be the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign fell, right? Fang Chen murmured. At this moment, he heard people discussing around him. Do you know that the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hadn't stepped into the Five Elements Saint Realm? How is that possible? That's right. If the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hadn't stepped into the Five Elements Saint Realm, why would Lord Immortal be attracted to his place of death? One must know that Lord Immortal was the absolute ruler of this domain. There were very few Five Elements Saint Realm experts that could enter his eyes. But Lord Immortal had personally brought his divine generals to the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen. One could imagine how important it was to him. The blue-clothed man who had spoken earlier shook his head. You don't understand, do you? It is said that the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign hid a shocking secret, and there are even rumors that this secret is very likely to involve the Heaven-Defying Alliance. What? Hearing the three words Heaven-Defying Alliance, everyone exclaimed and their faces changed dramatically. Fang Chen was stunned. He saw a trace of horror in the eyes of these people. What exactly is this Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fang Chen frowned. If it's really related to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it wouldn't be surprising for Lord Immortal to come. Interesting. Everyone looked greedily at the peak of Battle Demon Mountain. Exalted Immortal must have come for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He took most of the wealth in the Fallen Land. Even the small things that Exalted Immortal didn't care about are priceless to us. The group quickly climbed the Battle Demon Mountain and entered the Void Gate. Do you know the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fang Chen asked Su Qi. The latter shook his head. I've never heard of it, but judging from the expressions of those people just now, the Heaven-Defying Alliance must be a colossus in the God's Fall battlefield. My strength is too low, so it's very difficult for me to come into contact with it. Battle of Godfall, Heaven-Defying Alliance. Carefully sifting through these words, Fang Chen vaguely felt that this Heaven-Defying Alliance was very likely related to the ancient Godfall War. Suddenly, his blood boiled. He took a step forward and reached the top of Battle Demon Mountain. What a dense fiendish aura! Vast fiendish aura surged from all directions. If not for the Sword Qi protecting his body, he would definitely have been injured by the fiendish aura. Just how tragic was the God's Fall War back then? Fang Chen was shocked. This Battle Demon Mountain was only a small battlefield in the God's Fall War, but it contained such a vast fiendish aura. With such a dense fiendish aura, a Yin Essence Realm cultivator would probably be invaded in an instant. Their primordial spirit would shatter and they would die. Only experts at the Yang Essence Realm and above could resist this terrifying fiendish aura. Go in. With a leap, he disappeared into the Void Gate. Not long after Fang Chen left, an old man and a youth approached from afar, arriving at the foot of Battle Demon Mountain. The old man wore gray cotton clothes, his face covered in wrinkles. The youth beside him had a grave expression and a deep gaze. If Fang Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this youth as Gu Tianhua, the proud son of heaven of the ancient chaos that he once defeated. The current Gu Tianhua was like a completely different person from before. His aura was extremely strong. Moreover, he had condensed Yin essence and received the complete inheritance of the Gu clan. Tianhua, my Gu clan's inheritance comes from the ancient era. What you received now is only a tenth of the complete inheritance. If you want to regain the glory of my Gu clan, you have to raise your strength as much as possible. The old man said slowly, of course, the fastest way is to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. I will definitely join the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Clearly, Gu Tianhua knew about the Heaven-Defying Alliance. This World Extermination Prime Sovereign was once on good terms with an expert of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He has that expert's token. As long as he can obtain the token, he will have hope of joining the Heaven-Defying Alliance. As the old man spoke, he brought Gu Tianhua to the peak of Battle Demon Mountain. Looking at the void gate in front of him, the old man said, Lord Immortal is obviously here for the token. But don't worry, everything is under my control. Although I'm only at the complete yin-yang origin stage, I'm not afraid of Lord Immortal. Gu Tianhua nodded. He knew very well that not long ago, the old man had wandered into a relic and obtained a special saint treasure. It was because of this special saint treasure that his strength had increased so quickly. Gu Tianhua clenched his fists as the battle of the immemorial chaos ancient domain appeared in his mind. In the image, the man holding a long sword suppressed him with one strike. His face was cold as he gnashed his teeth. I will definitely take revenge, Gu Tianhua said sinisterly. Once I obtain the Heaven-Defying token and join the Heaven-Defying Alliance, I will return to the immemorial chaos ancient domain for revenge. With that, the old man and the young man entered the Void Gate. As time passed, more and more cultivators entered the Void Gate. Several days later, no one could be seen at the foot of Battle Demon Mountain. Anyone who dared to come to the Battle Demon continent had entered the Void Gate. Fang Chen stood quietly in the dusky world. Is this the place where the World Extermination Prime Sovereign fell? Fang Chen murmured. He had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, so he needed to investigate his surroundings. Dong. Dong. However, at this moment, the World Annihilation picture scroll in the Sumer ring suddenly shook. What's going on? Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. Could it be? He thought of a possibility, which was what he had guessed before. The World Extermination picture scroll and the World Extermination Prime Sovereign. He had always wondered if there was a connection between the two. Now it was finally confirmed. It was very likely that the World Extermination picture scroll came from the World Extermination Prime Sovereign. The Samsara Sword Emperor once said that the World Extermination picture scroll was brought back from the Godfall battlefield by the human race's ancestors. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with joy. Chapter 34-24. The World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had fallen in an independent space. Even though countless years had passed, there were still some traces left in the void. The charm of the World Destroyer painting. After walking for a few days, Fang Chen had a deeper understanding of the special aura in this independent space, as well as the traces of cultivation everywhere in the void. All signs pointed to the World Destroyer sword art coming from the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign. So the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign was also a sword cultivator? Fang Chen muttered. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as a bold idea appeared in his mind. Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign also from the ancient primal chaos? Was the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign deliberately passing the World Destroyer painting to the ancient primal chaos? Of course, this was just Fang Chen's guess. If he wanted to verify it, he would have to personally explore it. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and temporarily discarded the idea in his mind. No matter what, the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had some connection with the ancient primal chaos. The independent space was like a maze. If he wanted to go around it, he would need a certain level of attainment in illusions. It just so happened that Fang Chen had some foundation in this aspect. Over the past few days, Fang Chen had encountered several Yang Essence Realm cultivators. The moment they saw Fang Chen, they felt a strong killing intent. In their view, it was a miracle that a Yin Essence Realm cultivator could withstand the terrifying fiendish aura of the Battle Demon Mountain and enter the independent space. Almost everyone believed that Fang Chen was hiding a great secret. Brat, who are you? Why have I never seen you in the ancient Immortal continent? A burly man asked. Fang Chen frowned. What does my identity have to do with you? You're courting death. The burly man angrily attacked, wanting to kill Fong Chen. Unfortunately, he had underestimated Fong Chen's strength. Whoosh! A cold sword light flashed. The burly man's eyes widened as he looked at Fong Chen with unwillingness before his corpse fell to the ground. The ninth one. This was the 9th Yang Yuan realm martial artist that Fong Chen had killed along the way. These people all coveted Fong Chen's secrets and wanted to kill him, but they all died in the end. Rumor has it that the chances of survival in the God's Fall battlefield are slim. Fong Chen murmured. The so-called dangers of the God's Fall battlefield were not only due to the harsh environment but also the viciousness of human nature. After killing the burly man, Fong Chen saw a glimmer of light in front of him. What's that? The bright light instantly attracted him. He leaped forward and sped forward. After a short while, they appeared in front of a valley. That light came from the valley. Looking at the valley in front of him, Fong Chen was quite excited. This was because the closer they got to the valley, the more intense the apocalypse painting was. Could it be that the second half of the picture scroll of annihilation is in this valley? Fong Chen said, "Let's go in and take a look." Soon, he arrived at the valley. "Mo Long, we're rich." Ah! The Imperial Demon General looked at the pool in front of him and said excitedly, "I didn't expect to find a sword-nurturing pool here," Mo Long said. The two of them were Divine Generals under Lord Mo Tao. They were ordered to explore the independent space and came to this valley by accident. What made them excited was that there was a sword-nurturing pool in the depths of the valley. What was a sword-nurturing pool? It was rumored that only experts who had reached an extremely high level of sword principle would use their own sword principle blood to create a pool of water called the sword-nurturing pool. The water in the sword-nurturing pool contained the sword principle insights of a sword principle expert. Its greatest use was to nurture a sword. The most important weapon for a sword cultivator was the longsword. The strength of the longsword directly determined the dominant position of the martial artist in a battle. A longsword nurtured by the sword-nurturing pool was invincible among those of the same level. Although we're not sword cultivators, we can get a huge sum of money even if we sell such a big sword-nurturing pool. We can exchange it for yin and yang pills, which will be enough for us to reach the 5 elements Saint Realm. The Imperial Demon General was very excited. Beside him, Mo Long stared at the sword-nurturing pool with burning eyes. Someone's here. Fong Chen saw Divine General Mo Long and the Imperial Demon Divine General. The two also noticed Fong Chen and looked at him warily. In essence stage? Clearly, Divine General Mo Long was surprised. How could a in essence stage martial artist enter the gate of the void and find this place? He must have been brought in by a young essence stage martial artist and got lost in an independent space. He got lucky and came here, the Imperial Demon General sneered. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Fong Chen could come here with his own strength. Mo Long laughed sinisterly and waved his sleeve. Vast demonic chi burst out and turned into a black spear in the air. It pierced toward Fong Chen with boundless demonic chi. Scram! Fong Chen roared and punched the black spear. Kacha! The black spear shattered and the void trembled. The two divine generals exclaimed in surprise. Interesting. A in essence stage martial artist can block my attack. He's not simple, Mo Long said. He's not simple. Since he ran into us, he's dead for sure, the Imperial Demon General said nonchalantly. Fong Chen looked at the two of them angrily. Brat, you can only blame yourself for coming here and running into the two of us. Anyone who dares to offend a divine general will be killed without mercy. The two divine generals were overbearing, using their powerful auras to suppress Fong Chen. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows. I, Fong Chen, never kill the innocent, but I also never let off anyone who wants to kill me. Xiao Qin shrugged. I came to this valley by accident, and the two of you attacked me without saying anything. You even used your status as divine generals to suppress me and say that I'm a pushover. As Xiao Qin spoke, he flipped his hand, and a palm-sized drum appeared. 7-star heaven drum. The two divine generals' expressions changed when they saw this. Divine General Black Drum's 7-star heaven drum. Why is it in your hands? Are you from the Corpse Head continent? The two divine generals gave off terrifying auras as they stepped forward, working together to pressure Fang Chen. The 7-star heaven drum is in my hands. Naturally, I killed Divine General Black Drum. Fang Chen said. You're lying. Humph. How could a mere essence stage martial artist kill Divine General Black Drum? No matter how weak Divine General Black Drum was, he shouldn't have been killed by a essence stage martial artist. The two divine generals believed that the person who killed Divine General Black Drum was the expert behind Fang Chen. The two of them said sinisterly as they licked their dry lip. I originally planned to take revenge for Divine General Black Drum after this expedition to the Remnant. Now it looks like I can collect some interest first. Fang Chen smiled coldly. He was now much stronger than when he killed Divine General Black Drum. Even if the two divine generals worked together, he would not fear them. What was laughable was that the two divine generals were like idiots. Chapter 34:25. The two divine generals looked at Fang Chen mockingly, as if they were hunters looking at their prey. The 7-star heavenly drum is the weapon of Divine General Black Drum. How dare you touch it? Divine General Mo Long sneered. In this territory, Lord Mo Tao was the absolute ruler, and the divine generals under his command were experts second only to him. Divine General Black Drum was a divine general and had the same status as them. In their view, no one had the right to touch a divine general's item. Anyone who dared to submit would be killed without mercy. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Detain his primordial spirit and let him suffer 99 levels of torture before refining him into a puppet, said the Imperial Demon Divine General. Divine General Mo Long took a step forward, and a violent aura spread out from his body. He clenched his fist, and the terrifying evil aura in the surrounding void instantly gathered and condensed into a fist aura. Kill! Divine General Mo Long let out a low roar and threw out a punch. With one punch, heaven and earth changed colors. Fang Chen was indifferent, and he didn't even look at Divine General Mo Long. He lowered his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite." Boom! A powerful sword chi halo appeared around Fang Chen's body and shrouded him. At the same time, the terrifying fist aura landed heavily on his body. Crack! The frightening power of the fist whizzed out and quickly seeped into the halo of the sword aura. Humph! You can't even withstand a single blow. Divine General Mo Long sneered, and was about to increase his strength to break Fang Chen's defense when a sudden change occurred. Divine General Mo Long's pupils shrank as he saw a shocking scene. The sword chi halo around Fang Chen emitted sword-shaped runes, and in a strange way, they quickly revolved and devoured his fist aura. Rip! Just as he was stunned, his fist aura instantly dissipated. The sky returned to normal. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, and the sword chi around him dissipated as if he had never fought. Dang dang dang! Divine General Mo Long stabilized his body, and his eyes flickered as he stared at Fang Chen. A moment later, he said coldly, "So what if your defense is strong? Watch as my demonic dragon smashes you to smithereens." At this moment, Divine General Mo Long was filled with killing intent. He waved his hands, causing a monstrous demonic aura to form a demonic dragon that emitted a deafening roar. The demonic dragon blasted toward Fang Chen with unparalleled power. Divine General Mo Long is one of the top 5 divine generals under Master Mo Tao's command. Although he's not as good as the first divine general, He's quite powerful among the warriors in the completion of Yin-Yang origin realm. He is merely a Yin essence stage cultivator. I cannot think of any way he can block the full-powered strike of the demonic dragon Divine General. The Imperial Demon Divine General said. Emolong's strike was Divine General Emolong's strongest attack. It was precisely because of this that his reputation had spread throughout this territory. Dead. The Imperial Demon General nodded when he saw that the demonic dragon was about to engulf Fang Chun. Anyone who offended a Divine General would definitely die. This was basically an iron law. Even a completion of Yin-Yang origin realm expert would not dare to offend so many Divine Generals. You are slightly stronger than Divine General Hegu, but that's all. Fang Chen's eyes were burning. The red glass sword had appeared in his hand at some point. Heavenly Star Sword Art. There was no need to use the Universe Sword Art to deal with two Divine Generals. The Heavenly Star Sword Art was enough. Whoosh. The violent sword chi formed a dazzling sword light in the void. Sword inscriptions were faintly discernible. Crack. The red glass sword carried endless power. It resonated with the dazzling sword light and pierced the body of the demonic dragon. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Divine General Emolong sneered and waved his hands. The demonic dragon opened its bloody mouth, trying to devour the red glass sword. You have quite a big appetite. Fang Chen pushed off with the tip of his foot and flicked his wrist. The red glass sword flicked and tore the demonic dragon's bloody mouth apart. Roar. A furious roar came from the demon dragon's mouth. It moved its sturdy body, wanting to kill Fang Chen. However, in the next moment, a long rainbow pierced through the demonic dragon's body. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic dragon instantly shattered, and a vast demonic aura dissipated. Poochie. Divine General Emolong suffered a backlash. His throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? His eyes were filled with unwillingness. His all-out attack had been easily dispelled by his opponent. Damn you! Divine General Emolong fell into a state of madness. Ever since he became a Divine General under Lord Emotao, no one had dared to provoke him. He had rarely fought in the past. But now, he was forced into such a state by a Yin Essence Realm martial artist. He was furious. Not good. As an outsider, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General could feel how terrifying Fang Chen was. What a terrifying sword art! The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. Could it be that Divine General He Gu was really killed by him? He recalled what Fang Chen had said before. Suddenly, his head shook and he shouted, "Demonic dragon, be careful!" At the same time, he stomped his foot and charged toward Divine General Emolong Dai. He performed the Heavenly Star Sword art again, and the red glass sword suddenly pierced through Divine General Emolong's body. Bang! Divine General Emolong's body fell to the ground. By the time the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General arrived, it was already too late. Divine General Emolong had already lost his life. No! The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General shook his head frantically. One sword strike killed Divine General Emolong. It was simply unbelievable. The Divine General Demon resisting Divine General looked at Fang Chen in horror. Run! Without any hesitation, he fled far away. You want to run? Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. The void shattered, and the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General's miserable body flew backward. Boom! At this moment, scorching flames burned around the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General. He burned his essence blood to perform a forbidden secret technique. His speed suddenly soared as he dragged his battered body and fled into the distance. At the same time, the Divine General Demon resisting Divine General took out a talisman and crushed it. Rumble! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared in the sky and swooped down, blocking Fang Chen's path. Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman? Fang Chen quickly retreated, dodging the lightning bombardment. In the blink of an eye, the Divine General demon resisting Divine General had completely disappeared. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed. He did not expect the Divine General demon resisting Divine General to have such a treasure. As expected of a Divine General, he can even take out the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a powerful talisman, and its value was comparable to a sacred treasure. It could even be compared to a top sacred treasure. Not long after, the energy of the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was exhausted. Fang Chen took Divine General Mo Long's summer ring and left. In a wasteland thousands of miles away. Bang! The Divine General demon resisting Divine General crashed to the ground like a cannonball, and dust flew everywhere. Damn you, the Divine General demon resisting Divine General, will not live under the same sky as you. At this time, the Divine General demon resisting Divine General's face was pale, and he was severely injured. However, he was extremely furious in his heart. His heart was bleeding. That was the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, and it was used up just like that. I have followed Lord Mo Tao for countless years and worked for him. It was not easy for me to be given a Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. I was going to use it when fighting for the last opportunity. The Divine General demon resisting Divine General's face was ferocious. Chapter 34-26. The Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman was a Thunder Attribute Talisman. It contained a powerful thunder power, and it was said to be the rare Divine Firmament Thunder. Such a Thunder Talisman was worth at least tens of thousands of yin and yang pills. He didn't expect the Imperial Demon General to have one. You're lucky. Fang Chen shrugged. He didn't expose his identity anyway, so it didn't matter if the Imperial Demon General escaped. Soon, Fang Chen left the battlefield and came to a hidden place. He took out Divine General Mo Long's summer ring and checked it carefully. If the Imperial Demon General had such a powerful talisman like the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman, then Divine General Mo Long might have something good too. Rip. His divine sense spread out and instantly swept through the entire summer ring, and he found a talisman. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the talisman bathed in flames appeared in his palm. What a powerful flame! Even the fire origin bloodline in his body couldn't match it. The flame is purple, and it contains 3 flames. Is this the legendary purple fire talisman? Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a bright smile. The purple fire talisman was a talisman on the same level as the Divine Firmament Thunder Talisman. It contained 99 layers of purple flames, and it took 81 years to successfully refine it. Once released, the 99 layers of purple flames instantly spewed out, burning the sky. It was very terrifying. The power of this purple fire talisman can't be resisted as long as one's cultivation hasn't reached perfection. Fang Chen murmured. Previously, the battle between Divine General Mo Long and Fang Chen was too fast. He didn't even have time to take out the purple fire talisman before Fang Chen killed him. And this talisman naturally benefited Fang Chen. Yin and Yang pills. Then, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the yin and yang pills in the summer ring. With a rough estimate, there were at least 30,000 yin and yang pills. Amazing! Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. As expected of a divine general, his status was respected. In this territory, he was second only to Lord Mo Tao. After so many years, he had actually obtained so many yin and yang pills. Next, Fang Chen quickly checked. Divine General Mo Long had a lot of good things. There were many rare refining materials, alchemy materials, and some powerful secret technique. Unfortunately, these secret skills were not suitable for Fang Chen. Fang Chen curled his lips. He took all the useful things in the spatial ring and put them into his own. Although the God's Fall battlefield is fraught with danger, there are also many cultivation resources. These yin and yang pills are unimaginable in the outside world, but here they can be found everywhere. The more it was like this, the heavier Fang Chen felt. What exactly happened back then? Why did the Battle of Godfall erupt? Was the result of the Battle of Godfall really like this? Why did the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos become incomplete and enter the degenerate age? All sorts of doubts surfaced in his mind. Fang Chen forcefully shook his head, somewhat at a loss. 1. His primordial spirit moved slightly, and the half-perfect blood released a trace of cool aura, instantly returning him to normal. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and a resolute look appeared in his deep eyes. He clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "One day, I will find out what happened back then and find a way to make up for the supreme laws of the ancient primal chaos." Rumble! At this moment, there was a sudden earth-shattering movement on a mountain peak not far from here. Fang Chen looked up and saw a black bear the size of a small mountain standing upright and fighting with someone. That is, Fang Chen was dumbfounded. The aura released by the black bear made even Fang Chen palpitate. What's going on? Fang Chen frowned. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. He had a feeling that the black bear was looking at him while fighting. Is it looking at me? Fang Chen murmured. The movement on the mountain peak attracted the attention of many surrounding martial artists. Exclamations came one after another. Who is that person? Why have I never seen him before? He is only at the Yin Essence stage, but he can fight that black bear to a standstill? They could tell that the martial artist fighting the black bear was only at the Yin Essence stage. Quick, look! His aura is rising. It was unknown who shouted, but everyone's eyes were fixed on the mountain peak. The aura of that straight figure soared rapidly. Layers of energy layered over each other, forming 9 layers. Boom! He clenched his fist tightly, and as if gold had been poured into it, it gathered in the void. With the power of 9 layers of superposition, he blasted it towards the black bear. Roar! The black bear roared furiously. Its massive body barely blocked the golden fist light and forced it back. Damn fellow! The black bear said in human tongue, its murderous intent spreading out. Not far away, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. Gu Tianhua? Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. Back then, Xiao Chen led the Holy Palace's experts to the ancient region and destroyed the Gu clan. Gu Tianhua successfully underwent his tribulation and tried to stop Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen defeated him. At the crucial moment, the Gu clan's ancestor saved Gu Tianhua from the boundless void. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would meet Gu Tianhua here? Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. Roar! Dust flew up from the mountain peak as the shock waves of the battle spread out. Many people goggled, wanting to know the result of the battle. However, a strong aura surrounded the mountain peak, completely sealing off the battle. Only the furious roars of the black bear could be heard. Yin Essence stage. Currently, Gu Tianhua had already reached the Yin Essence stage. After all, he was the top genius of the ancient era before Fang Chen. He had great potential. Hence, even though he was in the Yin Essence stage, his combat prowess was not something an ordinary Yang Essence stage cultivator could compare to. Furthermore, Gu Tianhua had cultivated the ancient extermination secret technique to consummation. With the 9-layered energy, his might was unparalleled. Gradually, the black bear could no longer hold on. Oh no! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Gu Tianhua took out a talisman from his clothes. Boom! Gu Tianhua exerted force with his fingers and crushed the talisman. In that instant, surging waves swept through the sky with Gu Tianhua as the center. What a terrifying corrosive power! Fang Chen was flabbergasted. Oh no! It's the heavy water talisman. Indeed, the black bear, which had been barely holding on, showed signs of cracking after being swept by the surging wave. Its fur instantly fell off, and its expression turned ferocious as it entered a berserk state. The heavy water talisman was similar to the purple fire talisman. Heavy water was an extremely cold water with extremely strong corrosive power. Young essence stage cultivators would find it hard to block. The black bear was in danger. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. Eventually, he stepped forward and shielded the black bear. Boom! Xiao Chun crushed the purple fire talisman with one finger. Whoosh! Scorching purple flames enveloped Fang Chen and the black bear. The terrifying heavy water stopped advancing after coming in contact with the purple flames. Let's go! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He grabbed Black Bear and fled into the distance. It's you! Gu Tianhua cried out after seeing Fang Chen. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Stop right there! Gu Tianhua jumped and chased after Xiao Chen. On the mountain peak, the purple flames and the heavy water collided and exploded. A terrifying shockwave spread out. Heavens, what is that? It's the heavy water talisman. The black bear is dead for sure. However, as soon as they finished speaking, they saw the scorching purple flames. That's the purple fire talisman. Who saved Heixiong? Could it be Divine General Mo Long? At the foot of the mountain, countless cultivators exclaimed. The purple fire talisman was famous. Everyone knew that Divine General Mo Long had won. However, the figure was too fast for them to see clearly. It shouldn't be. After the initial shock, everyone slowly regained their senses. Divine General Mo Long is extremely powerful. If it's really him, he wouldn't have escaped. Hearing this, the others agreed. Divine General Mo Long was one of the Divine Generals under Lord Mo Tao. In this territory, he was considered a top existence. Even if that young cultivator had the heavy water talisman, it was impossible for him to be Divine General Mo Long's opponent. Whoosh! Not long after, Gu Tianhua returned to the mountain peak alone. His face was gloomy and filled with anger. The people below were secretly discussing. It seemed that he did not catch the black bear. After this battle, Gu Tianhua's name had spread far and wide. News of his battle achievements spread far and wide. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few days later, Fang Chen appeared in a forest. Bang! The black bear's huge body fell to the ground. You won't die, right? Fang Chen asked. The black bear shook his head and looked at Fang Chen with his big eyes. Who the hell are you? Fang Chen stared at the black bear. The reason why he attacked was not only because the opponent was Gu Tianhua, but also because there was a more important reason. That was, he felt a familiar aura in the black bear's body. It was an aura from the immemorial chaos. This aura was unique to people from the immemorial chaos. Therefore, Fang Chen guessed that the black bear was also from the immemorial chaos. You are from the immemorial chaos? The black bear said in a hoarse voice. In fact, when he was fighting with Gu Tianhua, he also felt the aura in Fang Chen's body. Therefore, he had been looking at him. Fang Chen nodded. As expected, the black bear said in a deep voice. Then, the black bear fell into silence. Fang Chen stared at him with burning eyes. A moment later, the black bear's expression seemed a little lonely. My master is the Tianyi Sword Emperor. What? Fang Chen was shocked. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was a peak expert who was as famous as the Reincarnation Sword Emperor. When he was growing up, he had always heard the legend of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. He was even misunderstood as the successor of the Tianyi Sword Emperor. But later, when he became the leader of the human race, he did not know where the Tianyi Sword Emperor went. He did not expect him to enter the Godfall battlefield. This also explained the aura in the black bear's body that came from the immemorial chaos. Then you, logically speaking, the black bear's master was the Tianyi Sword Emperor, and he could sense the familiar aura. He should not have attacked Gu Tianhua. But he is a descendant of the Gu family. The black bear said. The Gu family once plotted against my master. Fang Chen was stunned and a little surprised. Where is your master? Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fong Chen asked. The black bear was here, which meant that the Tianyi Sword Emperor was still alive. Fong Chen vaguely felt that the place where the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign died was closely related to the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Chapter 34-27. According to Black Bear, the Tianyi Sword Emperor was indeed in the God's Fall battlefield and had come to the War Demon continent. Not long after he entered the God's Fall battlefield, he even fought with the expert from the ancient Immortal continent. Because he wasn't strong at that time, he was defeated and fled. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was here? Fong Chen raised his eyebrows as he had some guesses. Black Bear nodded. He told Fong Chen that the Tianyi Sword Emperor had indeed been here. Moreover, he was good friends with the World Devastator Prime Sovereign and had once sparred with him. Black Bear also said that the World Devastator Prime Sovereign seemed to know some of the reasons why the primordial chaos had entered the primordial chaos. Countless years ago, he was the one who had sent the World Devastator painting into the primordial chaos. After knowing all this, Fong Chen's heart was shaken. Then where did your master go? Fong Chen asked anxiously. In fact, this was what he was really concerned about. It seemed that the Tianyi Sword Emperor knew a lot of things. If he could find him, perhaps all the doubts in his heart could be solved. Black Bear shook his head. When the Tianyi Sword Emperor left here, he had given the World Devastator Prime Sovereign a treasure. If any primordial chaos martial artist came here in the future, he was to give it to him. Treasure. Fong Chen's face was grave. The heaven-defying token. Black Bear's eyes flashed with a strange light. Obviously, he was also very clear about the value of the heaven-defying token. What? Fong Chen exclaimed. He didn't expect that the heaven-defying token that everyone was talking about was actually given to the World Devastator Prime Sovereign by the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Could the Tianyi Sword Emperor be from the heaven-defying alliance? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart trembled. One must know that the heaven-defying alliance was the most terrifying and powerful force in the entire God's Fall battlefield. It had gathered most of the descendants of ancient experts, and after countless years of development, it had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was rumored that the heaven-defying alliance only accepted geniuses. Ordinary people couldn't even find the heaven-defying alliance's lair. The Tianyi Sword Emperor was a legendary figure in the primordial chaos. He had entered the Tao with the sword Tao and embarked on the path of a supreme sword cultivator. After stepping into the quasi-emperor realm, he left the primordial chaos and entered the God's Fall battlefield. Who would have thought that he would join the heaven-defying alliance? It seemed that he had gained a lot in the God's Fall battlefield. Master has great potential and unparalleled swordsmanship. It's only natural for him to join the heaven-defying alliance. Black Bear replied. Not long after he left the heaven-defying alliance, for some reason, the World Destruction Prime Sovereign encountered a powerful enemy and fell here. The enemy was too strong, so the Black Bear could only hide. Previously, he had only attacked Gu Tianhua because he had sensed the Gu clan's aura. Black Bear looked at Fong Chen and seemed to understand what he was thinking. The heaven-defying token was originally left by Master for the human tribe of the immemorial chaos. Since you can come here, you naturally have the right to try. As for whether you can obtain it, it will depend on your overall ability. The heaven-defying decree was of no use to ordinary people. On the contrary, it might even lead to a fatal disaster. Naturally, the World Destruction Prime Sovereign had set up some tests before his death. Only those who passed the tests could obtain the heaven-defying token. The heaven-defying token is at the core of this independent space. The Black Bear said. It was very clear about this independent space. However, there are some problems right now. Black Bear was vexed. Several Five Elements Sacred Realm experts have also entered this place. If I rashly bring you to the core, we will definitely be discovered by them. 5 Elements Sacred Realm experts were not people that ordinary yin-yang origin realm cultivators could compare to. They were above the yin-yang origin realm, and their words were law. Even in ancient times, they were considered peak experts. Their lifelong pursuit was to step into the legendary primal chaos supremacy realm. Fang Qin frowned. He had not expected that the place where the world destruction prime sovereign had fallen would attract several 5 Elements sacred realm expert. He had originally thought that only Lord Immortal had entered. Apart from Immortal, there are also several 5 Elements sacred realm experts from other domains. They have already reached the core, but they won't be able to walk out of the maze set up by Master. Black Bear said confidently. Moreover, their goal is the heaven-defying token, so they are restraining each other. No one is willing to act rashly, which gives us a chance. Fang Qin listened quietly. Black Bear was very clear about this place, and should know what to do next. I see that your cultivation is only at the Yin origin realm, which is a little low. I'll take you to a place to train for now. The time will be ripe in 3 months, Black Bear said. Fang Qin nodded. Soon, Black Bear brought Fang Qin to a very secluded place. There were broken walls here, and the debris on the ground had long been reduced to ashes. At a glance, there was only a mountain range of rocks. This is it? Fang Qin asked. Black Bear nodded. That descendant of the Gu clan is infinitely close to the great perfection yin-yang origin realm. Although you saved me from him, there is still a gap between you and him. There are 3 great perfection demonic beasts in this mountain range. Your goal in the next 3 months is to defeat them. Fang Qin was stunned. Although Gu Tianhua was strong, he could easily kill him if he used his full strength. However, Gu Tianhua had activated the heavy water talisman, so he had no choice but to use the purple fire talisman. It was because of the purple fire talisman that he escaped after saving Black Bear. After all, the purple fire talisman came from Divine General Mo Long. Once the news spread, Divine General Mo Long and the others would know immediately. Although he did not fear Divine Generals, he was somewhat wary of Lord Immortal. Great perfection demonic beasts are extremely strong. I advise you to kill the Yang origin realm demonic beasts in the periphery to increase your combat experience, Black Bear said. Fang Qin did not say anything else and walked into the mountain range. Roar. As soon as he entered the mountain range, he heard the roars of demonic beasts. At the same time, he also felt a faint ripple of sword chi spreading in the void. The Tiani Sword Emperor once cultivated here, Fang Qin said. The air was filled with the Tiani Sword Emperor's aura. Rip. While he was in a daze, a golden lion opened its bloody mouth and charged at him. As expected of the battlefield of gods. Looking at the golden lion, Fang Qin could not help but click his tongue. Golden light flowed on the golden lion's body, and an ancient aura rushed toward him. This was something that the immemorial Chaos Demon clan did not have. Descendant of an ancient demonic beast? The golden lion's body contained an extremely thin ancient demonic beast bloodline. Although it was very thin, it was enough to make it superior to other demonic beasts of the same level. Die! The golden lion pounced at Fang Qin as fast as lightning and clawed at his head. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear sat on a bluestone and watched the scene. The blood of the ancient golden lion king flows in the golden lion's body. This bloodline contains the genes of war. With the help of war, its strength will increase by at least 30%. Black Bear muttered to himself. In ancient times, the Golden Lion King was famous. Its terrifying golden bloodline looked down on the world. Can this guy block it? Black Bear's eyes flickered. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a strange scene occurred. The Golden Lion pounced at Fang Qin aggressively, but as soon as it came into contact with the latter's fist, it was directly sent flying. It was as if there was an invisible barrier around Fang Qin, blocking it. What's going on? Looking at the golden lion on the ground, Black Bear's eyes widened in surprise. Roar! The golden lion was completely enraged. Golden blood spurted out from its gong-sized eyes, and a golden halo formed around its body, forming a terrifying defense. Whoosh! It charged at Fang Chen again. However, what greeted it was still a simple punch. Crack! The golden lion's body was sent flying again. This time, it did not get up and fell to the ground, motionless. Ting! Black Bear stood up and stared at the golden lion. This Black Bear was shocked. Just one punch killed the golden lion with the bloodline of the ancient golden lion king? Did he hide his strength before? Black Bear frowned. No, his bloodline seems to be very special and coincidentally restrains the bloodline of the golden lion king. Suddenly, Black Bear's eyebrows relaxed as it discovered the abnormality around Fang Chen. Interesting. He Xiong grinned. He couldn't wait to see Fang Chen's performance. The smell of blood permeated the entire mountain range. Suddenly, the cries of demonic beasts could be heard. Fang Chen killing the golden lion aroused the anger of many demonic beasts in the periphery of the mountain range. Swoosh! Swoosh! In a moment, more than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts surrounded Fang Chen. Oh no! Black Bear shouted. If you can't match them, quickly leave the mountain range. Your life is more important. It knew that these demonic beasts could not step out of the mountain range, so although Fang Chen was in a dangerous situation, it was not too worried. Rumble! Dust flew. More than 20 demonic beasts in the mountain range pounced crazily at Fang Chen. Fang Chen licked his lip. Too weak. These demonic beasts were not qualified to make him use his sword skills. Boom! 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 His fist looked down on everything. Wherever the fist light passed, the demonic beasts were all killed. 15 minutes later, Black Bear was stunned and shocked. It had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. More than 20 Yang Yuan realm demonic beasts working together could at least match a great perfection realm demonic beast, but they were all killed by his bare hand. What terrifying potential! Black Bear murmured. In its mind, it recalled the scene when it first saw the Tianyi Sword Emperor. Could it be another peerless genius? Fang Chen turned around and smiled brightly at Black Bear. These demonic beasts are too weak. I'll go and meet the 3 great perfection realm demonic beasts now. Be careful. The great perfection realm demonic beasts are very strong. Don't make too much noise. Black Bear reminded. Master once cultivated here. Master's sword essence is left in the void. If you comprehend the sword principle here, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Before it finished, Fang Chen stepped into the inner area of the mountain range. He slowly drew out the red glass sword. Buzz! A gust of sword chi soared into the sky. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying sword essence in the sword chi. Chapter 34-28. Roar! An angry roar came from the depths of the mountain range. Suddenly, the quiet mountain range was in an uproar. Countless demonic beasts appeared from the dark. They stared at Fang Chen with their eyes wide open. A demonic beast in the complete realm. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the demonic beast in the middle of the demonic beast. The latter was a darkness annihilation leopard. Dark Panther. Fang Chen licked his lips. He didn't expect that the extinct demonic beast would appear here. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Sword chi surged around him. The red glass sword vibrated, and the sound of the sword echoed in the mountain range. The blood in his body flowed quickly, and the heavenly star swordsmanship was activated. Human. The Dark Panther spoke in human language, and its cold eyes fell on Fang Chen. Die. The Dark Panther stomped its feet and the ground shook. Its big claws carried endless power and slammed toward Fang Chen. This is the Dark Sky-destroying claw? In ancient times, the Dark Panther clan was a powerful clan among the beast clans. According to Fang Chen's understanding, once the Dark Panther reached adulthood, its cultivation would reach the complete yin-yang origin realm. It was the strongest in the clan, and even in the five elements Saint realm, it was the strongest. Back then, the Dark Panther clan dominated the Beast clans. However, the Dark Panther clan was exterminated in the Battle of Gods. No. Fang Chun felt that something was wrong when the Dark Panther attacked. The blood in his body is not strong. Fang Chun was stunned, and then he thought of something. A descendant of the Dark Panther clan? The Dark Panther's blood was not pure. This meant that the Dark Panther was not as powerful as he had imagined. Heavenly Star swordsmanship. Swoosh. He swung his sword 3 times, and each sword contained strong Heavenly Star sword chi. The 3 sword lights floated in the air and intertwined to form a terrifying sword formation. Rip. The red glass sword stabbed out, and the sword formation in the air fell on the Dark Panther. Boom. Boom. Under Fang Chen's control, the 3 sword lights exploded. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the Dark Destruction Leopard's skin, causing blood to spurt out. Roar! The Dark Extermination Leopard's attack was blocked by Fang Chen. It was furious and glared at Fang Chen. As expected of the Dark Annihilation Leopard, Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. He had just executed the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Star Sword art. The power of each level stacked together, but he had only managed to block the Dark Extermination Leopard's attack. He had not injured it. One could only imagine how powerful the Dark Annihilation Leopard's attack was. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat him if I use the Primordial Chaos Sword technique, but Fang Chen rolled his eyes and an idea popped up in his mind. In the following time, the Dark Extermination Leopard fought fiercely with Fang Chen. The battle was extremely intense. Sword chi swept across the area, causing the surrounding demonic beasts to continuously retreat. Outside the mountain range, Black Bear narrowed his eyes. This guy. Black Bear shook his head, his heart trembling even more. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. He even felt that Lin Fan's potential in sword principle was stronger than his master, the Sky One Sword Emperor. He is actually using the Dark Extermination Leopard to train his sword principle? Indeed, it was just as Black Bear thought. Fang Chen's main purpose of fighting with the Dark Extermination Leopard was to train his sword principle. Swoosh. A few days later, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes and swung the red glass sword in his hand. Sword chi swept across the area and a cold light flashed. Heaven and earth trembled as the Dark Extermination Leopard attacked with all its might to block the sword light. Crack! The sword light pierced through the Dark Extermination Leopard's claws. The Dark Extermination Leopard let out an angry roar. Whoosh! Fang Chen took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. The 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art is completed. Actual combat was always the best way to train one's sword principle. In just a few days, Fang Chen had completed the 4th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. He was very happy. The Heavenly Star Sword art has a total of 9 levels. Once I have completed all of them, my power will be enough to kill a complete realm expert. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In 3 months, he would try his best to cultivate the Heavenly Star Sword art. After 3 months, the fight for the heaven-defying decree will officially begin. A few 5 elements Saint Realm experts will be eyeing me covetously. If I don't raise my cultivation level, how can I compete with them? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Time flew by and Fang Chen was improving every day. In the beginning, he was evenly matched with the Dark Extermination Leopard. Later on, the Dark Extermination Leopard was suppressed by him. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 2 months later, he finally reached the 7th level of the Heavenly Star Sword art. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck. During this period, Fang Chen had been absorbing the power of the yin-yang elixir. His cultivation level had reached the later stage of Yin-Yuan realm and was only a step away from the peak. The Heavenly Star Sword art has reached a bottleneck. Fang Chen said, Ancestor Tianchen is indeed impressive to be able to create such a sword art. It's really extraordinary. The higher Fang Chen's cultivation level was, the greater his understanding of the sword principle was. Now that he looked back, his invincible sword principle did not seem to be truly invincible. However, the invincible sword principle has great potential and can be improved continuously. One day, it will grow into a true invincible sword principle. Fang Chen did not give up on the invincible sword principle that he had created just because the Heavenly Star Sword Art, Apocalypse Sword Art, and Chaos Sword Art were powerful. Since ancient times, any expert who had reached the peak of the sword principle had created their own sword principle. He had created his own sword principle a long time ago. The reason why he named it the Invincible Sword Principle was because of his obsession. He had worked hard all his life to reach the peak of the sword principle and achieve true invincibility in the sword principle. Buzz. Suddenly, his body was filled with mighty sword essence. He had a slight understanding in his mind. He had mastered the 8th level of the Heavenly Star Sword Art. Swoosh. Fang Chen got up, shook his wrist, and waved the red glass sword. Rays of sword light floated in the void like gold, giving off a unique scene. After a while, the cultivation session ended. Fang Chen came to the depths of the mountain range again, in the territory of the dark exterminating leopard. Human, what are you doing here? The dark exterminating leopard stared at Fang Chen warily. In the past 2 months, it had witnessed the growth of the human in front of it with its own eyes. It was simply incredible. Therefore, not long ago, it had said that it would no longer make things difficult for Fang Chen. But now, Fang Chen had come to its territory, which made it very angry. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The dark exterminating leopard said angrily. There are 3 monsters in the Great Perfection Realm in this mountain range, and I'm the weakest. If you really want to fight to the death, I'll send a message to the other 2. No matter how strong you are, you won't have any advantage if the 3 of us join forces. If possible, the dark exterminating leopard didn't want to be Fang Chen's enemy. I don't have any other intentions. I just have some understanding of the sword principle and want to exchange pointers with you. After days of fighting, Fang Chen had developed a friendship with the dark exterminating leopard. Really? The dark exterminating leopard asked with its eyes wide open. Fang Chen nodded. Okay, we beasts like to fight. Since you just want to exchange pointers, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, a terrifying dark aura appeared around the dark exterminating leopard, forming a powerful vortex in an instant. I'm going to use my full strength, the dark exterminating leopard warned. Darkness descends. With a roar, the dark vortex moved quickly. The dark exterminating leopard was in it, waving its claws and forming a complicated seal. Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. Fang Chen displayed the Heavenly Star Sword Principle, Level 8. In the void, 8 illusory sword lights shot forward together, bursting with terrifying power. Wind comes. Whoosh, whoosh. A gale suddenly rose and swept across the land. The power of the 8 sword lights instantly skyrocketed and merged with the gale. Here comes the rain. Crash. In the clear sky, it suddenly started to rain. Raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the ground. Lei, come here. Bring the electricity. After 4 consecutive sentences, a phenomenon appeared in the sky. Strong winds, torrential rain, thunder, and lightning. Void flurry. The wind, rain, thunder, and lightning merged together, resulting in a terrifying force that completely devoured the 8 sword intents. At this moment, the might of the Heavenly Star Sword Art was raised to the highest level. In the distance, the Black Bear was stunned. Good fellow. Black Bear was speechless. He did not expect that Fang Chen's comprehension of Sword Dao had already reached such a level. Impressive. Black Bear was not stingy with his praise. At this moment, facing the dark extermination leopard, Fang Chen was full of confidence. The so-called heavenly stellar sword Tao is the fusion of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with sword techniques. Once mastered, it can burst forth with the strongest power. The profound meaning of the heavenly star sword art was the four laws. The four great laws, which were completely different, merged together to form the sword Tao. Fang Qin was amazed. Ancestor Tianqin was a 1-in-a-million sword Tao genius. Break it. Although the dark extermination leopard felt its heart palpitate, it still used the dark strike. Boom! Its claws bombarded the 8-sword intense, instantly detonating the four laws of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Dong! 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 The void trembled, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning struck as if the end of the world had arrived. Crack! The sword intense shattered under the dark extermination leopard's attack. When the 6th sword intense shattered, the dark extermination leopard's claws were dripping with blood. Too strong. The dark extermination leopard's heart palpitated. It had already used its strongest attack, but it only blocked the attack of the 6th sword intense. It looked at the last 2 sword intense in horror, and there was only one thought in its mind. I can't fight it. The dark extermination leopard quickly retreated, and the remaining 2 sword intense chased after it. Oh no! Seeing that the 2 sword intense were about to pierce it, the dark extermination leopard cursed. Just as it was about to burn its blood to block the attack, the 2 sword intense stopped abruptly. The sky became clear again, and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning disappeared instantly. It was as if nothing had happened. Rip! The 2 sword intense dissipated in front of it. Looking up, the dark extermination leopard saw Fang Chen's smiling eyes. Phew! The dark extermination leopard took a deep breath. Pervert! Just now it felt the fear of death, and for a moment it thought that Fang Chen wanted to kill it. But fortunately, the latter did not want to kill it. What a pervert! In just 2 months, Fang Chen's growth was miraculous. Even the dark extermination leopard, who had inherited the ancient memory, was amazed. Is he the reincarnation of an ancient expert? Chapter 34-29. After 2 months of hard work, he had reached the 8th level of the heavenly star sword art. So powerful! Fang Chen was speechless. The heavenly star sword art was a top emperor-level sword art. Now that he had reached the 8th level, he had a deeper understanding of the heavenly star sword art. The 4 different laws had been integrated and evolved into the heavenly star sword art. Ancestor Tianqin was indeed a genius in the sword principle. It was a pity that he had fallen. If Ancestor Tianqin was still alive, there would be a place for him in the sacred palace. Fang Chen said confidently. Ancestor Tianqin might even become the 2nd expert after the Immortal Emperor to step into the Emperor realm during the Age of Chaos. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath and restrained his aura. After reaching the 8th level, he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to break through again, he needed an opportunity. Crazy! Not far away, the dark exterminating leopard widened its eyes and looked at Fang Chen. With the latter's current strength, he could easily kill it, but he did not do so. This made it have a good impression of Fang Chen. You are the most outstanding genius I have seen in a long time. The dark exterminating leopard praised. In front of you, even the super experts of the ancient times will pale in comparison. Once upon a time, the dark exterminating leopard thought that there were many experts and countless geniuses in the ancient times. It also dreamed of being able to shed the mortal world and achieve supreme hegemony. However, after countless years of training, it increasingly believed that it was impossible for the current era to reach the glory of the ancient times. However, Fang Chen's appearance caused it to change its mind. I can see that you want to practice your sword art. The dark exterminating leopard said, My eldest and 2nd brother, I am no longer qualified to be your sparring partner. Not long ago, my eldest and 2nd brother sent a message that they are about to come out of seclusion. I can recommend you, But I have to remind you that my eldest and second brother are much stronger than me. If you are not strong enough and die in their hands, don't blame me. Thank you. Fang Chen cupped his fist. In the deepest part of the mountain there was a dark cave. Today, multicolored light shot out from the cave as two enormous figures walked out leisurely. Greetings, Your Majesty. The surrounding monsters knelt down to welcome the two great monsters. One of the demonic beasts was a yellow bull, and the other demonic beast was a python. The two demonic beasts exuded an eerie aura that was much stronger than the dark destruction leopard. Where is third brother? The two demonic beasts looked at each other and the python said, whoosh. At this moment, two ear-piercing sounds could be heard. Congratulations, big brother and second brother. The dark exterminating leopard laughed. Third brother. The python grinned. Did anything major happen during this period of time? Third brother, who is he? Yellow Ox frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied that the dark leopard had brought a human here. Big brother, second brother, this person can be considered a friend of mine. 2 months ago, he intruded into our territory. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but he was extremely strong. Even after using all my strength, I could only fight him to a standstill. The dark exterminating leopard said, I have been fighting with him for 2 months. He is growing too fast. Now I am no match for him. Hearing this, the python and the yellow bull stared at Fang Chen with gloomy faces. Eldest brother, second brother, don't misunderstand. He came here with no evil intentions. He just wants to improve his swordsmanship. That is why I brought him here. At the same time, the dark exterminating leopard secretly sent a message to the python and the yellow bull, informing them of Fang Chen's incredible potential. Is he really that powerful? The dark exterminating leopard wanted them to befriend Fang Chen. If such a genius with such potential did not die, he would definitely stand at the top of the martial arts world. He might even restore the prosperity of the ancient times. If they could befriend him when he was still weak, that would be the best outcome. As the descendants of the ancient demonic beasts, the python and the yellow bull were not reckless people. They pondered. If Fang Chen was really as excellent as the dark exterminating leopard said, it would not hurt to befriend him. In that case, let me practice swordsmanship with Brother Fang first. The python took a step forward, its aura fluctuating as it spat out its tongue, and said with a smile, It just so happens that I have made a breakthrough while I was in seclusion. I have touched the threshold of the 5 elements sacred realm. Maybe I can break through the bottleneck by fighting with you. Okay. Fang Chen said bluntly. He took out the red glass sword. The loud sound of the sword rang through the sky. He felt the pressure from the python, so he performed the heavenly star swordsmanship as soon as they started fighting. The 6th move, the 7th move, the 8th move. He performed 3 moves in a row. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning appeared in the sky again. They intertwined with the terrifying sword light and formed a shocking sword net. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Fang Chen and the python fought fiercely. Interesting. Yellow Ox looked at the battlefield and murmured. This guy is only in the Yin essence realm, but he can erupt with such terrifying power. More importantly, Yellow Ox saw Fang Chen's sword Dao. He is a natural sword cultivator, and his comprehension of the sword Dao has reached an incredible level. It won't be a problem for him to enter the 5 elements sacred realm in the future. It did not dare to think about the primal chaos supreme realm. This swordsmanship alone is rare among those in the great perfection realm. No wonder third brother is no match for it. Big brother. The dark exterminating leopard walked to Yellow Ox and explained. This swordsmanship is called the Heavenly Star Swordsmanship. It is a top emperor-level swordsmanship with a total of 9 levels. When he fought with me for the first time, he had only cultivated the 1st or 2nd level. What? Yellow Ox was shocked when it heard this. You mean, He only used 2 months to cultivate this swordsmanship to the 8th level? The dark exterminating leopard nodded. Yellow Ox was dumbfounded. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the world. Amazing. After a long time, Yellow Ox squeezed out 2 words. Outside the mountain range, the black bear saw the battle through the void. The python's strength is considered top-notch among those in the Great Perfection realm. I don't think he can defeat it with the 8th level of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship. The black bear said. It knew that Fang Chen was using the python to practice the Heavenly Star swordsmanship and wanted to take the opportunity to comprehend the 9th level. Let me see what the upper limit of your potential is. Time flew by. The python was also belligerent. Since the first time it fought with Fang Chen, it took the initiative to challenge Fang Chen almost every day. Of course, the latter would not refuse. Where could he find such a sparring partner? The 3-month deadline was getting closer and closer, and Fang Chen's comprehension of the Heavenly Star swordsmanship was getting deeper and deeper. He had already touched the threshold of the 9th level. He only needed an opportunity. One day, when Fang Chen was fighting with the python, he entered a state of epiphany. Seeing this, the python immediately stopped attacking and retreated to Yellow Ox's side. Epiphany? Yellow Ox's eyes widened. Wasn't this guy too monstrous? Second brother, how do you feel? Yellow Ox asked with a smile. The python tried hard to think of a word to describe Fang Chen, but it found that it didn't know how to describe him other than monstrous. He's obviously fighting with me to hone this swordsmanship. He's still holding back and hasn't used his full strength, the python said. If he uses his full strength, I probably won't be his match. In fact, there was something he didn't say in his heart, and that was that Yellow Ox might not be able to defeat Fang Chen. Since the fall of the Prime Sovereign, us 3 brothers have been trapped here. If we want to leave, we can only break through to the 5 elements sacred realm, Yellow Ox muttered to himself. But even if we're infinitely close to the 5 elements sacred realm, it's still very difficult to enter. After all, this is an independent space created by the Prime Sovereign and is isolated from the outside world. The python and dark destruction leopard naturally understood what Yellow Ox meant. Big brother, what do you mean? The python's eyes flickered. Dark destruction leopard also widened its eyes. It didn't expect its big brother to have such an idea. I think we can let him try, Yellow Ox said. No, what if he wants to kill us? Once he succeeds, our lives will be completely in his hands. That's absolutely unacceptable. The python and dark destruction leopard objected. Boom. In the sky, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning intertwined. Fang Chen was bathed in it. Sword-shaped runes flickered around his body, reflecting the light of heaven and earth. Streams of terrifying sword chi spread out. Even the breeze felt incomparably sharp. You've seen his potential. It's only a matter of time before he enters the 5 elements sacred realm. In the future, he might even become a top expert on the God's Fall battlefield. Yellow Ox sighed. It's better to follow him than to be trapped here forever. Yellow Ox didn't say anything else. He let the python and dark destruction leopard think carefully. Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Fang Chen muttered and suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in the sky merged into the sword chi. He gently pinched his fingers, and a sword light that pierced through heaven and earth slashed horizontally. Rip! The void shattered and the earth was cut. Terrifying chi waves swept through the space. Buzz! Heaven and earth returned to normal. Fang Chen slowly got up. I see. He had finally mastered the 9th level of the Heavenly Dawn swordsmanship. Thanks to the python for sparring. Fang Chen grinned. He raised his head and looked not far away. Coincidentally, the 3 demonic beasts were also looking at him. Fang Chen shrugged, somewhat puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? Yellow Ox stepped forward, followed by the python and dark destruction leopard. Brother Fang. Yellow Ox said solemnly, "If we acknowledge you as our master, would you be willing?" Fang Chen was stunned. The Dark Destruction Leopard explained in detail to Fang Chen how they were trapped here. After a while, Fang Chen understood. "I see." Fang Chen nodded. "Of course I would." 3 perfected demonic beasts were definitely a powerful force. Currently, he had a strong enemy like Lord Immortal in the God's Fall battlefield. Naturally, he had to find a way to improve his overall strength. But the Dark Destruction Leopard's eyes flickered. Fang Chen saw through its thoughts and laughed heartily. "I, Fang Chen, treat my brothers like my own hands and feet. I will fight to the death with my enemies." Hearing that, the 3 demonic beasts grinned. "In that case, you can refine it." Yellow Ox pointed behind him as he spoke. Chapter 34:30. Upon closer inspection, it was not a flower but a small tree. "This is—" Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed the powerful pressure emanating from the small tree. "This is an immortal seed. We are trapped here because of this immortal seed," Yellow Ox said. The immortal seed was a legendary item. It was said that only super experts of the 5 elements sacred realm could nurture an immortal seed with their blood. 4 yin-yang origin realm martial artists, once they refined an immortal seed, they could devour it. It would be of great help to their own comprehension. It could even strengthen the yin-yang origin in their body. When Fang Chen first stepped into the yin origin realm, his yin-yang origin was 110 feet long. Now, after such a long time of cultivation, his yin-yang origin had grown to 1,000 feet long. Immortal seed? Fang Chen licked his dry lips. "My yin-yang origin hasn't reached its limit yet. It can still be improved." Fang Chen was eager to try. Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard brought Fang Chen to the immortal seed. Just as Fang Chen was about to refine it, Black Bear's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait!" Hearing this, Fang Chen stopped and turned to look at Black Bear. "It's you." Yellow Ox obviously knew Black Bear. After seeing Black Bear, Yellow Ox glared at him. "You dare to appear in front of us 3 brothers?" The python spat out its tongue and said coldly. As for the Dark Destruction Leopard, it was surrounded by a strong dark aura and was ready to attack. "The 3 of you," Black Bear chuckled. "Back then, I unintentionally ruined your matter. Moreover, there's no need to remember such a trivial matter until now, right?" Black Bear waved his hand. Bullsh *T. The python had a bad temper. It rebuked and was ready to attack. "Don't you want to leave here?" Seeing that the python was about to attack, Black Bear didn't dare to fight and hurriedly shouted. "This little guy is from the same sect as my master. If you attack me, you'll never be able to leave here." Hearing Black Bear's words, Yellow Ox was stunned and hurriedly stopped the python. "What did you say?" Yellow Ox stared at the Black Bear and asked. Black Bear told Yellow Ox about the relationship between Fang Chen and the Sky One Sword Emperor. After the 3 demonic beasts heard this, their expressions changed. In the end, Yellow Ox felt relieved and no longer mentioned that incident. "Consider yourself lucky. Don't provoke us 3 brothers in the future." After saying that, Yellow Ox let Fang Chen try to refine the immortal seed. This immortal seed contains an extremely strong power. You must be careful. If you're not careful, you might suffer a backlash. Although Yellow Ox really wanted to leave this place, it had to inform Fang Chen of the possible dangers in advance, so that the latter could weigh the pros and cons. "No." The Black Bear attacked again, stopping Fang Chen. "Black Bear, what do you mean? If you don't let him refine the immortal seed, could it be that you want us to be trapped here forever?" Clearly, the Black Bear's actions had completely infuriated the python and the other 2. What happened? Fang Chen turned his head and looked at the Black Bear. "If you rashly refine the immortal seed, you will definitely suffer a backlash." The Black Bear shrugged. "I once heard from my master that this immortal seed is extraordinary. It's the one closest to the ancient immortal seed." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was a little surprised. The immortal seed of the ancient era contained the power of heaven and earth. In this era, it was already very lucky to encounter an immortal seed. As for the power of the immortal seed, it was far inferior to the ancient era. However, the black bear said that this immortal seed was infinitely close to the ancient immortal seed. Why was that? This immortal seed was nurtured with the blood of the master of the world destroyer Prime Sovereign. His master was considered a top expert in the 5 elements sacred realm. Most importantly, this expert's bloodline is the famous heaven refining bloodline from the primordial era. Heaven refining bloodline. After hearing these words, even Yellow Ox and the other 2 couldn't help but tremble in fear. What did you say? Yellow Ox asked. The black bear nodded and told them that this immortal seed was nurtured by the heaven refining bloodline and contained the power of the bloodline. Once it was invaded by external forces, it would completely explode. Even though Fang Chen's combat strength was tyrannical, it would be difficult for him to stop the heaven refining bloodline. Heaven refining bloodline? Fang Chen had also heard of this bloodline. I wonder if my half-perfect bloodline is comparable to the heaven refining bloodline? In the ancient era, the heaven refining bloodline was known as a super bloodline that could refine the heavens. Could it be that your black bear has a solution? Yellow Ox asked. The black bear shook its head. I don't have a way. If my master was here, he might be able to refine it. Unfortunately, the black bear appeared to stop Fang Chen from dying. After all, it was going to bring Fang Chen into the core area to find the heaven-defying token. How could it die here? You. Yellow Ox was a little angry. But soon, it calmed down and looked at Fang Chen with a questioning gaze. I want to try. Fang Chen spoke his mind. In fact, he still had a certain degree of confidence in his half-perfect bloodline. No. The black bear tried to stop him. You're courting death, do you know that? Fang Chen was very calm and shook his head gently. I once had an opportunity to possess a powerful bloodline, so I want to try. Even if I can't refine the heaven-refining bloodline, I'm confident that I can escape unscathed. Fang Chen's attitude was very firm and unquestionable. Brother Fang, you already know the danger here. I advise you to be careful, the dark vanquishing leopard reminded. Even if we 3 brothers want to leave this place, we won't let you die for no reason, the python also said. Yellow Ox was the only one who remained silent. It's okay, Fang Chen said. Let me try. In fact, Fang Chen wanted to refine the immortal seed for 2 purposes. First, he wanted to refine the immortal seed to increase the essence in his body and improve his strength. Second, he wanted to compete for the heaven-defying token, so he would definitely be blocked by all parties. If he could subdue the 3 brothers, they would definitely be a great force. He even wondered if the 3 brothers could stop Lord Immortal's attack if they joined forces. Thinking of this, Fang Chen stepped forward and sat cross-legged in front of the immortal seed. The immortal seed was quietly rooted in the soil, surrounded by a 7-colored light, and each leaf was different. Sigh. The black bear sighed and said nothing. Fang Chen's hands touched the first leaf of the immortal seed. In order to refine the immortal seed, he had to refine the 7 leaves separately. Boom! At this moment, a scorching hot aura suddenly rushed into his body, instantly colliding with his internal organs. Poochie! Caught off guard, Fang Chen vomited blood and his face was slightly pale. Did it fail? The python shook its head. The black bear seemed to have expected this. Is this the heaven-refining bloodline? Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he carefully sensed the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. After a short period of adaptation, he had already investigated the specific situation of this immortal seed. Chapter 34-31. After the baptism of time, the power of the heaven refinement bloodline in the immortal seed had become extremely thin. Boom! Fang Chen released his half-perfect bloodline without hesitation. Dong! 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 The sound of something breaking through the air came from the void, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. "This is Yellow Ox, the python," and the dark destruction leopard widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. "Heavens, what kind of bloodline is this? It's too powerful!" The blood in Black Bear's body instantly froze, and his heartbeat accelerated as he felt an extremely powerful pressure. Is this the power of his bloodline? Yellow Ox's eyes lit up as if he saw a glimmer of hope. The golden light shone brightly, and the half-perfect bloodline gradually invaded the first leaf. Hiss! Hiss! Almost without any resistance, the first leaf was refined. Then, the second leaf and the third leaf. About an hour later, Fang Chun finally refined the seventh leaf. At this moment, the motionless immortal seed emitted a dazzling light, and the thin power of the heaven refinement bloodline suddenly erupted and poured into Fang Chen's body. Yellow Ox and the others were very nervous. This was the most important moment, and they must hold on. However, Fang Chen did not disappoint them in the end. He slowly got up and grabbed the immortal seed with his hand. Rip! He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal seed. Dong! Dong! The power in his body surged wildly, and the primordial Yin appeared above his head. Did he really refine it? Black Bear was the most shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen to be able to refine the immortal seed. This is too terrifying. He felt his heart palpitate when he saw the power of the bloodline around Fang Chen's body. Not to mention Master, even the super powerhouses of the five elements' sacred realm might not be stronger than his bloodline. The power of the immortal seed completely merged into Fang Chen's body. The primordial Yin also increased rapidly because of this. 310 feet, 320 feet, 330 feet. The primordial Yin increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had grown to 500 feet. After the initial shock, Yellow Ox praised Fang Chen profusely. He's using the immortal seed to increase his Yin essence. Yellow Ox said, refining the heavenly immortal seed is extremely powerful. I wonder how powerful his Yin essence will be after he absorbs it. It's already 500 feet, the python said. I remember that in this epoch, the strongest primordial Yin cultivator can reach 900 meters. It's already very strong for him to be able to condense it to 500 feet. A terrifying name emerged in the minds of Yellow Ox and the other two. At the moment, Fang Chen was fully immersed in his cultivation. The primordial Yin above his head continued to grow, not slowing down at all. The Black Bear had long been stunned. It had sworn to follow its master into battle, but it had never seen such a monstrous martial artist. This guy. Black Bear smiled bitterly. Could it be that he's really going to surpass that person? In just a few hours, Fang Chen's primordial Yin had already reached 8,000 feet. At this moment, even Yellow Ox and the other two couldn't hold back anymore. The refined heaven immortal seed is so powerful? The hearts of the three of them trembled. Given his potential, he's definitely one of the strongest in the heaven-defying alliance. His shock gradually turned into a wide grin. Because they had made the right bet. After refining the immortal seed, Fang Chen could be considered their master. They were willing to follow such a master. It seems that it won't be long before we can follow Master into battle, the Dark Destruction Leopard said with a grin. Since ancient times there had been such a saying. The greater the primordial Yin, the higher the chances of entering the five elements' sacred realm in the future. Under normal circumstances, as long as the primordial Yin reached 500 feet, one would definitely enter the five elements' sacred realm. It only needed time. In ancient times, the level of a genius was measured by the primordial Yin. 800 feet was enough to rank among the top 100 monstrous geniuses of ancient times. In this era, he was unrivaled and unrivaled. The Black Bear stared blankly at the primordial Yin above Fang Chen's head. Its eyes darted around, wondering if it should follow Fang Chen and leave the War Demon continent. I wonder where Master is? It thought of the Tiani Sword Emperor and felt a little depressed. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. A moment later, the black bear clenched its fists and swore to itself. I haven't reached my limit yet. Fang Chen had already absorbed more than half of the heaven-refining immortal seed. However, his primordial yin had only increased to 900 feet. He felt that he had not reached his limit yet. As he continued to absorb the heaven-refining immortal seed, his primordial yin was also growing. However, it was growing at a slow rate. Heavens! The black bear was already stunned. 900 feet. Fang Chen's primordial yin had already reached 900 feet. Yellow Ox and the other two laughed heartily. The grievances they had accumulated for countless years were swept away. Their eyes flickered as if they were witnessing the birth of a monstrous genius. Boom! Boom! When Fang Chen's primordial yin reached 3,000 feet, it finally stopped growing. Whoosh! Fang Chen opened his eyes and felt a vast power fill his body. With a thought, he absorbed the 3,000-foot primordial yin into his body. The limit of the primordial yin stage? Fang Chen muttered. This subordinate greets master. Yellow Ox and the other two hurriedly knelt before Fang Chen. Fang Chen's potential completely conquered the three of them. Congratulations, master, for condensing 3,000 feet of primordial yin. Master's potential is unprecedented. Even the black bear gave Fang Chen a thumbs up, praising him. You're too strong. You've truly shocked me. The black bear admitted that even its master, the heavenly one-sword emperor, was not as strong as Fang Chen. That's natural. How can your master compare to our master? The dark destruction leopard gloated. Soon, Fang Chen learned that his 3,000-foot primordial yin could rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. Xiao Chen's heart trembled, and he showed a complicated expression. The strongest primordial yin stage cultivator of this epoch had only condensed 900 feet of primordial yin. However, Xiao Chen had condensed 3,000 feet of primordial yin, replacing that cultivator as the strongest primordial yin stage cultivator. However, with such potential, he could barely rank in the top 50 of the top 100 monstrous geniuses of the ancient era. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the ancient era was. 3,000 feet of primordial yin is unrivaled in this epoch. Master is destined to become a lofty figure like the upper echelons of the heaven-defying alliance in the future. Yellow Ox said. The python and the dark destruction leopard also kept praising Fang Chen. Black Bear, let's write off the grudges between you and us three brothers. What do you think? Yellow Ox said. If Black Bear had not brought Fang Chen here to train his sword skills, they would not have acknowledged Fang Chen as their master. Therefore, they were very grateful to Black Bear from the bottom of their hearts. Black Bear was very open-minded and said that he had never taken this matter to heart. Looking at its shameless appearance, Yellow Ox could not help but want to punch it. By the way, what grudges did you have in the past? Fang Chen asked curiously. Yellow Ox and the other two instantly turned pale when they heard that. They stared fiercely at Black Bear. Black Bear chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. I accidentally passed by this mountain range and had a stomachache, so I pooped. Who would have thought that it happened to be the place where you three brothers were barbecuing? At this point, Black Bear did not dare to continue. Fang Chen could not help but laugh. Chapter 34-32. 1,000 feet of yin was a threshold. Even in ancient times, those who could condense it were few and far between. Now that Fang Chen had refined the heaven-refining immortal seed, his strength had grown even stronger. Buzz. His primordial spirit vibrated in his mind. He could sense three bizarre auras seeping into it, but they soon dissipated into nothingness. He knew that this was the power of karma from Yellow Ox and the other two. From now on, they would be loyal to him. Unless he died, they would never betray him. In fact, this was also a gamble for Yellow Ox and the others. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all, and his potential was also abnormally strong. However, who knew what kind of person he was before they got to know him? If he became stronger in the future, it was also possible that he could kill the three of them with a flip of his hand. But now they had no other choice. Sometimes, loneliness was the most terrifying enemy. We pay our respects to Master. Yellow Ox, the Python, and the Dark Destruction Leopard knelt on the ground and greeted him as a master and servant. Get up. Fang Chen nodded, very satisfied. Even if he had super strength, he could not beat Lord Mo Tao single-handedly. With the addition of Yellow Ox and the other two, his combat strength soared. At least he wouldn't be caught off guard when facing Mo Tao. Black Bear, don't you plan to come with us? Yellow Ox glanced at the Black Bear. The inheritance is about to open. After Master obtains it, we will leave this place. The python stuck out its tongue. The Dark Destruction Leopard also grinned. The Black Bear was silent. Its master, the Sky One-Sword Emperor, was still alive. How could it change its master? As if seeing the Black Bear's hesitation, Fang Chen said, Your master, the Sky One-Sword Emperor, is a meritorious subject of the human race's sacred palace. Since we met here, I will naturally take you away. However, before that, you have to help me obtain the inheritance of the Prime Sovereign and the Sky One-Sword Emperor's heaven-defying token. Okay. The Black Bear was instantly energized and nodded heavily. Outside the mountain range, two middle-aged men were walking slowly. I say, Brother Yang, everyone has entered the core area. Why are we here? The man called Brother Yang was wearing golden armor and flowing light. One could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary. Forget it. There's no point in asking. Seeing Brother Yang's indifferent look, the man in black shook his head. It's been 1 billion years since you and I reached the great perfection stage. We can't miss this opportunity. The two of them came from the Sacred Fire continent, which was extremely far away from the War Demon continent. It was also much bigger than the ancient Immortal continent and had more resources. The Sacred Fire continent was the core of Lord Mo Tao's territory. It was rumored that in the Sacred Fire continent there was a peerless expert who had survived the battle of the ancient gods. He had been sleeping all this time, as if he was recuperating. Although it was only a legend, it had intimidated countless martial artists. Even Lord Mo Tao did not dare to invade the Sacred Fire continent with great fanfare. As a result, although the Sacred Fire continent was under Lord Mo Tao's control, it was not under his jurisdiction. Yang Kuan was the #1 expert of the Sacred Fire continent. Mo Han was second only to Yang Kuan. Both of their cultivations had reached the level of great perfection. In fact, he was almost on par with the first divine general under Lord Mo Tao. Mo Tao is eyeing our Sacred Fire continent covetously. We must find a way to break through. The completion of the Yin-Yang Origin Realm was the 5 Elements Sacred Realm. Once one entered the 5 Elements Sacred stage, everything would change. Then why did we come here? Mo Han asked curiously. Yang Kuan's black eyes stared into the depths of the mountain range. After a long while, he said slowly, I sense the aura of the heaven-refining bloodline. What? Hearing this, Mo Han exclaimed. He knew better than anyone what the heaven-refining bloodline meant. Brother Yang, are you saying that the heaven-refining bloodline's aura exists in this mountain range? Mo Han asked hurriedly. Yang Kuan said, that news is true. There should be an immortal seed in this mountain range. Heaven-refining immortal seed. At this moment, the smile on Mo Han's face had long disappeared and was replaced by a frozen expression. Immortal seeds, that was something they yearned for even in their dreams. Not good. Yang Kuan suddenly exclaimed. The heaven-refining bloodline's aura is weakening. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Kuan's figure flashed as he rushed into the mountain range. Seeing this, Emohan followed closely behind. Soon, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the mountain range. They suddenly saw Fang Chen and the four great beasts. Perfected stage beasts? Emohan stopped in his tracks and widened his eyes. Yang Kuan, who was at the side, stared at Fang Chen. Who is he? Emohan frowned. So it's you. Yang Kuan recognized Fang Chen. To be precise, he recognized the black bear beside Fang Chen. 3 months ago, the battle between the black bear and Gu Tianhua attracted a lot of attention. Later, a mysterious martial artist appeared out of thin air and rescued the black bear. This matter spread like wildfire. Gu Tianhua has been looking for you. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. After the shock, Emohan stabilized his body and sneered. Roar. The black bear roared angrily and was very unhappy. Yellow Ox and the other two looked at Yang Kuan mockingly. I can sense a trace of the heaven-refining bloodline's aura on your body. As he spoke, Yang Kuan stretched out his palm. Hand over the heaven-refining immortal seed and I can spare your life. He was calm as if he didn't take Fang Chen seriously at all. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. How does he know about the heaven-refining immortal seed? But soon, Fang Chen came back to his senses. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Are you pretending to be stupid? Emohan was furious and attacked as fast as lightning. Roar. The dark destruction leopard roared and opened its bloody mouth, charging at Emohan. Crack. Caught off guard, one of Emohan's arms was bitten off by the dark destruction leopard. A miserable scream came out of Emohan's mouth. His eyes were scarlet and he bared his teeth. Beast, you're courting death. Then, he used his strongest attack, wanting to kill the dark destruction leopard. Since you're in my way, I'll kill you now. Emohan flipped his palm and a flame whizzed out, quickly condensing into a fireball. Be careful. After feeling the powerful force of the fireball, the python swung its tail and collided with the fireball. Rumble! A deafening sound spread. One side of the python's tail was charred black. The fireball, after staggering, continued to blast towards the dark destruction leopard. You've gone too far. Yellow Ox was furious. With a moo, it kicked the fireball with its hoof. Boom! The fireball exploded and flames soared into the sky. Bang! Emohan's body flew backward and spat out blood. Yang Kuan caught him. Stupid humans. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. They had just recognized Fang Chen as their master. These two guys in front of them were rude to their master, so they naturally had to express their stance. You're not my match. Get out of the way. My target is only it. Yang Kuan was still very arrogant. Chapter 34-33. There were strong and weak Great Perfection Realm experts. And this Yang Kuan was the top Great Perfection Realm expert. Everyone knew that the strongest Great Perfection Realm expert under Lord Immortal was the first Divine General. And this Yang Kuan had once fought with the first Divine General. As for the outcome, no one knew. They only knew that since then, the first Divine General had never stepped into the Sacred Fire Continent again. Emohan and him were like brothers. However, he was injured by a few stupid beasts. He couldn't accept it. Brother Yang. Emohan endured his injuries and reminded him. These beasts are a little strange. Be careful. After all, they were 3 Great Perfection Realm beasts. If they joined forces, he was afraid that Yang Kuan wouldn't be able to defeat them. Yang Kuan waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. He walked step by step towards Fang Chen. In his eyes, there was only Fang Chen. The closer he got, the more he could sense the heaven-refining bloodline aura emitted from Fang Chen's body. Give me the immortal seed. Yang Kuan's face was gloomy as he said angrily. He seemed to have thought of a possibility, which made him even angrier. I did get the heaven-refining immortal seed, and I can tell you clearly that it has already been refined by me. Fang Chen sneered. If you want it, take it out of my stomach. You're courting death. Yang Kuan attacked. He gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Crack! The void shattered, and a vast power rushed towards him. This punch was enough to kill any Yang Essence realm martial artist. Even an ordinary Great Perfection realm martial artist wouldn't dare to block it. This was Yang Kuen's overbearingness. The vast power swept everything. Yang Kuen rode on the clouds and looked down at Fang Chen from above. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a sinister smile. Weak. In his opinion, Fang Chen was a weak martial artist. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. Ignoring us? Yellow Ox was furious. In their territory, he actually ignored them and directly attacked their master. This was intolerable. Kill. Yellow Ox took the lead, and the python and dark leopard attacked together. They appeared around the fist radiance from different directions. 1. Yellow Ox kicked the beast with its hoof while the python swung its tail. As for the dark vanquishing leopard, it opened its mouth wide in an attempt to devour the fist radiance. Boom! The attacks of the three demonic beasts landed on the fist radiance. In an instant, the fist light shattered and an extremely terrifying aura spread to the horizon. It bombarded the clouds under Yang Kuen's feet, forcing him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing himself, Yang Kuen re-examined the three monster beasts. Interesting. Its gaze fell on Yellow Ox. That was because it could feel how terrifying Yellow Ox was. Although the three demonic beasts were all at the consummate level, Yellow Ox was the strongest. Let's end this quickly and finish off this Yellow Ox, Yang Kuen thought. He attacked again, fighting against the three demonic beasts. Fang Chen shrugged. You can't even beat the three of them, and you want to kill me? Dream on. Yang Kuen, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Kill. Yang Kuen's eyes turned red as he fought fiercely with the three demonic beasts. However, he was only a human after all. The three demonic beasts were all descendants of ancient beast kings. They were extremely powerful. The three of them worked together and forced Yang Kuen to retreat. Bang! Finally, after Yellow Ox's hoof, Yang Kuen was sent flying and smashed into the soil. Brother Yang. Emohan ran wildly and came to the big pit 10 miles away to help Yang Kuen up. Let's go. Yang Kuen grabbed Emohan without any hesitation and jumped, quickly escaping from this place. However, how could Yellow Ox let him get what he wanted? This is my territory. Moo. Yellow Ox looked up to the sky and roared. It stomped its hooves and turned into a long rainbow, chasing after them. Master, don't worry. Those two humans won't be able to escape. Although Big Brother is a bull demon, his speed is something that even birds can't match, the python said. The dark annihilation leopard also nodded. They knew Yellow Ox's speed very well. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Yellow Ox returned. Bang. Two figures fell under Fang Chen's feet. At this moment, Yang Kuen was covered in blood and his face was ferocious. He seemed to have been seriously injured. As for Emohan, he was on the verge of death. Fang Chen found that Yang Kuen's primordial spirit had been severely injured. This guy was dishonest. He wanted to trick me, but I almost smashed his head with my hoof, Yellow Ox said calmly. Hearing that, Fang Chen was stunned. It seemed that Yang Kuen's primordial spirit was cracked because of Yellow Ox's hoof. It looked at Yellow Ox and re-examined it. Master, I don't dare to say about other bull demons, but my hoof is harder than a holy treasure. How can a yin-yang primordial realm cultivator resist it? Fang Chen was speechless. He didn't expect Yellow Ox's hoof to be so hard. He nodded slightly and then looked at Yang Kuen and Emohan. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Yang Kuen was cold and silent, while Emohan kept screaming. Bang! Yellow Ox gave Yang Kuen another kick with its hoof. The latter almost fainted. Fang Chen hurriedly stopped it, afraid that Yellow Ox would kick Yang Kuen to death. Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Yellow Ox said. Although it looked rough, it was very meticulous. It also wanted to know how Yang Kuan knew about the heavenly seed of immortality. Under Yellow Ox's coercion, Yang Kuan finally couldn't take it anymore and began to answer. After hearing that, Fang Chen understood. You too, instead of living a carefree life in the sacred fire continent, you came to my territory to behave atrociously. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Yellow Ox sneered. Yang Kuan and Emohan's hearts were filled with curses. If I knew that there was such a freak like you in this mountain range, I wouldn't have come even if I was beaten to death. How did you find the heavenly seed of immortality? Yellow Ox forced. It didn't believe that the outside world would know about this. I can sense the aura of the heavenly seed of immortality. Yang Kuan said, because we have a bloodline that is very similar to the heavenly seed of immortality. Yellow Ox looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. I'm not a merciful person. You guys wanted to kill me, but you guys were restrained by me. Tell me, should I kill you all or throw you into the horde of beasts and let them torture you? Fang Chen smiled evilly. Hearing that, Yang Kuan and Emohan's hearts tightened. You can't kill us, Emohan shouted. We are people of the sacred fire continent. If you kill us, there will be a great disaster, Yang Kuan said. Bang! Another sudden hoof. Emohan directly fainted, while Yang Kuan's internal organs were shaken and he directly fell to the ground. Don't you know who you are? How dare you threaten my master? Yellow Ox said. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yang Kuan with interest. Give me a reason not to kill you. Yang Kuan's expression changed. After a moment of silence, he finally revealed a secret. Chapter 34-34. The warriors who survived the battle of ancient gods were definitely not ordinary people. Fang Chen was moved. He didn't expect the Holy Fire Continent to have such a peerless expert. One had to know that the battle of the ancient gods was extremely tragic. Only 1 in 10,000 could survive. And even if they survived, they would be in a deep sleep. Compared to the descendants of the ancient era, their deterrence was many times stronger. To be honest, Fang Chen could kill people like Yang Kuan and Emohan with a finger. But even if the expert of the Holy Fire Continent was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, he didn't want to provoke him. Is this true? Black Bear's face was serious. He knew what this meant. Humph, even if he's an expert who survived the ancient battle of gods, what does it have to do with you? I don't believe that if you die, the sleeping expert will avenge you. Yellow Ox and Python sneered after a moment. Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. They were also descendants of the ancient times, so they knew very well just how terrifying the battles that those sleeping powerhouses had been through were. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes at Yang Kuan and didn't say anything. Yang Kuan saw Fang Chen's eyes and his heart trembled. He said anxiously, both of us have the sky refining bloodline. We came from the sleeping expert. Finally, Yang Kuan told the truth. After they dominated the Holy Fire Continent, they explored a relic and accidentally found an opportunity. From then on, their bloodline evolved into the sky refining bloodline. This was why they could sense the aura of the sky refining bloodline. Sky refining bloodline? Fang Chen frowned. He seemed to be thinking about something. You're lying. Yellow Ox scolded. The sky refining bloodline in your body is very weak. How can you be the descendant of the sleeping expert? Yellow Ox didn't believe it. Yang Kuan said helplessly, in fact, the sky refining bloodline in their bodies did come from the sleeping expert's inheritance. However, this thin bloodline was nothing to the sleeping powerhouse. He didn't see them as his descendants at all. It was just what they thought. I see. The Dark Destruction Leopard nodded. Do you think that sleeping expert will avenge you if we kill the two of you? The experts who had survived the ancient times would turn their inheritances into countless opportunities and scatter them all over the God's Fall battlefield. Obtaining one of the fortuitous encounters did not mean that it had much to do with this expert. Only by obtaining the core opportunity could one be considered a true successor. Yang Kuan's face sank and he remained silent. Fang Chen gently flicked his finger and asked, "Do you know where the sleeping expert is?" Hearing this, Yellow Ox and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Master, Yellow Ox had guessed Fang Chen's intention. "No, we can't compare to the experts who have survived since the ancient times, even if they are seriously injured." The python was also trying to dissuade him. Fang Chen waved his hand. "I'm just interested in the space-refining bloodline. The heaven-refining bloodline could nurture the heaven-refining immortal seed. Although the space-refining bloodline was the first level of the heaven-refining bloodline, it might be able to nurture other immortal seeds. Moreover, Fang Chen's real purpose was to absorb all the magical bloodlines in the world and transform his half-perfect bloodline into a true perfect bloodline." Thinking of this, Fang Chen licked his dry lip. His eyes flashed as he looked at Yang Kuan. "There are only two paths in front of you. The first is to submit to me and the second is to die." Yang Kuan was shocked and looked at Emohan. The two shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and chose to submit. After the two made the martial oath, their lives were completely in Fang Chen's hands. Of course, they were different from Yellow Ox and the others. Yellow Ox, the python, and the dark destruction leopard had a much higher status in Fang Chen's heart. Strictly speaking, they were Fang Chen's servants. Yang Kuan greets Master. Emohan greets Master. Yang Kuan and Emohan knelt on the ground. "Get up and tell me everything you know." Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking very indifferent. But in Yang Kuan's heart, he was unstoppable like a giant. "Master, the sacred fire continent." A moment later, Yang Kuan told Fang Chen what he knew. However, they were unable to determine where the sleeping powerhouse was. Fang Chen nodded. "Let's not talk about this matter for now." After leaving the War Demon continent, he would go to the sacred fire continent to investigate. "What do you know about Lord Immortal?" Fang Chen asked. "Lord Immortal?" Emohan was a little puzzled. "I have some grudges with Immortal," Fang Chen said in an indifferent manner. However, when Yang Kuan heard this, his body trembled. "Master, how did you provoke Lord Immortal?" Emohan asked hurriedly. "Lord Immortal is the absolute ruler of this territory, and has many divine generals under his command." Before Yang Kuan could finish, Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. Yang Kuan's expression changed slightly as he continued. "Scenic Demon Palace?" The territory that Immortal was in was called the Scenic Demon Territory, and it was led by the Scenic Demon Palace that he had founded. There were countless broken continents under the Scenic Demon Palace. Immortal was the Scenic Demon Palace master, and also a 5 elements sacred realm super expert. He had many divine generals and countless yin-yang origin realm martial artists under his command. After hearing this, Fang Chen frowned slightly. The Scenic Demon Palace's strength was beyond his imagination. However, this alone was not enough to make him fearful. "With my current strength, if I go all out, I should be able to escape unscathed from Immortal." In the God's Fall battlefield, he had nothing to worry about. If he wanted to escape, Immortal could not do anything to him. However, the Scenic Demon Palace's strength is not limited to this. Yang Kuan said, "I once killed a divine general of the Scenic Demon Palace and learned a great secret from him." Speaking of this, Yang Kuan's expression turned solemn. Behind the Scenic Demon Palace, there are 3 experts who survived from the ancient times. "What?" Yellow Ox and the others could not help but be surprised. 3. Black Bear nodded. It was no wonder that the Scenic Demon Palace could occupy a territory in the dangerous God's Fall battlefield. Back then, there was a prodigy of the heaven-defying alliance who wanted to take over the Scenic Demon Palace, but he mysteriously disappeared in the end. It is said that it was the doing of those 3 experts. Yang Kuan said, "This was a secret of the Scenic Demon territory. Ordinary people would not know about it." Fang Chen's eyes turned. He felt that the God's Fall battlefield was even more unfathomable. Next, Yang Kuan talked about the scenic demon territory and the heaven-defying alliance. Of course, he was too weak and knew too little about the heaven-defying alliance. Forget it. Once I get the heaven-defying token, I will know everything. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Yang Kuan and Mo Han were heavily injured, so the group rested here for a few days. After a few days, the two of them recovered from their injuries. A piece of news quickly spread through the independent space. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign had appeared. In the core area, several 5 elements Sacred Realm powerhouses were locked in a fierce battle. The Yin-Yang Origin Realm martial artists did not dare to approach. "Let's wait until they are both injured before we go," Black Bear said. Black Bear said, "If they went now, even if they used a secret passage, they might be discovered by Mo Tao and the others." During this period of time, the independent space was very chaotic. Shocking news continued to spread one after another. An expert went against the heavens and killed a divine general, angering Lord Mo Tao. Lord Mo Tao attacked with lightning speed, severely injuring the expert and forcing him to flee. Not long after, another piece of news spread that Lord Mo Tao had entered the inheritance land. Fang Chen heard news from time to time. However, one day, he suddenly opened his eyes. "Is the news accurate?" Fang Chen asked. Yang Kuan nodded. It was rumored that a young martial artist surnamed Gu had unparalleled fist seals. His iron fists swept through the Yin-Yang Origin Realm and even forced back a divine general with one punch. The man surnamed Gu? Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he guessed correctly, this person must be Gu Tianhua. It's said that this man surnamed Gu has an unfathomable expert behind him. Even Lord Mo Tao and the others don't want to offend this expert. The ancestor of the Gu family? Fang Chen pondered. Is there any news about him? Yang Kuan shook his head. That expert was very mysterious and had not made a move yet. However, Lord Mo Tao ordered his divine generals not to offend the man surnamed Gu. This was also something that shocked everyone greatly. "Master, you can't be seeing Black Bear." Yang Kuan naturally thought of the person who saved Black Bear from Gu Tianhua that day was Fang Chen. Now, looking at Fang Chen's expression, he had a bad premonition. Gu Tianhua's cultivation level is low, but his methods are very strange, Yang Kuan warned. Gu Tianhua is nothing. He's lucky that I didn't kill him that day," Black Bear said angrily. Yang Kuan and Mo Han said nothing. "You don't believe me?" That day, this kid's strength was far beyond Gu Tianhua's. He only chose to escape because he used the purple fire talisman and was afraid that the people of the Demon Scenic Palace would sense his aura. Black Bear said the truth. That day, everyone thought that Fang Chen was no match for Gu Tianhua and had escaped. Purple fire talisman? Isn't that Divine General Mo Long's item? Yang Kuan was stunned. Fang Chen did not hide anything and told Yang Kuan that not only Divine General Mo Long, but even Divine General He Gu had died in his hands. Unfortunately, the Divine General Yu Demon had escaped with serious injuries. Fang Chen curled his lips and said it casually. However, Yang Kuan's heart was trembling. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated gaze. What kind of freak was his master? How could he easily kill a divine general? Demon Scenic Palace is nothing. If they dare to offend Master, we 3 brothers will just destroy them. Dark Destruction Leopard said. The python flicked its tongue and its attitude was obvious. Only Yellow Ox did not speak. "Boss, say something. Are we going to do it or not?" Dark Destruction Leopard asked. "Could it be that all these years, time has erased your domineering aura?" Hearing that, Yellow Ox raised its head. Moo. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Yellow Ox spoke in human language. Mo Tao is not scary. The scary ones are the 3 supreme experts behind the Demon Scenic Palace. Chapter 34-35. At the core of the standalone space, Countless cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, not daring to casually ascend it. After traveling for several days, Fang Chun and the others arrived at the foot of the mountain. The inheritance of the World Destroyer Prime Sovereign and the heaven-defying token are in this mountain? Fang Chun asked. The black bear nodded. It looked around with its large eyes and finally confirmed that the danger was over. Those 5-element sage experts have already entered the mountain and will not be able to come out for a while. This meant that no one in this vast, standalone space could threaten Fang Chun. Many corpses littered the desolate plain, and blood flowed like a river. In the past few days there had been endless battles. Many cultivators had fallen, leaving behind only extremely strong cultivators. The arrival of Fang Chen's group attracted the attention of some people. They discovered that Fang Chen was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. Fang Chen's lips curled up in a meaningful smile. A Yin Essence stage cultivator dares to come here? Are you seeking death? An extremely unfriendly voice came from the crowd. Just watch. This brat will not live past today. He will definitely die. Right now, everyone is waiting for the commotion in the mountain. To think that this fellow dares to come and join in the fun. A boorish man walked towards Fang Chen. Brat, hand over everything you have, and I can spare your life. This person gave off a terrifying aura. Clearly, he was a peak Yang Essence stage cultivator. Scram! The black bear said angrily. Black bear? At this moment, the crowd discovered that the black bear that Gu Tianhua nearly killed back then was actually here. I say, black bear, don't tell me that this brat is the reinforcements you found? Many people roared with laughter. Fang Chen remained calm, standing with his hands behind his back. He did not care about the crowd's mockery. You are seeking death. The burly man did not fear the black bear's roar. He threw a punch at Fang Chen. Bang! However, before the burly man's fist could reach Fang Chen, it was blocked. Immediately after, the burly man felt a terrifying force rush over, quickly invading his body and sending him flying. Boom! His body smashed heavily onto the ground. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Mo Han of the Sacred Fire Continent? Someone recognized the person who stopped them and was surprised. That's Yang Kun. Since he recognized Mo Han, he naturally recognized Yang Kun. Only then did the crowd realize that the two cultivators had also arrived. Mo Han, what do you mean? The burly man who had been sent flying earlier got up and said angrily. If you say another word of nonsense, do you believe that I won't kill you? Mo Han sneered. Yang Kun remained silent as he stood behind Fang Chen. Yellow Ox and the other two had restrained their auras, making them look like ordinary demonic beasts. The burly man was a little afraid of Mo Han, so he didn't say anything else. However, there were quite a few powerhouses here, and there were even quite a number of great perfection deities. Sure enough, a consummate paragon couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Yang Kun, Mo Han, this is not your sacred fire continent. Don't be so arrogant. Boom. Without another word, Mo Han attacked. A moment later, the paragon who attacked Mo Han retreated in defeat. Mo Han, you've gone too far. Extremely dissatisfied voices came from the crowd. A Yin Essence stage cultivator is not qualified to come here. We are only targeting him. Why do you keep attacking him? Someone questioned. Mo Han swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he said coldly, anyone who speaks rudely to my master will be killed without mercy. Whoosh! Startled cries rang out in the desolate plain. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. What? This fellow is Mo Han's master? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Could it be that he hid his aura? Everyone stared at Fang Chen with fervent gazes. However, some people who didn't believe in heresy continued to attack Fang Chen. However, the result was extremely miserable. Mo Han attacked again and killed that person. Mo Han had just arrived, but he already killed a great perfection deity, shocking everyone. From the start to the end, Fang Chen did not say anything. Yellow Ox snickered. These idiots actually dared to challenge his master. If the three of them released their auras of great perfection deities, these people would probably be scared silly. However, they didn't do so. Puff. Everyone feared Fang Chen and kept retreating. Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out. Person walked out of the crowd. This person wore black armor and had a sullen expression. He exuded a berserk aura. It's the Black God General, someone exclaimed. At the same time they rejoiced. With the Black God General here, Yang Kun and Emo Han could no longer be arrogant. That fellow would definitely die. Do you think that you can sit back and relax after hugging the Holy Fire Continent's thigh? What a joke. The Black God General is cruel and vicious. This place has already been sealed off by the Demon Scenic Palace. A Essence Realm cultivator barging in is just seeking death. Ha ha ha. I want to see how Yang Kun and Emo Han will deal with this. Everyone discussed spiritedly. The Black God General's gaze remained fixed on Yang Kun. As for Fang Chen, he did not care at all. Such a small fry was not worthy of him personally making a move. This place has already been sealed off by my Demon Scenic Palace. The Black God General asked, what is the meaning of this from the Holy Fire Continent? Not only did they barge in, but they also killed a Demon Scenic Palace cultivator. This was a capital offense. I already said that anyone who insults my master will be killed without mercy. Emo Han's gaze turned cold. The Black God General pointed at Fang Chen and mocked. Did I hear wrong? Or has your Holy Fire Continent declined? You actually acknowledged a Essence Realm trash as your master? The Black God General looked down on everything, hating the Holy Fire Continent. Emo Han frowned. However, his frown soon relaxed. Back then, you were ordered to go to the Holy Fire Continent to invite the two of us. However, we rejected you, feeling humiliated. What's wrong? Are you trying to use this opportunity to redeem yourself? On hearing Emo Han's words, the Black God General's expression turned even more sullen. However, he still suppressed the rage in his heart. Emo Han and Yang Kun were extremely strong. Right now, he was the only Black God General in this region. He probably could not defeat the two. Hence, he did not want to seek trouble for himself. A Essence Realm cultivator is not qualified to come here. The Black God General said, I just want to kill this brat. As for your Holy Fire Continent, I'll give you some face. The Black God General's words were extremely arrogant. It was like Fang Chen was a dead man in his eyes. Idiot. Fang Chen mocked. Although Fang Chen's voice was soft, everyone present was a peak Yang Essence Realm expert or even a consummation Yang Essence Realm cultivator. Hence, they heard it very clearly. What did you say? The Black God General glared at Fang Chen. If not for Yang Kun and Emo Han, you would have died 100 times already. However, not only was Fang Chen not afraid, but he even dared to look directly at the Black God General. In my eyes, you are like an ant. Killing you is easy. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. However, I do not want to dirty my hands, so I spared your dog life. If you provoke me again, I will definitely kill you. The surroundings roared with laughter, thinking that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. I'm going to kill you. The Black God General roared furiously. Emo Han was the first to step forward and stop the Black God General. After that, Yang Kun made a move as well. Yang Kun, are you really going to fall out with our Demon Scenic Palace? The Black God General used the Demon Scenic Palace to threaten Yang Kun. A hint of hesitation flashed across the latter's eyes, but in the end, he still stood opposite the Black God General. Let's end this matter here, Yang Kun said. The current them was not strong enough to fight against the Demon Scenic Palace, so they would try their best to avoid conflict. Good, very good. I have already informed the other divine generals of the demon scenic palace. When they arrive, all of you will die. The Black God General said furiously. Feeling the killing intent from the Black God General, the dark exterminating panther could not hold back. Since you have found helpers, I will kill you first. The dark exterminating panther attacked with lightning speed, and a terrifying aura instantly spread and swept across the land. What is that? Everyone exclaimed. An aura that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth rushed toward them. Everyone was completely shocked. They did not expect this Black God General to be a great fulfillment. Heavens, this is a great fulfillment demonic beast. What is going on? Why is a great fulfillment demonic beast willing to follow him? Could it be that he is a 5-element Saint Realm elite who is deliberately hiding his aura? Countless guesses spread out. Everyone looked at Fong Chen with complicated expressions. Boom! In the sky, a deafening sound came, and a terrifying aura filled the land. The Black God General roared and entered a frenzied state. I will kill you, you beast! The Black God General was enraged to the extreme for a divine general to be forced to such a state by a beast. Die! The dark exterminating panther attacked with all its might, directly crushing the Black God General. No. The latter was terrified and frantically fled. You can't escape. The dark exterminating panther chased. Everyone in the wilderness was completely shocked. They were evenly matched just now, but in the blink of an eye, the Black God General was suppressed. Was this real? Heavens, that is a divine general, but he is being chased like a stray dog. Too strong. Is this the power of a great fulfillment demonic beast? I now understand why Yang Kuan and Mo Han recognized that person as their master. Perhaps it is because of this great fulfillment demonic beast. However, what they did not know was that Fong Chen's strength was not weaker than the dark exterminating panther. A bunch of fools. If Master makes a move, they will all die. Yellow Ox said. Fong Chen shook his head and looked ahead. A bold idea appeared in his mind. Since he would not rest until one of them was dead, he might as well take the initiative to attack. I killed Mo Tao's son, Divine General Mo Long and Divine General Black Drum, and Divine General Mo escape. This matter has probably reached the ears of the upper echelons of the Demon Palace. Fong Chen pondered. This matter would be exposed sooner or later. With the means of a 5-element saint, it would not be difficult to find him. Rather than that, he might as well strike first and weaken the Demon Palace's strength, while Mo Tao entered the mountain. Fong Chen licked his dry lips. Divine generals had a high status in the Demon Palace, and they were extremely powerful. If I kill all these divine generals, the overall strength of the Demon Palace will be greatly reduced. Of course, Fong Chen had another motive for having such an idea. That was to disrupt the Demon Palace's vision and take advantage of the chaos to obtain the heaven-defying token. Master. Yellow Ox's eyes darted around, seemingly guessing Fong Chen's thoughts. Let's wait a little longer. Boom. While Fong Chen was thinking, another rumbling sound came from the sky. The Black God General roared hysterically as his aura weakened and his vitality dissipated.